The scent of blood still lingered in the throne room. It clung to the obsidian floor like an echo of death, seeping into the very bones of the palace. The grand chamber, once a monument of imperial authority, now felt like a mausoleum, cold, sterile, and drenched in silence. Only the flickering torchlight danced on the polished black marble, casting twisted shadows upon the faces of those gathered. The nobles stood in rigid rows beneath the towering pillars, their robes of gold and crimson immaculate, their expressions carefully curated masks of neutrality. But behind jeweled eyes and powdered faces, the truth simmered: fear, calculation, and most of all, doubt. They were not witnessing a display of power. They were witnessing desperation. The corpse of Duke Reinhardt still lay where it had fallen, sprawled in a grotesque pose at the foot of the throne, his throat slit open with surgical brutality. His blood formed a jagged trail down the dais, staining the imperial seal beneath the emperor's feet. The execution had not been swift nor merciful. It had been orchestrated, a lesson written not in decree but in suffering. And Kael hadn't flinched. He stood calmly beside one of the great columns, his silhouette long and lean against the obsidian stone. His arms were crossed loosely, the corner of his mouth curled in a ghost of amusement. In the eerie stillness of the chamber, with death so close, Kael looked more alive than anyone else, because this was the moment he had waited for. Emperor Castiel had finally revealed his hand. No longer the unmoved ruler of the realm, Castiel had been forced to act, to kill, to make an example. And in doing so, he had shown weakness. He was no longer the spider at the center of the web. He was a man chasing ghosts in his own palace. Kael's gaze drifted to the woman standing nearest the throne. Selene. She wore violet silks that shimmered in the torchlight like amethyst water. Her posture was elegant, her expression composed. But Kael noticed the minute movements others missed, either the slight twitch of her fingers as Reinhardt's blood spilled across the seal, the faint catch of her breath when Lucian had stepped forward, black blade in hand. It wasn't fear nor remorse. It was something far more dangerous: adaptation. Selene had survived 3 emperors, 6 assassination attempts, and 2 civil wars, not by chance, but by becoming exactly what the court needed her to be at every turn: empress, consort, widow, strategist, temptress, and now a broken bar traitor, a loyal betrayal, hidden behind perfume and poise. Kael had to admire her for that. "You've been awfully quiet, Duke Arden." The emperor's voice cut through the silence like a whetted blade. Every noble in the chamber stiffened, turning subtly toward Kael. Kael didn't move. He let the pause stretch just long enough to make it uncomfortably, then offered a thin smile. "Silence often serves better than applause, Your Majesty," he said, his voice smooth. "I was admiring your precision." Castiel's eyes narrowed. "A rare compliment." "Loyalty, you see, is not just spoken. It is demonstrated." With a flick of his hand, he gestured to Lucian, who knelt once more before the throne. The former hero's silver hair was damp with sweat, clinging to his temples. His new armor, dark and angular, reflected the torchlight like oil. He was a shadow of the man he had once been. Number, not a shadow. A weapon, and a broken one at that. "Wouldn't you agree?" the emperor added, tone soft but dangerous. Kael inclined his head slowly, never taking his eyes off the man on the throne. Without question. Lucian looked up at him then. Their gazes locked. Kael saw it instantly, the flicker of identity, warped and drowned beneath the surface. The demon's blood coursing through Lucian's veins had done more than corrupt his body, it had twisted something inside him. The pain, the rage, the betrayal, it had all congealed into something darker, something less human. But Kael welcomed it, because Lucian's transformation had been inevitable. He was a pawn pretending to be a knight, and Kael had already tied the strings. The moment passed. The court dispersed, dismissed with the emperor's imperious wave. The nobles filed out in hushed murmurs, their footsteps echoing like fading judgment. They didn't whisper about Reinhardt's screams, nor the blood that stained the marble. They whispered about Kael, his calm, his smile, his silence, because they understood what Castiel didn't. The blade Castiel had used today wasn't a sword of power, it was a dagger of fear. And the sharper dagger, a broken bar, was still behind his back. The moon hung like a pale sentinel above the palace, casting cold silver light across the ivory spires and shadowed courtyards. The city beyond was quiet, its chaos drowned in awe and dread. Inside the imperial palace, the silence was suffocating. Kael's footsteps echoed softly through the marble corridors. He moved like a whisperer, deliberate, unhurried. Every corner he turned, every tapestry he passed, he was aware of the A's he could not see. Spies, informants, shadows. Let them watch. Let them report. He wanted Kael to feel it. The noose tightening. The guards at the entrance to the Empress's wing straightened when they saw him, but said nothing. They had learned, by now, that Kael did not ask for permission. He took what he wanted. A shadow peeled away from a nearby alcove. Elysia, the former assassin, nodded once, dressed in a simple cloak that betrayed none of her lethal grace. The Empress dismissed her attendants. She's waiting. Kael didn't break stride. No interruptions. A faint smirk tugged at Elysia's lips. Not unless the palace catches fire. He didn't knock. He never knocked. The door to Celine's chambers opened without protest, revealing a room washed in silver and shadow. Only a single fire crackled in the hearth, casting golden light over silk-draped furniture and velvet curtains. She stood at the window. Moonlight spilled over her like water, catching in the strands of her silver blonde hair. She was wrapped in a loose violet robe, its fabric clinging to her form like a second skin. Her shoulders were bare, her posture regal. Kael closed the door behind him. "You walk into the Empress's bedchamber as if you own it," she said softly, without turning. "I do." Celine's lips curved into a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "That's dangerous confidence." "I'm a dangerous man." She turned slowly. Her gaze met his, sharp, unflinching, filled with secrets. "He suspects you." Kael stepped closer, unhurried. "He suspects everyone. He just fears me the most." Celine moved like silk incarnate, gliding toward him with feline grace. Her robe whispered against the marble floor, each step a calculated seduction. Her fingers brushed the front of his coat, tracing a line down his chest. "And Lucian, still broken," Kael murmured. "Just now wearing darker armor." She tilted her head, studying him. "He looked at you like he remembered something." "He remembers pain." "I gave it to him." Celine stopped mere inches from him. Her perfume was soft, floral, and laced with something darker beneath. Her fingers lingered on the edge of his collar. "You were right." Kael's play was desperation. He needed to remind the court who ruled. Kael said, voice low, "But the ones who matter are broken bar they saw the truth." Celine's hand slipped inside his coat, resting lightly against his chest. "So broken bar, what do we do?" Kael caught her wrist firm, not rough. Their eyes locked. "We win." A pause. Then, softly, "Do you know why Kael keeps me close?" Kael's head tilted slightly. "Because he fears you more than he desires you." Something flickered in her gaze, surprise, perhaps, or something more dangerous. "And you?" she whispered. Kael stepped forward, closing the remaining space between them. His hand slid around her waist, fingers grazing the silk like a claim. His lips brushed her ear. "I do not fear what I own." Celine's breath caught in her throat. Then she laughed. Low, sultry, dangerous. "You think you own me?" Kael's eyes burned into hers. "Number." His voice was a whisper of steel. "I know it." She kissed him then hard and deep, like a clash of blades in the dark. Her nails dug into his back, marking him as he pressed her against the wall. The silk robe fell away like petals, revealing the woman beneath her, not the Empress, not the seductress, but the strategist, the survivor. And now a broken bar, the accomplice. They came together like fire and shadow. Not love, dominance, power. Two blades, sharpened by betrayal, finally drawn in tandem. As they fell into each other, the palace beyond held its breath. The emperor still sat on the throne, but the knife was already at his back. The night was heavy with the scent of embers and jasmine, a heady blend of warmth and decadence that clung to the air like breath to skin. Outside, the imperial palace loomed in silent majesty, its marble spires piercing the clouds like blades of history. The halls whispered of blood oaths and betrayals, of gods that walked like men and men who dared to challenge them. But here inside this chamber of silken shadows a history was not being remembered. It was being rewritten. The fire in the hearth crackled softly, casting elongated shadows that danced across velvet drapes and mirrored walls. Moonlight spilled in through latticed windows, painting the edges of the room in silver and ice, but the warmth inside was absolute. Cloying, consuming. Kael lay beside her, not like a lover but like a storm that had passed through. The flicker of candlelight caught in the golden flecks of his eyes, casting them in molten hues. Even at rest, his form radiated tension, his shoulders loose but watchful, every breath deliberate. He was the kind of man who never truly slept, not because he feared what might come here but because he was what came. His presence wrapped around Celine like a second skin, hot, inescapable, commanding. She had worn crowns and broken hearts. She had orchestrated the rise and fall of dynasties with the flick of a fan and a half-smile. She had stood beside Emperor Castile for years, her influence winding through the court like a silken noose. But Kael had not seduced her, he had conquered her. And perhaps worse, she had let him. The remnants of her imperial robes clung to her frame like the last banners of a vanquished fortress, a tang silk across ivory skin, one shoulder exposed, one thigh bare beneath the gold-trimmed sheets. Her crown had not fallen. She had placed it at his feet. A calculated move, and yet a broken bar. A dangerous one. Kael's fingers moved against her collarbone, slow and deliberate, as though he were drawing the borders of a nation he had just claimed. Her skin, usually a weapon in its own right, betrayed here a shivering beneath his touch like a harp string plucked too finely. "You're thinking," he murmured, his voice curling in the dark like smoke, low and roughened by control. "I wonder what calculations are running behind those beautiful eyes, Empress." She turned slightly to meet his gaze, her expression composed, but her breathing told a different story. Her voice was calm, practiced but no longer cold. "I was thinking a broken bar. You move like a man who already owns the empire." Kael tilted his head, the corner of his mouth lifting into something between amusement and cruelty. His thumb caught her chin, tilting it upward like a king assessing tribute. "Not quite," he said, almost absently. He leaned in, his lips close enough that she could taste the iron in his breath, the quiet threat of fire beneath still waters. "I move like a man who decides, who owns it." Celine didn't answer at once. Her mind processed the weight of his words with a strategist's precision. She had ruled beside a god-king. She had watched men kneel and kingdoms crumble, all while sipping wine from crystal goblets. But Kael, a broken bar. Kael was something far more dangerous than power. He was the authority that decided what power meant. Her gaze lingered on him. He wore no crown, no robe, no medals of honor. And yet every inch of him screamed dominion. Not forged in ceremony but earned in fire and manipulation, in whispered promises and unspeakable truths. "You're impossible," she whispered, almost with wonder. Kael smirked, his hand sliding down the curve of her spine. "And yet," he said, voice low, "here you are." Celine laughed softly. It was a sound that had broken courtiers and made generals fall to their knees. But here, in this space between breath and blood, it was unguarded, raw, human. It had been years since she'd allowed herself to feel that way. Even longer since someone had made her want to. Once, she had believed herself the most dangerous thing in the empire. The velvet whisper behind every execution, the iron smile behind every peace treaty. But tonight, she had traded the illusion of control for the reality of relevance. Because Claudin did not orbit the throne, he bypassed it, rendered it irrelevant by his mere presence. Her fingers drifted over his chest, each motion an acknowledgement not of affection, but of reality. She was not mapping muscle. She was reacquainting herself with the man who had just rewritten her future. "So, tell me," she asked, her voice cool silk over a sharpened blade. "What happens now?" Kael's gaze was steady, amused. "Now," he said, "you decide." She arched a brow. "Decide what?" He leaned in again, this time his breath trailing along her ear, sending a ripple down her spine that had nothing to do with fear. "Whether you remain an empress in name me a broken bar." His hand traveled lower, slow and predatory. "A broken bar or become my empress in truth." The words didn't land like a proposition. They dropped like a guillotine. Celine went still. It wasn't the possessiveness that caught her. It was the clarity. Kael didn't speak in ambition. He spoke in certainty, and for the first time in her life, she realized she was standing on the wrong side of inevitability. Until now, she met his eyes, searching for weakness, for hesitation, for some human flaw she could exploit. But there was nothing but fire, cold, unrelenting fire. Claudin was not a contender, he was an event, a calamity wrapped in skin and will. And if history had taught her anything, it was this: You don't fight calamities. You survive them. Or betterer, you align with them. A slow smile curled her lips. Not the poised smirk of a queen. Not the practiced mask of politics. But something older. More primal. A woman recognizing the new world order. I suppose, she murmured, sliding atop him with the ease of a coronation in motion. If I must belong to Sami, only a broken bar better you than a dead man. Kael's chuckle was low, pleased, dangerous. His fingers curled into her hair, anchoring her as he leaned up and captured her mouth with his. The kiss was not tender. It was a seal, a claim, an alliance, a war declaration against the past. When they finally broke apart, their breaths shallow and shared, he looked into her like a man already shaping tomorrows. Oh, my empress, a broken bar. His hand traced the hollow of her throat, settling over her heart. A broken bar. We will rewrite the empire. And in that moment, something within Celine shattered and reformed. Celine Castile, the empress behind the mask, the shadow behind the throne, ceased to exist. What remained was Celine Arden. Not merely a consort, not a trophy, but the sovereign shadow standing beside the man who would define the age. Not a queen beside a king, but a force beside a fate. And somewhere deep within the palace walls, as torches flickered and guards marched in ignorance, the axis of the empire shifted. Unseen, unstoppable. The sky above the imperial palace churned like a wrathful sea, bloated clouds boiling with electric fury. Thunder rolled across the heavens like celestial drums heralding war, while bolts of lightning split the night sky into jagged, weeping scars. Rain lashed against the spires, carried by winds that screamed through the city like anguished spirits. The very air tasted of Iona like blood on the cusp of being spilled. Within the sanctum of the throne room, silence reigned, a terrible, sovereign silence. The great obsidian doors groaned as they closed behind the last of the guards, leaving only two figures in the vast cathedral of marble and shadows. Torchlight flickered along the cold stone columns, casting dancing shapes upon statues of long-dead kings and conquerors. Above, stained glass windows once radiant with the empire's proud historia now looked dulled, as though even the past refused to witness what was to come. At the heart of that solemnity sat Emperor Castile Valerius, cloaked in flowing imperial robes of midnight blue, silver filigree etched across his collar like frost on a blade. His crown rested beside him, not upon his head, for he needed no metal to remind the world of who he was. His face, carved with the harsh lines of age and command, was still rigor yet strained. Deep shadows clung beneath his golden eyes, as though sleep had long abandoned him. His fingers, once the hands of a warrior, now trembled slightly, and not with fear, but with the weight of inevitability. Before him, bowed upon one knee, knelt Lucien van Crest, or what remained of him. Gone was the noble knight who had once stood as a symbol of imperial valor. In his place knelt a twisted reflection, marred by demonic corruption. His once lustrous silver hair was streaked with tendrils of black, each strand pulsing with unnatural life. His armor, which had gleamed like starlight in his prime, now bore veins that throbbed with crimson energy, as through the metal itself breathed. One of his gauntlets was cracked open, revealing skin beneath that rippled and twitched, crawling with something ancient. But it was his eyes that had changed most. Once bright with honor and purpose, now they were twin infernos of wrath and ruin. You asked me to be your sword, Lucien rasped, voice distorted, layered with another tone, darker, older, hungrier. Now I ask you, where shall I strike? Castile regarded him for a long moment, the flickering torchlight casting shadows across his weathered face. His silence wasn't hesitation, it was calculation. 1,000 threads moved within his mind, 1,000 possibilities, but only one truth. He rose from the throne with the gravity of a man not just standing but declaring. He strode toward the war table that dominated the center of the chamber. Upon it, miniature tokens marked the state of the realm, cities, garrisons, noble houses. The imperial seal stood in the center, now half surrounded by blackened figurines bearing the crimson sigil of House Arden. His hand hovered over Kael's piece. Kael moves like a grandmaster, Castile murmured, his voice a blade sheathed in velvet. He seizes hearts with honeyed words, minds with whispered truths. Thrones through seduction and betrayal. He traced a finger along the edge of the map, stopping at the icon representing the imperial emperors. He has taken my court, my commanders, even my emperors. He dismantles my bulwarks as if they were child's toys. Lucian rose, his corrupted form towering, muscles tensing. Then give me the order. Let me end him. No, Castiel replied sharply, turning to face him. You would fail. The knight blinked. What? He would outplay you, the emperor said, not in strength, but in will. He would twist your rage, reshape your loyalty, make you believe it was your idea to serve him. That is the depth of his poison. Lucian's fists clenched. Then what do you propose? Castiel's lips curled, not into a smile, but a snarl, bitter, fierce, that he was forgotten. He said, walking back to the throne, that a throne is not merely a seat of power. It is a beacon, a claim not just over land but over the heavens. From within his robes, he withdrew a scroller sealed in wax that shimmered gold, etched with runes that defied mortal language. The very air thickened around it, reality itself seeming to warp as the seal pulsed like a heartbeat. Lucian recoiled, a guttural growl escaping his throat. His corrupted senses screamed, his blood howling in defiance. That sigil broken bar, it's not human. No, Castiel said, holding the scroll aloft. It is celestial. He stepped onto the dais, his voice rising like thunder. This is the covenant of dominion, a pact older than the empire, forged when gods still walked among mortals. It calls upon the Archons of the celestial fold. Lucian's expression darkened. You're invoking the heavens? Even the gods abandoned this realm centuries ago. Because they were not summoned properly, Castiel snapped. Because no one worthy called them. He turned, and for a moment, his golden eyes burned not with fear but righteous fury. I am that worth, and they have answered. Then a silence. The storm outside ceased. Not faded, not calmed but ceased, as if time itself had paused to listen. The torches dimmed. And then reality broke. A rift tore open behind the throne, not with noise, but with a silence so absolute it devoured thought. Air fled the room. Light bent away. And from within stepped a being not born of mortal flesh. It was robed in shifting bands of light and shadow, as if day and night warred across its body. Its face was hidden behind a golden mask, etched with runes shaped like constellations, a language meant for stars, not men. No footsteps marked its approach. It did not walk. It was. Lucian fell to one knee, clutching his head, teeth bared in agony. His demonic essence quaked, recoiling as if threatened by a natural predator. This was no enemy he could cleave. It was like kneeling before gravity itself. The Archon did not speak. Its voice entered their bones, their marrow, bypassing flesh, thought, and will. The covenant is sealed. The mortal shall rise. The usurper shall kneel. Lucian groaned, shuddering, his demonic blood hissing within his veins. But Castiel stood. He did not kneel. He did not flinch. He raised his voice to the heavens, to gods, to fate itself. Bear witness, Cladden. You may command demons. You may seduce empresses. You may turn nobles and generals against me. But he gestured toward the celestial being behind him. May I command gods? And in that moment, as lightning carved the heavens anew and the Archon's mask turned slowly toward the horizon, toward the direction where Kael moved like a shadow across empires, the final game began. The pieces had changed. The rules were no longer mortal. And the board was the world, beyond time, beyond stars, and beyond the grasp of mortal comprehension. The Archons convened. The celestial plane was not a place, not in the way mortals understood place. It was an idea, an eternal concept forged from thought, law, and light. An expanse of starlit marble and ever-shifting brilliance that defied geometry. Here, the boundaries of reality frayed and reknit themselves in each breath. Time unraveled into silken strands, causality lost its hierarchy, and thought was form. A great tapestry stretched across the plain like a living morala, a constellation of destinies, causes and effects, oaths and betrayals, all woven into endless motion. It breathed and shimmered with the pulse of the multiverse. Entire civilizations blinked in and out of existence within its weave. It was not historia, it was totality. At the tapestry's heart stood the astral concordance, a sanctum of infinite height and gravity. In a circle of primal authority stood 7 thrones, each carved from the essence of a law that predated gods. Upon these thrones sat the Archons, not beings, not spirits, but principles made manifest: order, war, fate, judgment, mercy, truth, origin. Only 7 remained. And now, only 6 spoke. From the throne of balance, a voice echoed, sonorous and cold, like the first breath of creation stirring the void. The mortal king has invoked the covenant. The speaker was Azrael, Archon of order. A being veiled in living constellations, his presence radiated such gravity that even thought bent in his orbit. He sat unmoving, a stillness deeper than silence. Law hung around him like a mantle, unyielding, absolute. His voice did not echo the world bent to carry his words. To his right, the air shivered as Seraphis, Archon of war, stirred. Towering and resplendent, he bore 6 radiant wings, each feather forged from the remnants of dying stars. A massive spear, its shaft a supernova's core wrapped in starlight, rested beside him. His every breath hummed with restrained destruction. "The Empire crumbles," Seraphis said, voice deep and hot as magma sinking into the crust of stars. Castiel calls not in devotion a broken bar but in defiance. To the left of Azrael, time unraveled briefly as a paradox took shape. She was Elian, Archon of fate, beautiful and terrible. Her form shifted endlessly: young, old, human, beast, god, ash. She existed not in a single moment but in all that had ever been and might ever be. Around her danced golden threads, each a possible future, each thrumming with stories untold. She toyed with one strand that writhed violently, as if resisting her touch. "Desperation breeds chaos," she whispered, her voice distant, yet close enough to haunt a soul. "But something stirs in the weave, a broken bar, a strand not of our design." The chamber stilled. Even here in this place of cosmic clarity a distortion pulsed through the tapestry. One thread coiled like a serpent, its path erratic, severing and rejoining the weave without permission. It defied causality. It refused to submit. It was wrong, and yet it was real. "Claden." Azrael spoke the name, and the plane itself recoiled. "The Defiant One," he intoned, each syllable bending the tapestry. "The mortal who walks paths that should not exist." The name had weight. Reality shuddered, and a ripple passed through the astral concordance. Futures collapsed, rebounded, and shattered again around his name. Anomalies formed like cracks in glass across the divine weave. Seraphis rose halfway from his throne, wings flaring. His gaze burned with barely restrained fury. "He breaks the order of all things." Elian's ever-shifting eyes grew still. For a heartbeat, she was simply a woman, a human, calm, yet infinitely sad. "He is not bound by destiny," she murmured. "Not even mine." From the throne of judgment, a figure stood with inhuman precision. Vlith. He was carved in perfect symmetry. A face without expression. A form without warmth. He was justice, devoid of mercy. When he spoke, the words cut like final sentences from a celestial court. "We should have ended him." Azrael's gaze turned, heavy with millennia of discipline. "The covenant has been invoked. Interference would violate our law." Vlith's eyes gleamed like twin singularities. His stare pierced beyond the tapestry into the mortal world, into Kael's soul. "Then the law itself must adapt, or be broken." A hush followed, and then a broken bar. The chamber dimmed. Not from shadow, from something older, something deeper. Something that remembered when stars were children and gods were ideas still unborn. From the first throne, a seat untouched by age, unclaimed by vanity, unshaken by revolt. To the veiled one stirred. The first Archon. Their name had been forgotten, not by accident, but by divine design. The very syllables had been torn from the roots of language, buried beneath existence itself. They were not seen so much as felt to a gravity of thought, a silence that spoke in the bones of all things. Their presence pushed against the plane like the tide of truth. And then, they spoke. Their voice was a storm of paradox. Male and female, angel and abyss, time and stillness. "Let it be so." All 6 Archons turned toward the first. Even Azrael inclined his head, his law acknowledging a higher decree. The first reached forth an unseen hand brushing the living tapestry. Where Kael's thread writhed, the first paused, studying the irregularity. "Castiel calls upon our covenant," they said, each word rewriting portions of the heavens. "And Kael a broken bar." The tapestry trembled. "A broken bar. Kael becomes more than a man." A silence fell. The kind that only exists when eternity holds its breath. In the mortal world, Storms began to form. Lightning without clouds. Earthquakes with no source. Empires held their breath, as dread whispered across dreamscapes. The first traced the fracture Kael had created, a fish not born of sin, nor of divinity, but of choice. Let the Empire receive our blessing, the first declared. Seraphos wings blazed, flaring with cosmic fire. Let our sword rise anew, they continued. Azrael lowered his head in solemn acknowledgement. Let our light burn through the veil of shadow. Valith stepped forward, gazing into the fracture, into the possibility that Kael represented. Eliant smiled again. Not a mocking smile, but the smile one wears when watching the impossible unfold. And then, the first spoke the decree that would echo through the layers of reality, and let Cladden be tested. A silence followed so profound that the stars ceased their movement. To see if he is but another soul clawing at the heavens, a broken bar. The first leaned forward, their essence warping the fabric of creation. A broken bar, or if he is the beginning of something we did not foresee. For the first time since the forging of law, uncertainty touched the celestial plane. And far below, in the fragile world of mortals, winds shifted. Skies bled strange colors. Prophets awoke screaming. And a storm moved either not by weather, but by will. Cladden had not only captured the attention of gods, he had disturbed the very will of the Archons. The scent of burning incense curled through the air, mingling with the cool night breeze that whispered against the high balcony of Cladden's estate. Below, the city breathed with restless energy, torches flickering like captured stars beneath a canopy of imperial night. The walls of the city gleamed with ancient stone, bathed in the glow of an empire that would not sleep. And yet, within Kael's private chamber, a quiet unease had taken root. His estate stood high above the sprawling imperial city, isolated by distance and privilege. It was here, amidst the vast opulence of his personal quarters, that the heart of the world beat. In silence, Kael had crafted this space with care, every inch, every corner, designed to foster clarity of thought and power beyond measure. The war table, spread with maps of the empire and intricately coded dispatches, was a monument to his meticulous strategy. But tonight, the table lay neglected, its surface gleaming with the sheen of untouched parchment. Kael sat alone, cloaked in stillness. His fingers traced idle patterns across the black marble surface, but his eyes were distant, lost not in the papers or in the scheming that would secure his future, but in something far more intangible. A pull, a pressure, a whisper without voice that echoed at the edges of perception. Something watched him. His breath slowed, his chest rising and falling like the rhythmic motion of the ocean's tide, deep and measured. The room felt suddenly smaller. The silence pressed in from all sides. His mind, usually a fortress of order, had begun to fray. Beneath his calm exterior, a storm of thoughts stirred, but none were his own. A presence lingered, a one that defied the very laws he so expertly manipulated. It was a shadow at the edge of the known universe, a fragment of a thought that was not his. A question unanswered. Across the room, Elysia stood, arms crossed, her silver eyes narrowed in assessment. The elven spy mistress had grown used to Kael's silences, but this one carried weight. She, too, could feel the change in the air, the way the shadows seemed to stretch longer than they should. She had been in the presence of many powerful men, but none like Kael. She knew when the fabric of his mind was pulling, when the threads of his focus were unspooling. "You're quiet," she said, her voice low and piercing. Too quiet. Kael's gaze flicked toward her, meeting her gaze with an intensity that could pierce the soul. His voice came low, like the calm before a storm. Something shifted. She frowned. "The Emperor?" "Number." He finally looked up, his obsidian eyes catching the flickering candlelight. "Something older." The words hung in the air, as through the room itself held its breath. The candles along the edges of the chamber flickered violently, as if some unseen wind had passed through them. The flames danced wildly, stretching toward the ceiling before snapping back to their proper shape. The temperature in the room plummeted, the warmth of the night air fleeing as an icy chill descended. Even the shadows seemed to warp, stretching longer and deeper into the corners, bending as though alive. The walls groaned under the weight of an ancient presence, unseen yet undeniable. Kael's eyes narrowed, his mind alert, every sense sharpened to a razor's edge. He had encountered many threats, both mortal and supernatural, But these a broken bar. This was different. This was a force that would not be denied. A sound of the faintest rustle of fabric, the softest whisper of silk against stone ear broke the oppressive silence. And then, she arrived. A shadow fell across the room, and with it, the scent of crushed roses mingled with something far more ancient. Something that reeked of prophecies written in blood and bone. A darkness coiled, curling into shape near the edge of the chamber, manifesting into a woman cloaked in grace and secrets. The veiled seer. Her presence was undeniably like a cold wind sweeping through a desert, carrying with it the weight of forgotten things, the knowledge of truths too dangerous to comprehend. Kael didn't move. His stillness remained unbroken. His mind was razor sharp, analyzing every moment. But beneath that careful exterior, something stirred. A quiet recognition. Attention drawn taut. Alicia's hand twitched toward the dagger at her side. But even before her fingers could close around the hilt, the seer's presence stilled her instinct. It was as though the very air around them had thickened, pressing down upon them both. The room seemed to expand, and yet, it felt as if they were standing on the edge of the void. The seer smiled a haunting, ethereal smile. Her lips barely moved, but it was enough to convey the weight of eons. "You feel it, don't you?" she asked, her voice lilting, carrying a strange resonance as though it echoed from the depths of time itself. Kael met her gaze without blinking. His obsidian eyes locked onto hers, steady, unwavering. "The tapestry has been touched." The seer's golden eyes gleamed, a flicker of something dangerous in their depths. "The Archons have awoken." "Their gaze now rests upon this war." Alicia's voice, sharp with disbelief, broke the tension. "The Archons?" Kael had already understood. The Archons are the unseen gods of balance. The cosmic arbiters. They were not figures of myth, but powers that shaped the very fabric of existence itself. To invoke them was to beckon a storm of fate, one that no mortal could hope to control. And yet, it seemed that the Emperor had done just that. Kael leaned back slowly in his chair, his movements deliberate, every inch controlled. He stared into the candlelight, the glow dancing across his sharp features. "The Emperor invoked them." The seer's smile deepened, the expression both knowing and dangerous. "He called upon the Covenant, and they have answered." Kael's fingers resumed tapping, measured, thoughtful. His gaze did not leave the table before him, though his mind was elsewhere. Somewhere, beyond the edges of reason. Somewhere far more dangerous than any political game. "A prayer made in fear, disguised as faith," he muttered under his breath, as though the words were not meant for anyone but himself. "To the Archons," she said, "both are the same." Kael's expression darkened, his thoughts shifting as the weight of her words settled on his shoulders. The Emperor's desperate call had set forces into motion, forces that Kael had not anticipated. He turned his gaze to the seer, his voice quiet but edged with steel. "What did they give him?" The seer's tone shifted, then it became reverent, almost dangerous. There was a pause, a deliberate breath, as if she, too, was weighing the enormity of the situation. "Their blessing, their light, their will." "The Emperor's blade is no longer steel and commando, it is divine retribution." A beat of silence followed, the air thick with unspoken understanding. Kael's eyes narrowed. A weapon empowered by the gods themselves was a threat of unimaginable proportions. Kael's voice dropped to a whisper, barely audible. "And me?" The seer tilted her head slightly, studying him with a gaze that felt like it could peer into the very depths of his soul. Her smile never wavered. "You are their uncertainty, a thread that resists the loom." Alicia stepped forward, her voice low, an edge of tension cutting through her words. "That makes you a threat." Kael's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. "To gods a broken bar, or to fate?" The seer did not answer at once. She studied him in silence, as if weighing his every word, every thought. Her eyes narrowed slightly, calculating, probing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, she spoke again, her voice soft yet filled with portent. "You are not part of their design, Claden," she said. "You are an anomaly born of broken prophecy and stolen purpose. And the Archons do not abide questions in their perfection." Kael rose slowly from his chair, his movements fluid, almost predatory. The candlelight stretched the shadows across his sharp features, casting an ethereal glow around him. His silhouette seemed to shift, as through the very air bent around him. He stood tall and unmoving, like a predator poised to strike. "Then I will give them their answer," he said. his voice cold and smooth, like a blade unsheathed. The seer's laughter was soft, unsettling, like the echo of an ancient melody long forgotten. It was a sound that carried with it an eerie sense of inevitability, as though she had been waiting for this moment all along. "I knew you would say that," she whispered, her voice tinged with amusement and something far darker. She began to fade, dissolving into the shadows like mist touched by the first light of dawn. Her figure blurred, stretching, dissolving into nothingness. But her voice lingered, soft and chilling, as if it were carried on the wind itself. "Be ready. When next you meet the Emperor Broken Bar, you will not face a man." The whisper curled around the room like a noose, tightening with each word. "You will face the will of heaven." And then, she was gone. The silence that followed was not peace, it was prophecy. The weight of the words hung in the air, pressing down on Clend Ilicia like an unseen force. The room seemed to hold its breath. Ilicia broke the stillness, her voice tight, filled with an emotion Kael rarely saw in her: uncertainty. "Even you cannot dismiss this as mere politics." Kael moved to the edge of the room, his cloak sweeping behind him like a shadow. His fingers brushed the fabric of the garment, and the weight of destiny seemed to settle upon his shoulders. He looked out at the imperial city below, where the lights of 1,000 torches flickered like fireflies in the dark. "If the gods seek to test me, a broken bar," his voice was soft, a whisper that carried the weight of 1,000 battles. "A broken bar, then let them come." His eyes burned with defiance, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A quiet storm brewed within him. "I will show the Archons what it means, a broken bar." His voice dropped to a low growl, the words barely more than a promise. A broken bar to play with fire. A storm raged above the imperial capital, its fury unimaginable, its rage boundless. The skies, once a serene canvas of starlight and moonbeams, were now twisted into an unholy tapestry of dark clouds, swirling like the maw of a beast hungering for destruction. Thunder rumbled in the distance, echoing across the city like the growls of ancient, forgotten creatures. The earth beneath quivered, not with fear, but with an ominous anticipation. The heavens themselves seemed to mourn, as if they knew that something far beyond mortal comprehension was unfolding. In the midst of the chaos above, jagged veins of gold lightning split the air, briefly illuminating the towering spires of the imperial palace. The obsidian towers of the palace rose like daggers piercing through the sky, dark and foreboding, their shadows stretching across the city as if to claim dominion over the very land. The air crackled with an energy so charged, it felt as though it could tear through the fabric of the universe itself. Beneath this tempest, in the heart of the Grand Plaza, a gathering like no other had convened. The plaza, once a place for imperial edicts and celebratory parades, had transformed into an arena of divine spectacle. Nobles draped in silks and jewels stood in hushed, reverent silence, their eyes wide with awe and fear. Soldiers, garbed in their finest armor, stood in rigid formation, their faces betraying no emotion, yet their bodies stiff with the tension of the moment. Commoners, crushed together like cattle, strained their necks to glimpse the scene unfolding before them, their breaths shallow with a mixture of dread and wonder. And at the center of it all, upon a raised obsidian dais, stood the Emperor himself. Castile, clad in robes of gleaming gold that shimmered with an ethereal glow, stood as though untouched by the storm that raged above. His robes snapped and fluttered in the wind, their fabric whispering with a sound like the fluttering of angelic wings. His presence was commanding, almost overwhelming. His amber eyes, burning with an unnatural fire, pierced through the gloom of the storm. The wind howled around him, but it did not dare touch him. The very air bent and swirled in obedience, as through the world itself could not bear to defy his will. Before him knelt 7 condemned men, once high-ranking commanders of the Eastern Army, their faces now hollow with defeat. Their robes were tattered, their bodies bruised and broken, and their hands shackled in iron chains. They were traitors. Men who had once fought for the glory of the Empire, but had since betrayed their oaths in service to the shattered rebellion led by Serafina. Now, they were nothing more than remnants of a fallen cause, reduced to trembling husks of their former glory. The crowd fell silent, their breath collectively held as the emperor raised a single black-gloved hand. There was no need for an executioner. There was no need for sword or spear. In that moment, Kael was the very embodiment of judgment. The gods themselves might have trembled before the power that radiated from him, but it was not fear that filled the hearts of the spectators, it was awe. His voice rang out, not with the mortal volume of a man speaking to a crowd, but with the force of something far greater. It was a voice that vibrated not only through the air, but through the very bones and souls of those who heard it. It was the voice of a ruler who had transcended the mortal realm, a voice that commanded respect, obedience, and fear in equal measure. By decree of the empire, Kael's words were like thunder, not mere sound, but a force of nature. Let it be known, those who defy the divine mandate shall be erased from the tapestry of existence. He lowered his hand, and the world broke. From the very ground beneath the traitors, golden chains burst forth like serpents of light, spiraling upward in blinding arcs. The chains wrapped around the traitors' bodies, pulling them upward with an irresistible force. Holy symbols, glowing with an otherworldly fire, materialized in the air above them. They were ancient symbols, older than the empire itself, symbols that burned into the minds of all who looked upon them. As the chains tightened, the symbols began to sear themselves into the air, alien, incomprehensible, and terrifying. The traitors screamed, but it was not the scream of men facing execution. It was the scream of souls being unmade. The sound was not just physical, it was a primal cry that reverberated through the very fabric of reality itself. The light of celestial fire licked at their bodies, but it was not the flame of mortal fire. This was a fire that consumed not just flesh, but the very essence of being. It was a fire that devoured them, body and soul, without mercy. They were not burned. They were unmade. Their flesh disintegrated into golden light, as though the very substance of their being was being erased from existence. Their blood evaporated before it could even hit the ground, leaving no trace behind. Their souls, visible for the briefest of moments as flickering sparks of light, were snuffed out with a finality that was as inevitable as it was terrifying. The crowd remained frozen in place, as if time itself had stopped. The air was thick with the smell of ozone and the lingering presence of divine power. And then, after what seemed like an eternity, silence fell. It was not the silence or peace. It was the silence of awe and terror. The traitors were gone, and nothing remained of them except for the empty air, the lingering traces of golden light, and the faintest echo of their screams. The divine judgment had been rendered, and Kael, standing at the center of it all, appeared as though nothing had transpired. His eyes glowed with an intensity that bordered on madness, but there was no sign of weariness or emotion in his stance. He was a god, and gods were above the petty concerns of mortals. The crowd's reaction was immediate and varied. Some dropped to their knees, their hands shaking as they pressed them to the ground in reverence. They whispered prayers to a god who had shown them his power. Others stood frozen in fear, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Some, unable to bear the weight of it, fled the scene, but even their movements were controlled by some unseen force. Divine will held them in place, forcing them to witness the emperor's wrath. Above it all, on a shadowed balcony overlooking the square, Claudin stood as still as stone. His figure was a dark silhouette against the golden light that washed over the plaza, his cloak fluttering gently in the wind. His eyes, cold and calculating, observed the scene below with a detached intensity. His mind raced, processing every detail of the emperor's display of power: the golden chains, the celestial symbols, the divine fire that consumed the traitors. The Archons had answered the emperor's call. But Kael did not flinch. He did not react with fear or awe. There was no hesitation in his gaze. There was only recognition. Kael had revealed his hand. The emperor was no longer playing politics. He had transcended them. This was not a ruler seeking to maintain his throne. This was a man declaring his godhood. Beside Kael, Elysia stood, her face pale with disbelief. Her eyes were wide, her lips trembling as she tried to comprehend the magnitude of what they had just witnessed. "This changes everything," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the stillness. Kael did not respond immediately. His jaw tightened as he considered the implications. His mind unfolded in a series of swift calculations, each one more dangerous than the last. What had Kael traded to gain such power? What ancient pacts had he forged? And what cost would the Emperor pay for his audacity? But one question lingered above all others. How could he be broken? A slow, cold smile crept across Kael's lips. It was not the smile of a man who feared the Emperor's power. It was the smile of a predator who had just identified the weakness in his prey. Kael had revealed his power, yes, but in doing so, he had also revealed his vulnerability. Because even gods could bleed. And Kael would make sure the world remembered that. The imperial capital had fallen into a stunned silence, the kind of silence that wraps around you like a thick fog, suffocating all hope, all thought. Every corner of the city seemed to hold its breath, as though it feared to disturb the wake of Emperor Kael's ascension. The people had witnessed what they could only call a divine spectacle. But it was not the awe of beauty that gripped them, it was fear. Fear of the unknown. Fear of the god who had risen from the ashes of his mortal coil and revealed himself as something greater, something terrifying. In the Grand Plaza, where crowds once cheered the Emperor's presence, there was now only hushed reverence. The storm that had followed Kael's wrath had settled into a thick, oppressive stillness. The scent of ozone still clung to the stones beneath the feet of the watching crowds. And yet, even as they whispered in awe, there was one figure who stood apart from them and unmoved, untouched by the spectacle. Kladen. The light of the Emperor's judgment had not reached him. He stood as still as stone, his dark eyes cold and calculating, reflecting the unnatural gold that pulsed from the heavens. He had seen it all. Kael's power, his newfound divinity. Kael had studied every detail with a dispassionate precision. Kael understood what had occurred. The Emperor's power was not self-fashioned. It had been granted. The Archons had intervened, and in that moment, Kael was no longer bound by the constraints of mortality. He had ascended. But power that was granted could be taken away. Kael's lips curled into a cold, almost imperceptible smile. His mind was already racing, spinning the web of his next move. He had come too far to be deterred by the rise of an emperor who now believed himself a god. Kael's eyes narrowed slightly as the crowds around the plaza began to stir, whispers circulating like wildfire. The emperor was a god. But gods, Kael knew this well, had their weaknesses. Beneath the imperial palace, deep within the bowels of the ancient city, Kael moved with purposeful silence. Ilicia, ever at his side, walked with him, her expression unreadable. She, too, had seen what Kael had done, but unlike the crowds, she was not in awe. She was calculating. She was aware of the stakes, and she knew Kael would have his plans in motion. They descended through long-forgotten passages, the air thick with dust and silence. The forgotten vaults, hidden beneath the layers of history and forgotten knowledge, were the last place the Empire would ever want to acknowledge. Not because of the power they contained, but because of the truths they concealed. "Do you know what lies ahead?" Ilicia asked, her voice low, as if even the echo of her words might awaken the ancient secrets that lingered in the walls. Kael glanced at her, his gaze unyielding. "I know exactly what lies ahead. And it is not what Kael thinks." They moved deeper still, through corridors that had not felt the footstep of a living soul for centuries. The air grew colder as they neared the vault's core, and the shadows around them seemed to pulse with ancient energy. Then they reached it. A towering door, made of black iron and etched with silver bands, stood at the end of the hall. There were no handles, no hinges, just an inscription, a language older than even the Empire itself. Alicia's fingers traced the script, her breath hitching slightly. A sealing sigil. Pre-astral Empire. Forbidden even among the old archival orders. Kael's eyes darkened as he pulled out a scrap of parchment, worn with age, its edges fraying. The Emperor's private cipher, a key to the deepest of secrets. He had stolen it from the heart of the imperial throne. The power it held was immeasurable. Without a word, Kael spoke 3 ancient words. The door responded. The air screamed. Symbols flared to life, burning with a blinding intensity. The door cracked and splintered, collapsing into a fine dust that glittered like dying stars. Inside was a chamber unlike any Kael had ever seen, or a tomb for forgotten knowledge. Scrolls, tomes, and artifacts filled the room, each one shimmering with faint, eerie light. They moved of their own accord, as if alive, as though yearning to be touched, to be understood. But at the center of the room, upon a pedestal, lay a single book. It was unlike anything Kael had ever encountered, a tome bound in shifting leather that seemed to breathe. The air around it hummed with a dark, almost magnetic energy. The book was both a temptation and a warning. Its cover was featureless, its edges curling as though trying to escape the world. Ilicia's breath caught in her throat. That book, a broken bar. Her voice was barely a whisper, laden with dread. It's not just forbidden, it's cursed. Kael's gaze never left the book. His mind, already calculating, already moving, was unwavering. Then let us be cursed. His hand hovered above the tome, the darkness radiating from it curling around his fingers like smoke. He could feel the weight of something ancient pressing against his chest, something older than the empire itself, something that had once whispered across the boundaries of existence. With a final, deliberate motion, he touched it, and everything vanished. There was no floor beneath him, no ceiling above. There was only a black, endless void. A place where time and space had no meaning, a place where reality itself was suspended. Kael stood alone, as if abandoned by existence itself. The silence around him was deafening. But soon, from the abyss, light began to pulsate, a golden, impossible light. It did not illuminate, it revealed. And then, they spoke. You seek knowledge beyond your station. The voices were not one, but many. Their tones layered and twisted, chaotic and omnipresent. Male and female, neither and both. Each voice was at once a whisper and a thunderous roar. Kael's expression remained unchanged. He had prepared for this. His gaze never wavered. I seek understanding. You seek power, they echoed, sharper now, as if the voices were testing him. Kael stood firm, unyielding. I seek the truth. A shape began to emerge from the light. It was not human. It was not beast. It was something between. A figure sculpted from gold, hallowed in a silence that pressed in from all sides. Its face shifted, changing with every moment, every breath, cycling through ages, identities, moments never born. An Archon. The golden figure hovered before Kael, its form impossibly tall, yet never fully solid. It was a being of immense power, its mere presence warping the air around them. We are the architects, the keepers of balance, the whisperers of fate. Kael's eyes narrowed. Fate is flawed. The Archon's gaze shifted, as if considering him. Then it spoke again, its voice echoing with ancient weight. You have defied what was written. You are not the first to challenge the threads of destiny. I intend to rewrite it, Kael replied, his voice low but filled with purpose. The Archon's presence wavered slightly, as if the very words had shaken it. What you seek is not yours to claim. You are but a mortal. I am no mortal, Kael said coldly, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. I am the one who will break your threads. The void trembled. The Archon's form flickered, dimming, as if the weight of its certainty was being tested. What have you done to Kael? Kael asked, his tone unwavering. The Archon's response was slow, strained. He is no longer yours to control. The words were painful, the Archon seemingly struggling to say them. It was not just a statement of fact, it was a declaration of something deeper, something that pained the very fabric of fate itself. Kael's smirk returned, cold and knowing. You fear him? No, the Archon denied. You fear me, Kael said quietly, his voice sharper now, slicing through the uncertainty in the Archon's voice. There was a long silence, pregnant with meaning. And then, the Archon spoke once more. We gave him a fraction, a thread of divine flame. But know this, mortal, a broken bar. If you stand against him, you stand against us. Kael's voice was a whisper, but it rang with a finality that shattered the moment. Then I will remind your kind that even the architects of fate can fall from grace. The vision cracked, shattering like fragile glass, and Kael was returned to the vault, standing before the pedestal once more. The book still pulsed with dark energy, its power now tangible in the air. Ilicia, who had watched him closely, asked, her voice sharp with curiosity and wariness, what did you see? Kael's gaze was distant as he considered his response. They have made their move, he said, his voice carrying the weight of all he had learned. Now it's our turn. He reached for the book, its dark presence clinging to him like an omen. We dethrone a god. And with that, he turned, his mind already threading through the many possibilities that lay ahead, his path to power now irrevocably set. The imperial palace loomed under a sky scattered with stars, each gleaming like a distant witness to the drama unfolding beneath. The palace itself was a behemoth of grandeur, a monument to ambition that reached skyward, its gilded towers piercing the heavens with spires like spears cast in gold. The marble floors and ornate halls seemed to hold secrets in their very design, echoing with whispers of long-dead monarchs and their unfulfilled ambitions. But amidst this splendor, a quiet tremor reverberated through the very walls of the empire. Not of rebellion, not of defiance, but of something far more insidious. Doubt. Emperor Kael had shown them a power that transcended mortal comprehension. The air itself had vibrated with the force of his ascension, a divine spectacle that had left the empire awestruck. Yet, for all his godly transformation, there lingered an uncomfortable truth: power is a fickle god. And Clardan was prepared to bind it, to twist its chains to his will. In the solitude of her private chambers, far from the hustle and bustle of the imperial court, Empress Seraphina sat alone, as she had so many times before. The room was dimly lit, the shadows dancing across the walls like living things, moving in time to the flicker of candlelight. Seraphina's beauty had long been the envy of courtiers, but it was her mind that truly made her a force to be reckoned with. A mind that was always calculating, always strategizing. Tonight, her gaze was fixed not on the mirror but on the thin, delicate rim of the goblet she held in her hands. The crimson wine swirled lazily, as though matching the swirling thoughts in her mind. The Emperor's divine display had confirmed her worst fears. Her husband, if she could still call him that, was no longer a man. He had cast aside mortality, leaving behind all that had once tethered him to human fragility. The power he now wielded, divine and unrelenting, was something beyond even her reach. And with it, the empire had been reshaped. His will, once forged in the fire of human ambition, was now tempered by something far colder, far more absolute. And so, Seraphina found herself adrift. A woman of power, yet with no more sway over her own destiny than the flickering candlelight that illuminated her chamber. She had built her empire on manipulation, on finesse, on the art of survival. But Kael was no longer the man she had married, and if Kael had ascended beyond mortal bounds, where did that leave her? Certainly not beside him, not when he had become something so broken but untouchable. A soft knock broke her reverie, slow, deliberate, a reminder that even the most powerful were not beyond interruption. "Enter," she called, her voice steady, betraying no hint of the unease that stirred beneath her composed exterior. The door opened without resistance, revealing the figure of Clardan. His presence in the room was not an intrusion, it was a certainty, one that she had anticipated for some time. Kael's every step was purposeful, his every breath calculated. He was a man who understood the fragility of power, and how to weave it into his own tapestry of control. He carried with him an air of quiet confidence, one that spoke not of arrogance, but of inevitability. Seraphina couldn't help but offer him a faint smile, amused as always by his precision. She had never met a man more methodical in his every action, more poised in his every word. There was no wasted energy in Kael's movements. He was as a predator, icy calm, patient, waiting for the moment to strike. "You chose a bold hour to visit," Seraphina remarked, swirling the wine in her goblet. The liquid gleamed in the candlelight, a reflection of the thoughts that danced behind her eyes. Kael did not respond immediately, his gaze fixed on her as he took a seat across from her, uninvited but fully welcome. There was something in his demeanor, something about his stillness, that spoke volumes. He did not fidget. He did not glance around the room. His attention was entirely on her. "The Emperor has unshackled himself from mortality," Kael said, his voice smooth, as though the very words were carved from silk laced with steel. His tone was low, but each syllable held weight, each one a declaration of the truth as he saw it. "And in doing so, he's forgotten the weight of the throne." Seraphina's lips parted in a small, knowing smile. She tilted her head slightly, studying him. There was something in the way Kael spoke here, something almost prophetic, as if he were already beyond the moment, looking to the future with an unshakable certainty. She had known him long enough to understand that when Kael spoke, it was not an idle thought. It was the beginning of something much greater. "And you would remind him?" she asked, her voice soft but laced with an edge of curiosity. She leaned forward, the glint of the candlelight catching her eyes. The play of light across her face made her seem almost otherworldly, as though she too were bound to something larger than herself. "No," Kael replied, his voice firm, unwavering. "I intend to take it from him." Seraphina's amusement faded slightly, replaced by something darker, more calculating. She had survived countless dangers. She had weathered assassination attempts, poison, betrayal, and plots both within and outside her own court. But she had never once imagined that a man such as Clauden could offer her something so broken bar dangerous. Yet here he was, sitting across from her, speaking of taking a throne that, until recently, had seemed unassailable. She tilted her head, the flicker of a challenge in her eyes. "You ask me to betray a god?" Kael leaned forward, his eyes narrowing with a cold intensity that mirrored the weight of his words. "No, Seraphina," he said, his voice low, but laced with an undeniable power. "I ask you to outlive one." For a moment, Seraphina said nothing. The silence between them stretched, thick with the weight of their shared understanding. And yet, something inside her stirred. The faintest flicker of something that had been buried beneath layers of diplomacy, survival, and scheming for so long. Hope. It was fleeting, but it was there. She had outlasted every challenge, every plot, every betrayal. She had been the Empress for a reason, and not because of her birthright, but because of her mind, her ability to bend others to her will, to outmaneuver even the most ruthless of enemies. But Castella Broken Bar Castile had become something else entirely, something beyond her. And now, Kael offered her something the Emperor never could. Control. Seraphina set her goblet down, her fingers lingering on the edge for a moment longer than necessary. She drew in a slow, steady breath, her gaze locked on Kael as if weighing him, searching for any hint of doubt in his unflinching certainty. But there was nothing. Clauden was no ordinary man. He was a force unto himself, one that neither divine nor mortal could fully understand. "Then let us see," she whispered, her voice carrying a dark promise. "How high a god can bleed." Above them, in the sanctum carved from starlight and stone, Castiel stood alone before a mirror that no longer reflected a man. The image that stared back at him was both radiant and unknowable, a god's reflection ever shifting between mortal and divine. There was something in his gaze, something far deeper than mere vanity. His transformation was complete, and yet, in the depths of his being, something stirred a ripple against the divine current. A hand reaching for the unthinkable. The name was not accompanied by fury or wrath, but by understanding, a quiet acknowledgement that the serpent was moving. He turned from the mirror, his expression unreadable, yet his mind racing. The stakes had changed. The game was no longer one of human politics. It was a battle for the very fabric of power itself. "Summon Lucien," he commanded, his voice low and unwavering. The sword would be tested, and so would his claim to godhood. The imperial palace loomed under the weight of an oppressive silence, a silence that seemed unnatural for such a grand edifice. The gilded towers stretched upward like defiant fingers, scraping against a midnight sky that held no stars, as if even the heavens had turned their gaze from the ancient heart of the empire. Inside, beneath the marble and gold, within the bowels of the palace that few ever saw, something dark and profound was stirring. Far beneath the towering spires, deep within the sanctum of the divine, the air grew thick with a presence far older than time itself. Here, the light dared not linger. Torches flickered weakly along the cold stone walls, their flames bending and dying as though cowering before the force that dominated the chamber. Lucien Van Christ knelt before the altar, the weight of the world pressing down on him. He was no longer the celebrated hero of the empire, no longer the shining blade that had once cut through enemies with righteousness and valor. His body had been remedied, twisted by the vile essence of demon's blood. His once pristine silver hair clung to sweat-soaked skin, his breath shallow and labored as an unnatural force throbbed beneath his flesh, a storm of demonic power raging just beneath the surface of his skin. The blood had hollowed him. It had consumed him. And yet, a small flicker of humanity remained, buried deep beneath the monstrous transformation. His fingers twitched involuntarily, a gesture he could no longer control. Lucien had become something different. The man he had once been, the hero who had stood tall, who had once fought for justice, here was gone. He was a weapon, an instrument of destruction. The demon's blood had burned through his soul and reconstructed him into something stronger, something dangerous. But control was a luxury he no longer had. And it was slipping further from his grasp with every passing moment. Footsteps echoed from the far end of the chamber, their deliberate pace breaking the oppressive silence. Lucien's heart skipped a beat. His head snapped up, his body stilling as his senses sharpened. His eyes locked onto the figure that emerged from the shadows. It was him, Emperor Kael. But this was no mere mortal ruler stepping forward. No, the mana or whatever remained of Hema was something far greater now. Kael did not walk, he drifted, his form a specter of divine power. A halo of eerie, golden light surrounded him, casting long, shifting shadows across the chamber. The very air around him seemed to warp, to bend and twist under the weight of his presence. He was not a man. Not anymore. Lucien had seen gods fall and demons rise. He had crossed swords with nightmares and fought against horrors from realms beyond understanding. But this was different. This was power in its most unfathomable, unrestrained form. Castiel's golden eyes, glowing like stars trapped in human sockets, met Lucien's gaze. They burned with a divine intensity that seared through Lucien's very soul. And yet, the Emperor's voice, when it came, was not filled with the wrath of a god, or rather, it carried an unsettling calm, the cold finality of someone who had transcended mortal concerns. "Rise," Castiel commanded. Lucien obeyed without hesitation, pushing himself to his feet, his body still trembling with the power of the demon's blood and the strain of maintaining control. He was a weapon. And yet, in the presence of Castiel, he felt small. He felt like nothing more than a blade, a tool to be wielded at the Emperor's whim. "You feel it, don't you?" Castiel asked, his voice soft but insistent. "The hunger?" Lucien's throat tightened as a wave of nausea passed through him. He knew the hunger. It gnawed at him constantly, a reminder of the price he had paid for resurrection. The demon's blood inside him demanded more. It called to him, promising power in exchange for his soul, for his humanity. He could feel the hunger now, pulsing just beneath the surface, clawing at his mind. "Yes," Lucien replied, his voice barely a whisper. "I feel it." "Good," Castiel said, his lips curving into something that might have been a smile, though it was more predatory than reassuring. "That means you are strong enough to contain it, strong enough to bear the weight of what comes next." Lucien's breath caught in his chest, his mind racing with 1,000 questions, each more dangerous than the last. "Why have you summoned me, Your Majesty?" he asked, his voice rough but steady. Castiel turned his back on him, walking away with the regal air of a man who no longer felt bound by mortal limitations. The Emperor's movements were slow, deliberate, as though he were savoring the moment, the power he held over Lucien. His voice carried across the chamber, rich and resonant. "I will ask you only once," Castiel said, his tone like an edict. "Are you my sword?" Lucien's heart stuttered in his chest. He had fought for honor, for justice, for the ideals that once defined him. But now, those ideals were distant echoes, lost in the depths of the darkness that had consumed him. The man who had once stood for what was right was dead. What remained was a weapon, a tool to be wielded. Lucien hesitated, just for a heartbeat, but it was enough. Enough for the weight of the decision to crash down upon him. Castiel turned slowly, his golden eyes narrowing. The look he gave Lucien was not filled with anger but with the cold, calculating finality of a god who had no patience for weakness. "You hesitate," Castiel said, his voice low but carrying the weight of inevitability. "Is this how you repay me? After all I have given you? After I have elevated you beyond mortal constraints?" Lucien felt the pressure of Castiel's gaze, like a blade against his throat. His breath caught in his chest as the choice loomed before him. He had no redemption. He had no future. He had become a monster in the eyes of the world, and now, he stood at the edge of his fate. Loyalty was all that remained. With a final, shuddering breath, Lucien dropped to one knee. His fists clenched at his sides as he bowed his head, submitting to the will of the Emperor. "I am your sword, Your Majesty," he said, his voice thick with the weight of his decision. Castiel's lips curved in a smile small, but full of approval. "Then it is time," he said, his voice carrying the finality of a death sentence. The Emperor raised his hand, and in that instant, The very air seemed to crackle with power. The chamber trembled, and a sigil ancient, incomprehensible, and drenched in divine energy burst to life in the air before them. It glowed with a blinding, golden light, its intricate lines and symbols shifting and pulsing with a strange, otherworldly rhythm. The walls seemed to groan as the sigil burned itself into the very fabric of reality. The power in the chamber swelled, pressing down on Lucian's chest like the weight of the world. His heart pounded in his ears, and he could feel his skin tighten with the intensity of the magic that was being wrought. And then, before him, it appeared. It was not a sword, not a simple weapon forged of steel. No, this was something else. Something far darker, far more powerful. The sword of annihilation. It descended from the air like a bolt of divine judgment, striking the stone floor with a deafening crash. The impact sent a shockwave through the chamber, rattling the walls and shaking the very foundations beneath their feet. The sword was not simply a weapon, it was an embodiment of divine wrath, a tool of destruction forged in the very fires of the gods themselves. Lucian flinched at the sight of it, but there was no room for fear now. Only obedience. Castiel's voice rang out again, cold and commanding. Take it. Lucian's fingers twitched, and he stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest. The moment his hand touched the hilt of the sword, a surge of agony ripped through him. His body locked in place as the sword rejected him, testing him, tearing at his very soul. It was as if the blade itself sought to know whether he was worthy. The pain was unbearable, but Lucian did not scream. He could not. He had endured worse. He had broken before, but now, he would not break again, not for anything. With a growl of defiance, Lucian wrenched the blade free from the ground. Golden fire exploded from the wound in the stone, scorching the air around him. The sword hummed with an unsettling power as it was lifted into his grip, and Lucian felt the weight of it settling into his body, fusing with the very core of his being. He was no longer the man he had once been. He was something else, something more. Castiel approached, his gaze never leaving Lucian as he took in the scene before him. His voice dropped to a low, almost reverent tone. There is one who stands in defiance of me, he said. Lucian's grip on the sword of annihilation tightened, though he did not need to hear the name. He knew it already. Clardon. At the mention of that name, Lucian's hands clenched tighter around the hilt of the sword. The anger of the Furia surged through him, burning in his veins like fire. The blade is yours, Castiel said, his tone now filled with an unmistakable authority. Now go. Cut him down. Lucian nodded, his eyes narrowing with the cold focus of a predator who had finally found his prey. The night was pregnant with tension, a silence so deep and suffocating it felt as through the world itself was holding its breath. Above the capital, thunder rumbled behind the curtain of storm clouds, cloaking the moon in darkness. Lightning cracked in the distance, brief flashes of fury illuminating the sprawling city below. The storm was a reflection of the storm brewing inside the Empire itself, for this was a moment that would be written in blood and steel. Inside Clardon's war chamber, the only source of light was the flickering flame of a single candle. Its weak glow barely cut through the gloom that hung in the air like a tangible presence, casting long, distorted shadows across the cold stone walls. The silence was oppressive, the stillness heavy with the weight of decisions to be made. And yet, in the midst of the tension, Kael stood poised and unmoving, like a predator waiting for its prey to make the first move. The great mahogany table before him was etched with battlefronts, shifting tides of war, and intricate political schematics, maps of the empire, of alliances, of enemies. It was a tableau of the war that had consumed him, a game he had mastered. His fingers tapped a slow, steady rhythm against the wood, a motion more deliberate than habitual, a metronome of thought as his mind ground through possibilities, each one colder and more ruthless than the last. Around him, his inner circle stood like carved statues, silent, tense, waiting for the inevitable. To his right, Ilicia stood with her arms folded, her silver eyes narrowed in concentration. The elven general's usual calm was shattered, the air around her crackling with a barely restrained unease. The news they had just received had not been easy to digest. The Empire's enemies, it seemed, were more resourceful than anyone had anticipated. To his left, Dara's Veil emerged from the shadowed corner of the room, his figure more presence than man. His cloak trailed like spilled ink across the stone floor, melding into the darkness, leaving only his cold, predatory gaze visible. He was the perfect spy, the perfect killer, a ghost whose whispers could tear down kingdoms. "My lord," Darius spoke, voice low and precise, cutting through the tension like a razor. "The Emperor has moved his first piece." Kael's gaze remained fixed on the table, his expression unreadable. He did not look up, but the stillness of his posture betrayed the alertness in his mind. "Then speak. What has Kael sacrificed?" Without a word, Darius stepped forward, extending a sealed scroll. The wax seal on it bore the unmistakable imprint of a golden phoenix rising from fire. It was the symbol of the Emperor, a symbol that had come to represent both its might and its eventual decay. Kael's eyes flicked briefly over the seal before he broke it cleanly, his hand steady. His gaze moved quickly across the paper, scanning the words as though they were little more than a series of tactical calculations. The air in the room seemed to grow colder as he read, and when he finished, he allowed the scroll to slip from his fingers, sending it fluttering to the floor. "Lucian vanquished lives," Kael murmured, his voice low but carrying the weight of thunder. The words struck like lightning, and for a long moment, the silence that followed seemed to stretch into eternity. Even the candlelight seemed to recoil in fear, casting long shadows as if it, too, feared what had just been spoken. Ilicia's composure shattered like glass. Impossible. He was broken, shattered beyond repair. Yet reborn, Darius said, his tone laced with a hint of awe, as though the very notion of Lucian's return was something beyond even his understanding. Kael's golden eyes gleamed with a sharp, predatory amusement. He lifted the scroll once more, examining it with a detached curiosity. "Expected," he said, his voice cold and calculating. Darius blinked in confusion. "Expected?" he asked, his mind struggling to keep pace with the rapid developments. Kael's gaze lifted slowly, his lips curling into a dangerous smile. "The Emperor was never one to waste potential," Kael said, his voice a venomous purr. "Lucian was a perfect mold, a prideful, loyal, wounded." Kael gave him a reason to stand again. He thrust the scroll aside like a discarded piece of parchment, the finality of the gesture reflecting his complete indifference to it. "Demon's blood," Kael said with a dark chuckle. Ilicia's jaw tightened. "Then he's no longer himself." "No," Kael replied almost fondly, his eyes glittering with something that resembled amusement. "He's something worse." The words hung in the air, each syllable carrying the weight of inevitability. He rose slowly, his movement predatory, as if every motion was a deliberate stroke of power. The flickering flame of the candle danced wildly, casting chaotic shadows across his face. "The question isn't how strong he's become," Kael continued, his voice low, lethal. "It's whether he's still a sword, a broken bar, or just a wound trying to cut back." The room was silent for a moment, the tension thick enough to slice through with a blade. Darius kneeled, the weight of the situation sinking in. "Your command?" he asked, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Kael's smirk deepened, and he turned to face his two most trusted allies. "Let him come," he said simply. The words were a decree, the finality of them leaving no room for doubt. Elsewhere, far from the War Council, the ruins of Ulthar stretched beneath a sky that seemed to bleed crimson. What had once been a beacon of wisdom and culture now lay in ruins, its grand towers shattered, its stone streets cracked and broken, its memory nothing more than a faded echo in the wind. Among the city's bones knelt Lucian vanquished, the man who had once been the Empire's greatest hero. Now, he was something else entirely. The man who had been whole was gone. In his place stood a figure reshaped by death and rebirth, a twisted amalgamation of what had been and what could never be. His once silver hair, streaked with the blackness of corruption, whipped in the wind. His eyes no longer the soft blue they had once been, burned with an infernal fire, red and unyielding. His veins shimmered beneath his pale skin, glowing like molten gold trapped beneath the surface. In his hand, the sword of annihilation pulsed with a dark, malevolent energy. It was a weapon forged in divine and demonic fires, a thing of terrible beauty and death. The blade itself seemed to writhe and squirm, its edge cloaked in black fire, the air around it crackling with the promise of annihilation. The whispers never ceased. They echoed in his mind, a cacophony of hunger and rage. Strike, rule, kill. You were made to serve vengeance. Lucian stood slowly, every movement deliberate, as if the very air around him recoiled at his presence. The sword's weight was no burden, it was a purpose, a reason to exist. The very air seemed to bend around him, as if the world itself was unwilling to hold him. His gaze lifted, and the wind carried a name. Cladden. The name was both a blade and a wound, a memory that bled, a promise of what had been stolen. You stole everything, Lucian whispered, his voice unnaturally calm. It was the calm of a man who had shed all pretense of humanity. It was the calm of a monster. His grip on the sword tightened. I was the Empire's sword, the hero of men, and your broken bar made me kneel. The flames along the blade surged higher, fed by his rage. It recognized his hatred, and it fed on it, growing stronger with every breath. But now a broken bar. He raised the blade high, the sky seeming to twist with the fury of his actions. I am reborn. The power exploded outward like a wave, sending a ring of flame and shadow radiating from him, breaking the very earth beneath his feet. The ruins around him trembled, the wind howling as the heavens seemed to bend in response to his power. And then, in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Gone like a storm wind, a ghost of vengeance. Atop the Imperial Palace, Emperor Castiel stood alone on his balcony, his back straight, his arms clasped behind him, and his eyes fixed on the horizon. He did not move. He did not speak. His form was a dark silhouette against the bloody sky, as if he were the very shadow cast by the Empire itself. He listened. Deep within, something stirred as something ancient, something terrible. A howl from the ruins, a heartbeat of chaos. A shadow awakened. Castiel's lips curled into a smile, and he whispered to the night, "Now, Kael, a broken bar, show me what it means to defy a god." The Imperial Palace, once a symbol of untouchable power, now felt like a crumbling monument to a dying dynasty. The towering marble walls, once gleaming white with the pride of Castiel's reign, were now stained with the weight of history. The regal arches and frescoes that adorned every hall spoke of an era long past, to one of gods, of conquerors, of men who ruled the world with divine right. But now, those same walls felt like they were closing in, as if the very bones of the Empire were groaning in their final moments. Inside the throne room, the atmosphere was thick with impending doom. A place that had once resounded with the echoes of power now hummed with tension, the air heavy with the crushing silence of a dying era. The massive golden throne at the far end of the room sat, unmoving, like the skeleton of a long-dead king. The great windows, once designed to let in the light of the sun, now only reflected shadows, are cold, oppressive, and eternal. Emperor Castiel sat at the center of it all, his form rigid, his expression one of barely contained frustration. His hands, pale and trembling, gripped the golden armrests of the throne as if they were the only things keeping him anchored to his rapidly crumbling world. Before him stood the Archons, divine beings who had once been the Empire's staunchest allies. They were now the cold, indifferent arbiters of fate, judging, waiting, calculating. Their forms shimmered, shifting between tangible and ethereal, their eyes flickering with an ancient wisdom that surpassed human comprehension. These were not the divine warriors Castiel had once relied on, but something far more distant, far more detached. A lone Archon stepped forward, its form rippling like an image in a pool of disturbed water. Its voice did not echo within the room, but rather, it reverberated in Castiel's mind, threading through his thoughts and drowning him in a cold, hollow certainty. The balance fractures. The blood of your empire runs sour, and its roots rot beneath the weight of its crown. You have failed, Emperor. Castiel's jaw tightened. He could feel the walls of the room closing in on him, the air suffocating his lungs. He tried to swallow, but his throat felt dry, constricted by the gravity of the moment. I summoned you, he rasped, his voice cracked, betraying the desperation he could no longer contain. I summoned you to deal with these, a broken bar usurper, Cladden. He threatens everything I have built, to everything we have built. The second Archon moved, its presence heavy and final. It gazed at Castiel with eyes that burned like dying stars, so ancient and weary. The Emperor could feel the weight of its gaze pressing against him, each second that passed like an eternity. You misunderstand, mortal. The Archon's voice whispered through his mind. We serve not men. We serve the destiny of the Empire itself. And destiny has already turned its back on you. The words hit Kael with the force of a hammer. His breath caught, a cold shiver crawling up his spine. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, each beat echoing like a death knell. No, he gasped, his voice a strangled plea. You swore to me a broken bar. You are bound to me, by the ancient oaths, by the divine contract. I am the Emperor, the chosen ruler of this world. The Archon's form flickered, and for a moment, its eyes flashed like stars collapsing into the void. You were never chosen, it said, its voice unyielding. We stand where faith demands us to. And faith no longer demands you. Kael's mind reeled. The room seemed to spin. His body shook with the weight of the truth he did not want to accept. The very foundation of his empire was crumbling, not because of rebellion or treason, but because the divine itself had abandoned him. His hands, clenched on the throne, trembled violently. No, this cannot be. I will not let Hemacladnock consume everything I have built. I will not be forgotten. I am the Emperor. A third Archon, standing in the shadow of the others, spoke not with words but with a silent, crushing presence. It was a stillness that spoke of eternity, of things far older than the Empire itself. It was an absence, a void that threatened to swallow everything Kael had ever known. Then perhaps it deserves to be consumed, the Archon intoned, its voice a whisper of inevitability. The words settled like ash in the Emperor's chest, the weight of them pressing down on his soul, suffocating him. His vision blurred, his hands shaking, his pulse racing. The Empire he had bled for, fought for, and sacrificed for, was it all for nothing? Had he truly built it on sand, only for the winds of fate to sweep it away? And then, like a disturbance in the very air itself, the doors to the throne room creaked open. A cold breeze swept through the hall, extinguishing several of the flickering torches. The temperature dropped, and in that frozen moment, Kael felt a presence calm, calculated, unyielding. The same presence he had felt countless times in his nightmares. Claudin stepped into the room. Not rushed, not fearful, not even the slightest hint of hesitation. He walked with purpose, with the surety of a man who knew he was the master of this moment, the master of this empire. The shadows seemed to bend and twist in his wake, as if the very room acknowledged his presence with a shiver. Behind him, the Empress walked in silence, her every step measured, her posture perfect, her eyes fixed ahead with an unreadable expression. Once a loyal companion to Kael, she now stood firmly by Kael's side. Her allegiance was clear. Kael rose from his throne, his body stiff with the realization that his time was slipping away. You have no place here, Claudin, he spat, his voice thick with fury. This is my empire. You will never take it from me. Kael did not flinch. He did not even smile. His eyes were cold, calculating, as if he were not looking at an emperor but a puppet, a man long past his use. Don't I? Kael asked softly, his voice carrying like a blade across the stillness of the room. He glanced at the Archons, his gaze mocking. This is the Empire's throne, is it not? And they've already made their decision. The Archons did not move. They did not react, but their silence spoke volumes. Kael's heart thundered in his chest. You would let him rule? His voice broke, his knees trembling as the weight of his last hope slipped from his grasp. The first Archon spoke once more, its voice 1,000 years old. He does not need our permission. He already does. The truth settled in the room like a weight too heavy to bear. Kael stepped forward, his presence dominating the space. The floor beneath his boots seemed to tremble, as if it, too, recognized who the true ruler was. Kael's knees buckled slightly, and for the first time in his life, he felt the crushing weight of his own insignificance. Kael extended a single hand toward the throne, not in offer, but in claim. The Emperor's throne near the symbol of his rule was nothing but an empty seat now, a forgotten relic of an age that was over. Kael's breath caught. His throat went dry. His vision narrowed as the world around him seemed to spiral downward. The words that escaped his lips were weak, almost inaudible. No, a broken bar, no, please, a broken bar. Kael's smirk deepened, his voice low and steady. You built this empire on blood, Kael. On fear. I built mine on inevitability, on the knowledge that everything you built would one day fall. The throne room felt colder now. Kael felt the last of his strength slipping away. He had failed. There was no one left to fight for him. His world had crumbled, and Kael was the force that had brought it down. "Do you understand now?" Kael whispered, his voice a shadow across Castiel's soul. "I am the Empire's true ruler, and there is nothing you can do to stop it." For the first time, Castiel felt the cold bite of true powerlessness. The Imperial throne room had once been the epicenter of absolute rule, a place where the very air seemed to throb with the weight of divine sovereignty. Marble floors, polished to perfection, reflected the opulence of the room in stark contrast to the cold winds of fate that now swept across the once mighty empire. The chandeliers, massive and ornate, flickered as if trembling in the presence of the inevitable. The crimson and gold banners, symbols of the empire's undying glory, fluttered weakly, as if even they were questioning their relevance. A subtle draft disturbed the ancient air, making them sway like ghostly reminders of a dying dynasty. The very walls, lined with ancient tapestries depicting the triumphs of past emperors, seemed to lean inward, as if mourning the collapse of the empire that had once been eternal. At the center of the room, upon the grandest throne of gold and silver, sat Emperor Castiel. His posture was rigid, but the regal air that once enveloped him now seemed to wither away. His fingers were gripped so tightly around the armrests that his knuckles had gone white. The once proud monarch's golden eyes, usually blazing with the fire of command, now burned with a colder, darker resolve. His mind raced, calculating, seeking a way to undo what was happening. But there was no escaping it. No way out. Claudan stood before him, a figure of calm and certainty. His presence alone twisted the air, as if reality itself bent to his will. Every movement he made was deliberate, controlled, impossible to ignore. He was not just a man, he was a force of nature, an unstoppable momentum heading toward the final, inevitable conclusion. Kael was uncrowned, but he didn't need a crown to wield power. In that moment, it was clear to all who watched that this was Kael's empire now. The court was silent. The generals, the nobles, the few remaining loyalists all watched in awe. Some were afraid, some were relieved, but none could deny the truth in front of them. The empire had already been taken. Castiel's thoughts churned. He had fought with everything he had. He had summoned the Archons, the last remnants of divine power. He had relied on blood, on ancient laws, on threats. But Kael had sacrificed nothing. He had taken everything with his mind, with his manipulation, and with the inevitability of his ascent. And now, the end was here. Castiel swallowed, his throat dry. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words felt hollow. His voice, when it came, was cracked and thinner like the breaking of aged parchment. "You think this makes you immortal?" His words cut through the silence, sharp and brittle. "Empires are not ruled by clever men. They are devoured by them." Kael's lips curled into the faintest smile, one that was neither cruel nor warm. It was a smile that reflected only inevitability. The smile of someone who had already won. "Then perhaps it is time they were devoured," Kael replied, his voice soft, yet unyielding, resonating like the calm before the storm. The room seemed to shift. Though nothing physical moved, it was as if the very atmosphere had changed. The imperial court was no longer a place of pomp and ceremony. It was a battleground of wills, and Kael's will had already shattered the empire's fragile facade. Behind Kael stood the empress, silent and regal. She had not been forced into submission, nor had she rebelled. She was here by choice. Her allegiance to Kael was not born of coercion, but of understanding. Her eyes met Castiel's for the briefest of moments, a silent acknowledgement of the power shift. The courtiers stood frozen, paralyzed by the weight of the moment. The Archons, the celestial beings who had once sworn to serve Castiel and protect the empire, stood motionless as well. Their presence was heavy, their silent judgment more deafening than any spoken word. Castiel knew he had one thing left: a pride. It was all he had. With a deliberate motion, Kael reached into his coat, pulling out a small object, to an ancient relic, long cherished by the empire. The imperial signet, the golden seal that marked Castiel's legitimacy, his birthright, his rule. For a moment, the emperor's gaze lingered on the signet, his fingers twitching as if he could still feel the remnants of its power. But Kael was already ahead of him. With the precision of a surgeon, he dropped the signet onto the cold marble floor. The tiny object fell with a soft, reverberating clink, a sound that echoed like the ringing of a bell, signaling the end of an era. Castiel's heart skipped a beat. His chest tightened as if he had been struck. He had known this moment would come, but the reality of it was still unbearable. Kael's voice sliced through the thick silence, his words cutting through the air like a blade. "Pick it up," he ordered, his tone calm but unyielding. "And kneel." The command was not shouted. It was not demanded. It was simply a statement of fact to a force of will that Castiel could not ignore. The room held its breath. For a long, agonizing moment, Castiel remained rooted in place. His eyes never left the signet. His heart pounded in his chest, and his mind screamed for him to defy the inevitable. But even as the blood surged in his veins, he knew this was the end. Slowly, deliberately, Castiel stood from his throne. His movements were stiff, as though his body was weighed down by the gravity of what he was about to do. He walked toward the signet, each step feeling like an eternity. He reached it. And then, with the last vestiges of his dignity, he knelt. His knee touched the cold, unforgiving marble floor. One hand reached out and grasped the signet, lifting it as though it were the last shred of his identity. A collective gasp reverberated through the court, like a ripple across a still pond. The emperor had knelt. Not to a conqueror, not to a god, but to Kladen. Kael stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate. He did not rush to claim victory. He had already won. His hand reached out, and not in mercy, not in blessing her, but in absolute dominance. He placed his hand on Castiel's bowed head, his fingers curling in a way that conveyed ownership, not pity. "You understand now," Kael whispered, so only the emperor could hear. "This was never about thrones, or banners, or even blood." Castiel said nothing. Kael's grip tightened ever so slightly, just enough to remind Castiel of his place. "It was about who controls the story," Kael continued. "And now, Emperor, you have no place in it." Castiel remained silent. His pride had been shattered, his world crumbling. But there was no anger in his heart, only resignation. He had been written out of the story, and there was nothing left for him to do but accept it. Kael turned from the fallen emperor and addressed the court. His gaze swept over the nobles, the generals, the loyalists. There was no need for speeches, no grand declarations. His presence spoke louder than any words ever could. One by one, the courtiers lowered their gazes. Not one dared to challenge him. Not one dared to speak. Even the Archons, those celestial beings that had once sworn fealty to Castiel, remained silent. Their eyes, once filled with divine purpose, now seemed to hold something else, something far more mortal: resignation. Behind Kael, the Empress stepped forward, her movements graceful, yet firm. She did not step aside. She did not bow. She stood beside him, not behind him. She was his equal now. Kael did not smile. He did not need to. His eyes were already fixed beyond the imperial court, beyond the empire, beyond the world. The throne had been claimed. But this was not the end. It was only the beginning. Kladen had not come to rule the empire. He had come to remake it. The night sky stretched endlessly above, a canvas of stars shimmering with an eerie, unnatural brilliance. Where once they had provided solace and guidance to the mortals below, they now shone with a cold, harsh light, a light that seemed to flicker, to pulse as if it were alive, and not in a way that spoke of comfort. There was something ominous in that glimmer, an unsettling presence, as though the very heavens had turned their gaze downward, focused upon the mortal realm below with judgment already forming. On the highest balcony of the imperial citadel, Kael stood alone, his figure outlined in the silver light of a crescent moon. The wind was still, too still, as through the world itself had held its breath. Below him, the capital city sprawled, a sea of flickering golden lanterns, the citizens inside its walls oblivious to the storm stirring far above. The citadel, Kael's seat now, a place he had claimed and bent to his will, was not just the heart of the empire, but a monument to his conquest. It pulsed with a new rhythm, one that had been altered by Kael's hand, a rhythm that promised change, revolution, and something much more dangerous. But tonight, the weight of the silence hung too heavily on his shoulders. It was not the silence of mortal absence, but the silence that fills the void when fate shifts its course. It was as through the universe itself were listening, waiting, or perhaps recalculating. The stars overhead flickered in unnatural patterns, trembling with an energy that Kael could feel beneath his skin, like an electric hum that made the air around him feel taut, tauter than it had ever been. His eyes narrowed, not out of concern, but recognition. He had shattered empires, outmaneuvered gods, subdued demons and mortal rulers alike. He had torn through the fabric of the empire's politics, crushed any threat that dared stand against him, and bent the world to his will. But tonight, in the quiet stillness that wrapped around him, he felt it. A wrongness, a subtle, unseen thread of tension pulling at the edges of reality itself. Something was coming, behind him. A soft sound, the faintest whisper of fabric moving against the cool night air. Kael did not turn. He did not need to. He knew who it was, even before the graceful figure stepped into the moonlight. Elysia. Her name was like a sigh on the wind. He did not look at her, but he felt her presence, her calm, knowing eyes, the steady poise of 1,000 years of elven history wrapped in her. Her silvery hair caught the moonlight, turning her into something otherworldly. She stood with the confidence of one who had lived through ages and seen countless battles unfold. Yet tonight, even her timeless composure seemed to falter as she gazed up at the stars, her expression unreadable. "Kael," she said softly, her voice barely more than a whisper. "The veil. It's thinning." Kael did not respond immediately. He didn't need to. Her words, like everything she said, held weight. He already knew what she meant, and his silence was his acknowledgement. It was then that the sky answered. The stars above, once steadfast in their distant, glowing positions, began to shimmer in chaotic, erratic patterns. The sky seemed to split open before his eyes, not with a natural calm of dusk turning to dawn, but with a violence that shattered the tranquility of the night. The stars. They didn't fade. They dissipated, consumed by an invisible force, a rift tearing through the heavens with the speed and sharpness of shattered glass. The very fabric of the sky seemed to unravel, as if some cosmic thread had been severed, spilling open a breach through which something ancient and terrible began to pour. From that breach, something descended. Not a being of flesh, not an army, nor a demon. No, this was something else entirely. This was judgment. Concepts given form. Laws of the universe that did not bend to the whims of mortals or gods. The Archons. Kael's heart beat once, slow and steady. He felt it in his bones. This was no ordinary coming. This was not a visitation, not a chance encounter. The Archons had come to settle a matter of their own. High above, in the gaping rift in the sky, figures began to emerge. Not flying, not descending with wings like angels or dragons. They moved like shadows, like specters, only they were not composed of shadow. They were lighter, bent light, distorted light. They defied the laws of physics and geometry, and yet, in their very defiance, they seemed to embody the fundamental order of existence. At their lead stood one figure taller than the rest, so imposing that Kael could feel the weight of his presence from where he stood on the balcony. A being clad in golden armor so perfect, so flawless, that it seemed to absorb the light around it rather than reflect it. The armor was ancient, eternally so, and yet it remained untouched by time, unmarred by the ages. A blank mask covered his face, smooth and featureless, hiding whatever lay beneath. This was the first Archon, the leader of them all. Kael did not flinch. He did not react outwardly. His eyes, cold and sharp as ever, were fixed on the first Archon, taking in the being's every movement. The Archon stepped forward, and the very air seemed to tremble beneath the weight of his presence. A voice, if it could be called that, rippled through the universe itself, a resonance that vibrated with authority, with finality. "The balance has been broken." The words carried a weight that seemed to echo across dimensions, shaking the ground beneath Kael's feet, sending tremors through the air, through the very core of the empire he had built. But it was not a threat. It was a decree. The simple, undeniable statement of an inevitable truth. The rift in the sky flickered, but the Archons remained. Behind the first Archon, his brethren stood like a cosmic jury, all resplendent and terrifying in their silence. Their presence alone bent reality around them, twisting the very fabric of existence. Kael could feel it, a pressure, an overwhelming force pulling at the corners of his mind. But he stood tall. The air may tremble, the universe may shift, but he would not be moved. Then, another voice. This one was softer, more mournful. It came not from the first Archon, but from one of the others, a female voice, ageless and distant, like the whispered echoes of an ancient, forgotten time. Fate trembles at his existence. Again, They did not speak his name. They didn't have to. Every fiber of the universe had already learned it. Every entity, from the smallest insect to the highest celestial being, now knew Clouden. His rise, his conquest, his manipulation of destiny itself, had brought him to this point, this moment where the very heavens had decided to take notice. Back in the citadel, Kael stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the breach in the sky, unflinching, unbothered. His mind, sharp as ever, was already moving, calculating, plotting. There was no fear in his eyes, only curiosity. The kind of curiosity a predator feels when it faces something new, something unknown. The stars blink, he whispered to himself, a smirk playing at the corner of his lips, and the gods begin to move. The Archons were here, yes, but Kael was not some mortal king who cowered in their presence. He was not a man to be bowed to or ruled over. He was Cloudner, and he would either make them kneel or break them entirely. With a deliberate motion, Kael turned from the balcony, his cloak sweeping behind him like a wave of darkness. He did not look back, though the breach in the sky still raged above him. His mind was already far ahead, plotting his next move, considering his next step. Would he bow? He would not. Instead, he would break them. The sky remained fractured, a celestial wound across the fabric of reality. The stars, once luminous and reassuring, now flickered weakly. Their glow had become wrongly dull, as if they were mere ghosts of their former brilliance. A great, terrible thing had touched the heavens, leaving them scarred, and in its wake, an unnatural stillness. It was as if the universe itself was holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to unfold. Kael stood at the center of the war room in the Imperial Citadel, his figure stark against the low, flickering candlelight that illuminated the cavernous chamber. His hands rested on the blackened war table, carved from abyssal oak. The wood's grain twisted in intricate patterns, as though it contained secrets so dark and old. Each flicker of the flame sent strange shadows dancing across the walls, casting long and elongated silhouettes that seemed almost alive. The atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, a weight that pressed against the very air, suffocating the silence. Around him, his most trusted advisors gathered in quiet unease. The room was dim, but the tension radiated from each of them, as palpable as the heat of the candles. Ilesia, standing just at the edge of the room, her eyes sharp and penetrating, seemed unfazed, as if she had known this day would come. Selene, the once pure knight now bound to Kael's will, stood near the table, arms crossed, her gaze flickering from Kael to the map that sprawled before them. The map depicted not only the known world but also the reaches beyond and uncharted territories, forgotten lands, and, most importantly, the celestial bodies that had been torn apart in the sky. The Archons had come, and they had spoken his name. Kael's eyes lingered on the map, his fingers tracing the borders of empires and realms. His touch was deliberate, a careful sweep over the land he had come to dominate. But his attention was not on mortal kingdoms or the tides of political power. His focus was on the unmarked regions, the vast unknowns where legends whispered of celestial beings and the forbidden truths that even the most ancient of mortals feared to uncover. He had shattered emperors, outwitted gods, subdued demons, and built an empire that spanned continents. But nothing had prepared them for what had occurred above the heavens. The rupture, the fracture that cleaved the sky, was something beyond even Kael's understanding. But that did not disturb him. Instead, it stirred something deeper within him, a curiosity, a thrill. It was an omen, yes. But an omen of what? Power, judgment, or perhaps the beginning of something even greater? Ilesia, who had sensed the cosmic disturbance long before the Archons made their descent, finally spoke, her voice breaking the silence. "You don't seem surprised, Kael," she said, her tone neither questioning nor accusing but simply acknowledging the reality that stood before them. Kael's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile. His voice was a cold silk, smooth but edged with steel. "Surprised? No," he replied. "This was never a question of a if. It was only a question of a when." Alicia's expression softened slightly as she stepped forward, her elven features glowing softly in the candlelight. "But they have come," she murmured, her voice tinged with concern, "and they have spoken your name. These are not beings of mortal reckoning. They are broken bar gods." Kael's gaze flickered to her for a brief moment, his eyes narrowing, calculating. "The Archons are not gods, Ilesia," he said, the words coming out with a quiet conviction that seemed to echo beyond the walls of the citadel. Their constructs are beings of order, of balance, of inevitable fate, beings who think they understand the limits of power. But they are wrong. Celine, ever the soldier, scowled faintly from across the room. Her sharp eyes, once filled with the righteousness of a knight, now burned with an unyielding defiance. You speak as though you welcomed this. Her tone was harsh, as though unsure whether to admire Kael's audacity or fear it. Inevitable, Kael replied, his voice laced with both disdain and fascination. The moment I tore free from fate's grasp, the moment I claimed dominion over mortality, the higher powers are the ones who think they govern the universe. They began to stir. And now they come to remind me of the bounds of their order. They are mistaken if they think I will bend to their will. Kael's fingers hovered over a mark on the map, a tear in the sky, a symbol of the rift above, where the heavens had split. He traced the line, his fingers pressing lightly into the wood. They did not come to protect mankind, to bring justice or salvation. No, they came because something frightened them. And that fear is what I represent. The room grew still as Kael's words settled over his advisors like a dark cloud, each of them contemplating the weight of his declaration. The world outside was uncertain, fragile, but Kael stood unmoved, his mind already racing ahead. He was not concerned with what the Archons had brought. He was concerned with what he would bring next. Celine's brow furrowed, confusion and curiosity battling for dominance in her gaze. You? She asked, unable to hide her skepticism. Are you the one they fear? No, Kael said, his eyes darkening as he leaned closer to the table. Not me. What I represent. I'm the end of their order. The collapse of their boundaries. The breaking of the system they so cherish. Kael straightened up, turning to face the others fully, his eyes blazing with purpose. They are not gods. They are embodiments of a system, an unyielding, oppressive system that governs the fate of all things. They came not to protect, but to dominate, to enforce their vision of balance. And I will show them why that balance is nothing but a cage. His hand clenched into a fist, shadowed by the flickering candlelight. I will not bow to them. I will not kneel. If they seek judgment, a broken bar. He paused, his voice sharpening with intensity. Then let them know, I judge in return. The room was silent, the weight of Kael's words lingering like an unspoken promise. Even Ilesia, usually poised and composed, seemed to find something unsettling in his certainty. Celine, too, stood still, no longer defiant but resolute. A slow nod passed between the two women, an unspoken understanding settling over them. The Archons had delivered their first omen, and Claudin would deliver the reckoning. Far above, beyond mortal clouds and celestial veils, the first Archon stood at the very edge of heaven. His faceless mask gazed down, its blank expression unreadable, yet carrying a weight that seemed to press upon the very soul of the world below. The heavens rippled around him, the stars flickering as if in response to his thoughts. The younger Archon, his voice like thunder wrapped in silk, spoke first, his tone cold, laden with judgment. The false king does not fear us. The first Archon remained silent for a moment, his gaze still locked on the world below. The stars continued to pulse, an ancient rhythm responding to his every thought. His voice, when it came, was a deep resonance that reverberated across the universe. Fear is not necessary, the first Archon intoned, his voice imbued with an unshakable certainty. Only inevitability. And with that, the heavens dimmed once more, their light muted, as through the universe itself held its breath. The judgment had begun. The air inside the imperial palace grew thick, not with the magic of old but with something far more ancient, something primal. It was the weight of inevitability, a tension that seemed to have settled into every corner, every crevice, every stone of this ancient citadel. Even the marble pillars, intricately carved with the stories of empires long forgotten, seemed to strain under the burden. The air trembled with the silence of unspoken words, the stillness of the calm before a divine reckoning. Claudin stood on the obsidian balcony, his back to the deepening night, as he gazed out across the sprawling city of Volderis, the heart of the empire he had seized by his own hand. Below, the city sprawled in perfect order, its silver towers piercing the heavens, its grand streets winding like the veins of a sleeping titan. The heart of the empire, silent and unmoving, mirrored the tension he felt within. Even in the quiet, Something was amiss. The city was alive, yet every citizen felt the pull in their bones of the tremor in the air, the sky that had turned wrong, the stars that no longer burned with the same divine intensity. Even those untouched by magic felt the shift in the very fabric of reality. A celestial wound had torn the heavens, and the Archons of the immortal entities that governed balance and fate had awoken. Kael's fingers tapped absently on the cold stone railing before him. His eyes, dark and calculating, traced the heavens above as if they too were a map to be conquered. The Archons were watching, and they had no doubt seen his every move. Let them. Behind him, the great doors to the balcony opened with a low groan, disturbing the stillness. Selene entered first, her footsteps measured, the aura of her presence filling the space with a subtle but undeniable power. Once the shining knight of the Empire, she was now Kael's blade, tempered and sharpened by years of service and sacrifice. Her eyes, usually filled with the fire of righteousness, were now as cold as the steel she wielded. Her demeanor was one of purpose, no longer swayed by sentiment but by the realization of the path she had chosen. Ilicia followed close behind, her ethereal form a subtle contrast to Selene's solid presence. The elf's steps were light, her movements flowing like the silver moonlight, yet there was a sharpness to her gaze that spoke of a mind as sharp as any blade. She was a servant of the ancient magics, and in her silence, there was a deeper understanding, a quiet knowledge of the shifting tides of fate. Selene spoke first, her voice unwavering despite the gravity of her words. "The High Seer has named you a harbinger." Kael turned, one brow lifting in bemused disdain. "How poetic," he mused, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. His voice was like silk, but beneath it was the cold steel of certainty. "Let them say what they wish. Words have power only when they are given it." Alicia's tone was quieter, more thoughtful, as she added, "She claims that the Archon's descent was a warning that your rise defies the natural order." Kael's eyes flickered briefly, a shadow crossing his features. He turned his gaze back to the heavens, his mind sharpening as he considered their words. The High Seer, once the voice of prophecy in the Empire, had now turned her visions against him. But it wasn't the seer he feared, it was the weight of what she had spoken. The Archon's descent was no mere event. It was a declaration. "They fear change," Kael murmured, his voice a low hiss that barely disturbed the air. The truth of it hung between them like an unspoken agreement. They feared him, and what he represented. He was the harbinger of a new order, one that would tear down their divine rules and rewrite the laws of the cosmos itself. Selene stepped forward, her eyes narrowing as she spoke again. "The people are whispering of omens. Nobles hesitate, and the Emperor a broken bar." Kael turned slowly, the shadows of the night playing across his features. His gaze pierced her like a blade. "What of him?" Selene hesitated but then spoke, her voice carrying the weight of caution. "He has summoned the Eclipse Council." Even Ilicia's calm demeanor faltered, her brows knitting together. The Eclipse Councilor, the Empire's final instrument, invoked only when the fate of the throne itself was uncertain. The council was made up of the most powerful individuals in the imperial lords and ladies of ancient families, warlords whose bloodlines stretched back millennia, and arcane seers whose power rivaled that of the gods themselves. But they were not summoned to offer counsel. No, the Eclipse Council was convened only when there was a need for judgment, to pass sentence on the future of the throne, the future of the Empire. Kael's lips twisted into a cruel smirk, his eyes dark with the promise of things yet to come. The first move had been made. "So the final game begins," he said softly, more to himself than to anyone else. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by a sudden, unearthly sensation. A ripple, a shiver through reality itself. His fingers stilled on the stone railing as his eyes narrowed. The gods were stirring. The Archons, those eternal beings of cosmic balance, had made their first move. The heavens themselves had been altered, torn asunder by their descent. And now, Kael knew with a certainty that twisted in his glitter, the time of judgment was upon him. Far above, beyond mortal reach, the realm of the Archons stretched endlessly in a sea of silver light. The council chamber of the Archons was a place untouched by time, a realm that transcended the constraints of mortal existence. Here, truth was not debated, nor was it whispered. It was absolute, unchanging, eternal. And the presence of the first Archon, who stood at the center of this gathering, was felt in every corner of reality. His presence was not seen in the conventional sense, for the Archons did not wear faces. They were beings of pure intent, their forms formless and their wills unshakable. One of the Archons, his shape bending like starlight under pressure, whispered, "He does not kneel." Another voice, as cold and unfeeling as the void between stars, intoned, "Mortals were never meant to defy the heavens." The first Archon did not respond immediately. His gaze was fixed upon the world below, upon the tumult that had begun to unfold. His armor, woven from the very fabric of collapsed constellations, seemed to pulse with ancient power. The stars that swirled around him were not just light but the very essence of creation itself, and yet they were dimming and fading as if in response to his thoughts. Then, at last, the first Archon spoke, his voice echoing across the cosmos not with sound, but with the weight of inevitability. "Then we shall remind him of his place." The stars pulsed again, brighter than they had in eons, and the heavens trembled. Back in the mortal world, Kael felt a surge of power so immense that it rattled his bones. It was not just the force of the Archons descending, but the very fabric of reality itself recoiling at the presence of these cosmic beings. A challenge had been issued. The judgment of eternity had begun. Kael's lips curled into a smile, one that was cold and dangerous, like the calm before a storm. He could feel the pull of their power, but it did not frighten him. If anything, it ignited a fire within him. The game had begun, and he was no longer playing by their rules. He turned to his advisors, his voice low but filled with the weight of what was to come. "Let them come. I have already chosen how this game will end." The skies above dimmed once more, and the heavens shifted. A new era was dawning, a one forged by Claudin's will. And no force, not even the Archons themselves, could stop it. The air within the Imperial Palace had taken on a strange weight, not one born of magic or mortal concern, but something more profound, more terrifying. It was as if the very fabric of reality trembled, holding its breath, as the Empire's future teetered on the precipice of change. Within the walls, from the servants in the kitchens to the highest lords in the halls of power, there was one prevailing truth that no one could escape: the Eclipse Council was convening, and with its assembly, the balance of the Empire was hanging by a thread. But the true war, the one that would decide the fate of Volderis, had already begun in the war rooms beneath the palace, where the looming figures of power, each speaking for a different corner of this crumbling empire, gathered in tense silence. The Grand Chamber, draped in banners of gold and adorned with statues of long-forgotten saints, felt more like a battlefield than a seat of government. Kael stood before a massive, rune-etched map of Volderis. His golden eyes scanned the shifting pieces of the game with practiced precision, taking in every detail, every potential move. The air hummed around him, laden with the weight of the decisions that had brought him to this point. He was no longer a mere player in the Empire's game. He was its master. Selene, always the epitome of strength and loyalty, stood at his right, her fingers twitching near the hilt of her blade, ever ready for the next command. Ilysia, the elven sorceress, hovered just behind, her presence a calm contrast to the storm of thoughts swirling in the room. And then there was Princess Seraphina, dressed in the finest silks of the imperial court, yet carrying the sharp, calculating gaze of a ruler in her own right. Each of them bore the weight of their station, and each of them had a stake in what was to come. "Duke Reinhardt has summoned his forces," Ilysia said, her voice quiet but resonant, the words carrying an edge of quiet power. "The Western lords are with him. He's preparing to move against you under the pretense of restoring the Empire." Kael's lips curled, but the smile was not one of amusement. It was colder, sharper. "How poetic," he said, his voice dripping with disdain. He could already feel the tremors of the rebellion brewing at the edges of the Empire. It was nothing more than a desperate play, a gathering of weak men with empty ambitions. And yet, it was the perfect pawn to trap the Emperor in a game of his own making. Selene's armored frame shifted with her tension. Her eyes narrowed, reflecting the same cold calculation Kael had come to expect from her. "It's worse than that. The Emperor has done nothing to stop him. He allows this rebellion to fester, like a wound that refuses to heal." Seraphina, regal and composed, stepped forward, her voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "The Emperor has his reasons. He's waiting. If Reinhardt wins, he will wash his hands of you, claiming that you were the source of the Empire's instability. But if Reinhardt fails, he'll come crawling back to the throne, claiming loyalty to the Empire. Kael chuckled darkly, a sound devoid of any trace of mirth. A familiar tactic, he mused. He had seen this game before. The Emperor was playing a dangerous game of survival, one where he believed he could emerge unscathed, no matter which side won. Celine's hand twitched again near her sword, her patience wearing thin. We should strike first, and Reinhardt before he has a chance to build his momentum. Kael shook his head, his gaze never leaving the map. No, he said, his voice cold and steady. We will let him think he's winning. A murmur of surprise rippled through the room. Serafina, her brow furrowed, leaned forward. You would allow him to gather strength? Kael's smirk deepened, a dangerous glint in his eyes. I would let him believe he's winning. Let him gather his forces, let him march across the land with his delusions of conquest. When he reaches the gates of Valderisa broken bar. He paused, his eyes flickering with something akin to amusement. I'll make him remember what true power looks like. A heavy silence fell over the room. Celine exhaled slowly, her lips curling into a satisfied smile. You mean to break him publicly, she said, understanding the true depths of Kael's plan. Kael nodded, his voice low but firm. The nobles do not fear swords, so they fear failure. I won't just defeat Reinhardt. I'll make a monument of his mistake, one that will echo through every corner of the Empire. Elysia spoke, her voice soft but filled with caution. And the Emperor? What of him? Kael turned, his golden eyes locking with hers. His gaze was intense, unwavering. The Emperor watches the board, he said, his voice filled with quiet power. But he forgets a broken bar. He stepped away from the map, the weight of his presence seeming to fill the room. I am the player. He is the piece. The words hung in the air, heavy with the promise of what was to come. Kael was no longer just a power within the Empire. He had become its inevitable ruler. The Emperor was nothing more than a figurehead or a puppet dancing at the strings of fate. That night, as the moon hung high over the capital, the Eclipse Council convened for the first time in a generation. It was a gathering that had been called only in moments of great upheaval, when the future of the Empire hung in the balance. The Hall of Kings was a place unlike any other, its walls made of black obsidian, laced with veins of shimmering starlight. The ceiling was impossibly high, a void that seemed to swallow all sound, all light. It was a space where time itself seemed to stand still, where decisions would be made that would alter the course of history. At the head of the table sat Emperor Castile, his regal form clad in the finest imperial black, his face carved from stone. He exuded an air of control, but beneath it, Kael could see the cracks, the fear, the uncertainty that had been festering within the Emperor for years. Castile's hold on the throne was slipping, and he knew it. To Castile's right sat Duke Reinhardt, his eyes glinting with ambition. The rebellion he had started was his way of forcing the Emperor's hand, of claiming the throne for himself. But Reinhardt, for all his might and ambition, was a relic or a man trying to wear a crown that did not fit. To Castile's left stood Clauden, cloaked in midnight velvet. His presence alone seemed to dim the very light of the room. He was unbent, unbowed, a man who had risen from the depths of nothing to stand here, at the center of this storm, unchallenged. The air in the Hall of Kings held its breath. Reinhardt spoke first, his voice like a dagger aimed at Kael's heart. Duke Arden, he sneered. Your rise has been a broken bar, unnatural. Your influence spreads across the Empire like a disease. Even the Archons whisper of your defiance. Kael's face remained unchanged, his eyes narrowing slightly, the only sign of his response. And yet, here I sit, he said, his voice cold and deliberate. While your forces gather in the shadows like rats pretending to be lions. Reinhardt's knuckles whitened around the armrest, his patience wearing thin. You are a threat to the Empire, Arden. Kael leaned forward slightly, resting his chin on his hand. You are a relic in rusted armor, Reinhardt, he said, his voice smooth but laced with venom. A ripple of discomfort passed through the room. The nobles shifted uncomfortably in their seats. But none of them dared to speak. Reinhardt surged to his feet, his hand flying to the hilt of his sword. You think yourself untouchable? He shouted. Kael's response was immediate, his voice turning to silken steel. I think myself inevitable. The room trembled with the weight of his words. A profound silence followed, thick with the tension of what was to come. Kael had not just made a threat. He had made a promise. Finally, it was the Emperor who spoke. He raised a hand, his voice cutting through the silence with all the authority he could muster. "We are not here for petty words," Kael said, his tone smooth, commanding. But Kael could see the cracks in the Emperor's veneer. The fear in his eyes, the uncertainty. For the first time in a long while, Kael did not rule alone. Kael would make sure it stayed that way. Far beyond mortal comprehension, in the realm of the Archons, the gods watched. From their dominion of silver light and frozen time, they observed the council in silence. They did not speak in language. They did not breathe. They simply a broken bar existed. "He defies fate," one said, their form rippling like starlight caught in the wind. "He does not fear us," said another, their presence an infinite darkness. "He would reign where even gods kneel." At the center of this silent council stood the first Archon, hallowed in stardust and silence. He had watched Kael's rise with a cold, calculating gaze. He had seen the mortal's defiance, his ambition, his thirst for power, and he had decided. "Then we shall remind him what it means to be mortal," the first Archon decreed, his voice an echo of finality. The stars shuddered. The fabric of reality itself trembled. In the world below, Kael's skin tingled. A whisper passed through the edge of his perception, and not from men, but from something far older, far more dangerous. A challenge, a warning. His lips parted into a slow, dangerous smile. "Come then," he whispered. He turned his gaze upward, beyond the golden torches and the marble columns, toward the heavens themselves, toward the gods who thought they could control fate. "To rule a kingdom is simple," Kael murmured. "To rule fate that takes ambition." His steps echoed through the chamber as he turned, walking into the shadows. "Let's see if the gods bleed." The grand halls of the imperial palace were bathed in silence, a silence that did not speak of peace, but of impending chaos, a heavy stillness that seemed to settle within every gilded corner, within every shimmering chandelier, and even the very walls themselves. The empire held its breath, for in the heart of this magnificent structure, something momentous was unfolding, a collision between past and future, between power and ambition. Kladen's footsteps echoed down the marble corridors, his stride measured, deliberate. Each step was like a rhythmic drumbeat, signaling the arrival of something unstoppable, a force that would reshape the very fabric of this realm. His dark cloak swept behind him, its velvet folds shifting like liquid shadow. His golden eyes gleamed with a predatory intelligence, calculating, always calculating. Behind him, his inner circle followed, their faces unreadable, their presence an unspoken testament to Kael's grip on the empire. Ilysia, his ever-loyal right hand, walked with the poise of a woman accustomed to power, though her eyes, like Kael's, were sharp and always watching. To her left, Selene, once the perfect soldier, now a woman reshaped by Kael's own vision. Behind them trailed Princess Seraphina, the Empress's own blood, though Kael knew that Seraphina's loyalty was a fragile thing, an alliance held together by need rather than trust. As they passed, servants and guards bowed low, not out of respect, but out of fear. Fear of what Kael represented, fear of what he could do, fear of the inevitable shift in the empire's balance. Each bow was a silent acknowledgement that Kael was no longer just a man or a noble, he was the harbinger of change. They came to the Empress's private chambers, hidden behind ornate, gilded doors that seemed to shimmer with the weight of history. The air was thick with the scent of roses and incense, the flickering of golden candlelight casting long shadows across the marble floors. Within this sanctuary, beyond the reach of the empire's politics, Seraphina sat, waiting. She was an image of serene beauty, poised yet undeniably tense, the crown of her station resting lightly upon her head, but it was clear that her reign was no longer as secure as it had once seemed. Her fingers toyed with the delicate stem of a crystal wine goblet, the red liquid inside swirling gently as she turned it in her hand. Her eyes, dark and calculating, locked onto Kael's as he entered, the door closing softly behind him. "You came," she said, her voice a velvety contralto, smooth with an undercurrent of steel. "Most men hesitate before stepping into a lion's den." Kael's lips curled into a faint smile. "And yet here you are, a broken bar already gauged." Seraphina did not flinch at his words, her gaze unwavering. The smile that played at her lips was a silent admission of understanding, as she was well aware of the game they were both playing, the dangerous dance between them. Her voice lowered, a hint of challenge creeping into her tone. Bold, some would call it arrogance. Kael approached, his presence like an invisible weight settling in the room. He circled her slowly, like a predator testing the air, studying the prey. Arrogance is acting without cause. I act with purpose, precision, power. Seraphina watched him, her eyes narrowing, but the subtle tension in her posture was all that betrayed her discomfort. She set the goblet down, the sound of it hitting the table far louder than it should have been, as if to punctuate her next words. Then speak plainly, Claudine. What do you want? Kael's gaze never left hers. He stopped behind her, close enough that she could feel the heat radiating off of him, close enough that she could sense his control over the situation. He leaned in, his voice a low murmur, as though sharing a secret that could not be spoken too loudly. Tell me, Seraphina Brokenbar, do you rule this empire, or merely wear its ornaments? The words cut through the air like a blade, leaving a lingering silence between them. For a brief moment, Seraphina stiffened, the far section of composure cracking ever so slightly. She had not expected such a direct challenge. You hold the title, Kael continued, his voice smooth and unhurried, but power? True power? That still belongs to ghosts. The Emperor's shadow still darkens these halls. His allies whisper poison in every ear, waiting for you to falter. Her breath caught in her throat, but she did not speak. Instead, she stood and turned slowly, facing him directly, the flickering candlelight casting shadows across her face. But what if the whispers fell silent? Kael's voice dropped to a near whisper, but it was still piercing. What if the shadows bowed? What if the Empress did not answer to the throne, but was the throne? Her pulse quickened, and for a fleeting moment, Seraphina's thoughts faltered. She had always known that Kael was dangerous, that he was not just a man of ambition, but of calculated purpose. But to hear the question, posed so plainly, struck a chord she had long tried to ignore. Kael took a step closer, his presence overwhelming. What if I offered you that power? What if I helped you remove the chains that bind you to your father's throne? A tremor of silence passed between them, thick with the weight of the proposition. Seraphina did not speak, but her eyes, a dark, calculating air, held his for what felt like an eternity. Then, without warning, she spoke again, her voice low and tight, like a whispered challenge. And in this fantasy, she asked, her voice now laced with something darker, something more dangerous, who do you become, Kael? He did not flinch. His golden eyes never left hers, unblinking, unwavering. He leaned in, his breath brushing her ear. The one who removes your chains. The words were laced with promise, with power, with a vision of something far greater than neither of them had ever known. Her breath hitched ever so slightly, but she did not move away. Instead, she met his gaze directly, her eyes now a mirror of his own, focused, intense, and unrelenting. Then, slowly, almost imperceptibly, she turned her head to the side, her lips brushing against his ear. The heat between them intensified, and for a moment, Kael's resolve faltered, not in fear, but in the awareness of what this moment meant. Show me, then, Seraphina said, her voice soft, dangerous. Kael smiled, the first true smile of the evening, a smile that held no amusement, but a cold, calculating certainty. He stepped back, his cloak swirling behind him like a shadow as he turned to leave the room. I will, he said simply. In time. As the door closed softly behind him, Seraphina stood motionless for a moment, her hand still resting against the table, her mind racing with the possibilities. She had never truly believed in the gods or their petty games. But Kael Brokenbar was a different kind of force. A force she could either control or let consume her. She was not sure which yet, but she knew one thing, she was not ready to let him walk away. Far beneath the Imperial Palace, hidden from the light of day, another scene was unfolding. Lucien Van Christ knelt in darkness, his body trembling as he hovered over an obsidian altar. Blood of his own, others, it no longer mattered, covered his hands, slick and thick, as he pressed them against the cold stone. His body shook, his once proud figure now a twisted shadow of the man he had been. The pain of the demon's blood coursing through him was excruciating, an unrelenting fire that tore at his flesh, twisted his mind, and left him gasping for something or anything to ease the torment. He had not been this man in years, not since the world had come crashing down around him. The Empire had turned its back on him, and his greatest ally, Cladden, has become his greatest enemy. What remained of his humanity, his pride, his soul, all that was slipping away with each passing moment. The shadows in the room twisted, as if alive, as if waiting. Then, a voice, ancient and cold, slid into his mind like ice water running through his veins. "You seek vengeance." Lucien's body stiffened, his eyes widening with recognition. He had heard this voice before in nightmares, in dreams, in whispers from the dark realms he had willingly descended into. "Yes," he rasped, his voice barely more than a hoarse whisper. "I seek vengeance." "What would you offer in return?" The voice hissed, as serpentine as the shadows themselves. Lucien's breath quickened as the words echoed in his mind. Everything. He had nothing left. No honor, no dignity, no allies. He had lost it all, his love, his purpose, his very reason for living. What was he now but a hollow vessel, filled with only rage and thirst for retribution? "And so," he answered, his voice trembling with a conviction born from desperation. "Everything." At once, the shadows surged forward, thickening around him like tendrils of black fire, wrapping themselves around his limbs, his torso, his neck. They burned, but the agony was nothing compared to what he had already endured. It was a kind of release, a surrendering of his very soul to the darkness that called to him. A scream tore from his throat as the pact was sealed. His transformation into something less than human, less than mortal, complete. Back within the heart of the Empire, Kael paused mid-step, his gaze lifting toward the sky beyond the palace's dome. The light from the golden torches flickered unnaturally, as if a shadow had passed over them. His senses tingled with the awareness that something had shifted. A ripple, a tremor in the very fabric of fate. A warning. His lips curled into a slow, dangerous smile. The gods had moved. They had chosen to challenge him, to remind him of his place. Kael's gaze turned upward, his voice a low whisper, carried only on the wind. "So broken bar it begins." His words were a promise, an announcement. The Empire would soon know the true meaning of power. The Imperial Palace loomed beneath the midnight sky, its obsidian spires slicing through the heavens like blades drawn in eternal defiance. Beneath its towering grandeur, the air was thick with unspoken oaths, ancient ambition, and the palpable tension of power shifting like tectonic plates beneath the Empire's soul. The palace was alive with its own subtle breath, the quiet hum of whispered secrets and long-standing conspiracies that thrived in its hollowed halls. Its opulence and magnificence only masked the rot festering within. Inside the most secluded and intimate chambers of the Empress, a room both regal and suffocating in its splendor, Cladden sat across from Seraphina, the Empress in title, yet not in the true grasp of power. She had always been more than a mere queen of men. She was a predator, poised, calculating, a survivor of the cruelties of the court. But in this chamber, where shadows whispered and the glint of golden candlelight danced on every surface, Kael was the one who controlled the game. The air between them crackled with tension, not from animosity, but from an understanding. Each knew that this meeting could alter the very foundations of the Empire. Kael sat in stillness, his eyes locked onto Seraphina's, not with the gaze of a lover, nor even a rival, but with the cold certainty of a strategist who saw every piece on the board with perfect clarity. Seraphina, ever poised, swirled the crimson wine in her goblet, watching the liquid catch the flickering candlelight like liquid fire, its reflection dancing like flames on the polished surface of the table. "You speak of power, Duke Arden, but you've yet to define it." A half-smile tugged at Kael's lips. "Power is not a thing to be defined, Empress. It is something to be commanded. But if you must have a definition, I'll give it to you." Kael leaned forward, his eyes darkening with intensity. "Power is not the throne. It is not the crown. Those are symbols, markers of the illusion of control. Power is the control over those who believe they wear them. Crowns are worn by fools, and thrones are seats of vulnerability. True power comes when the ones who sit upon them are puppets dancing on strings they cannot see." Seraphina's grip tightened on her goblet, her fingers trembling ever so slightly. It was a rare sight to see her unsettled, but Kael had a way of getting beneath the skin. She carefully set the goblet down, her gaze unflinching as she regarded him. "And you," she said, her voice smooth, yet the steel edge beneath it was unmistakable. "What is it you seek, Claudin? You have power enough, but you're not content." Kael stood slowly, his long coat billowing as he moved across the room. He spoke, not with arrogance, but with the calculated certainty of a man who understood the fragile nature of power. "I seek stability," he said, his voice a whisper that seemed to fill the entire chamber. "An empire where power no longer shifts with the whims of the gods or the winds of rebellion. An empire where the forces of the court, the nobles, the ministers, and even the gods themselves, bow not to the emperor or empress but to me. Where the world of men is shaped according to my will, with no gods to interfere, no demon factions to threaten, and no fool to rise against us." Seraphina's eyes narrowed, her breath steady. She was used to men who spoke in grandiose terms of power and most of them had nothing to back it up. But Kael, despite his youth, had something more. He had the mind of a ruler, a god-king in the making. She could feel it. His words hung in the air, not as promises, but as unspoken truths. "Do you propose an alliance, then?" she asked, her tone like silk, but her eyes cutting through him, searching for a catch. Kael smiled, the coldness of his expression never leaving. "No, Empress. I don't make alliances. I make understanding. I will never leave you weak. I will never allow the empire to fall. You will sit upon the throne, wear the crown, and rule in name. But I will be the hand that ensures it never slips from your grasp." His voice lowered, almost to a whisper, as he moved closer to her. "You will be the face of this empire, Seraphina. But I will be the power that runs through its veins. Together, we will build something so solid that no force, no rebellion, no celestial decree will dare oppose us." The room seemed to hold its breath. The shadows seemed to shift, as if the very walls themselves were leaning in, awaiting her response. Seraphina remained still, her gaze unreadable as she stared at him. She was weighing him every word, every movement, every glance. She knew the cost of power, knew it was never given freely, and that any pact with Kael would come with a price. But at that moment, she was no fool. She knew that he was the true force behind this empire's future, whether she acknowledged it or not. "You're bold, Kael. I'll give you that," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, the tension between them palpable. "And you offer much. But tell me what happens when someone, somewhere, decides they want more than we've built? What happens when the gods turn their eyes on us?" Kael's lips curled into a smile, one full of confidence, one that promised dominion. "Then, we remind them of who holds the strings. We show them that no one can touch what we've built. No gods, no demons, and certainly no fools." Seraphina stood slowly, her gaze never leaving his. "And in return?" Her question was poised, calculating, the final test. Kael's response was simple. "In return, I will reshape this empire, my empire, until no one, noble or god, can ever defy you. Until no one dares to challenge the power we wield. Not in the courts, not in the streets, not in the skies." The air in the chamber seemed to grow thicker with their words, charged with the weight of decisions made and the promises whispered in the dark. It was a pact, though unspoken, forged in the furnace of ambition and shared power. Seraphina did not smile. She did not laugh. She simply nodded once, sharply. "Then we have an understanding, Claudin. I will wear the crown, and you will ensure it never slips from my head." Far from the glittering corridors of the palace, beneath the twisted remnants of a long-forgotten chapel, Lucien Van Christ knelt in darkness. His body was a twisted parody of the man he once was, a vessel for the demon's blood, an unholy elixir that had transformed him, disfigured him, and bound him to forces beyond mortal comprehension. Lucien's breath was ragged, his skin slick with sweat and blood, his own blood, or perhaps the blood of those who had fallen before him. His hands trembled as they hovered above an altar made from the blackened bones of saints long dead. The air around him crackled with power, a dark, ancient power like the pulse of some immense, malevolent heart. The shadows in the room seemed to shift, to move with a life of their own, swirling like serpents coiling around him. A voice, a cold, ancient, an inhuman voice whispered into his mind, like the rustling of 1,000 dead leaves. "You seek vengeance." Lucien's body tensed, his jaw grinding, his veins burned with the ache of transformation. The demon's blood coursed through his veins, a fire that consumed him from the inside out. He could feel his humanity slipping further away with each passing moment. "Yes," Lucian hissed, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. "Yes, I seek vengeance." The voice that spoke to him now was more than a whisper. It was an abyss, an infinite depth of coldness, pulling him deeper into its thrall. "What would you offer in return?" Lucian's eyes snapped open, not the golden hue of his former self, but a crimson flame burning in the depths of his soul. His bones cracked and shifted beneath the flesh. He felt the darkness that had taken root in his heart surge forward, and with it, the thirst for destruction, of the thirst to take back everything that had been stolen from him. The pain was unbearable, but it was nothing compared to the need for retribution. "Everything," he whispered, though his voice was barely his own anymore. In the darkness of the chapel, the shadows surged forward, twisting like tendrils of black flame. They wrapped around Lucian's body, binding him in a final, irrevocable contract. His scream echoed through the crypt to a sound of agony, of soul-shattering torment as the pact was sealed. The very essence of his being was consumed by the power he had sought. When it was done, Lucian rose, no longer the man he once was. His eyes burned like coals, his body now an incarnation of vengeance incarnate. The light of his humanity had been extinguished, replaced by the inferno of his wrath. Lucian vanquished was no longer the Empire's hero. He was its reckoning. Back within the Imperial Palace, Kael stood before the balcony, looking out at the city below. The moonlight bathed the spires of the Empire, the glittering skyline a sharp contrast to the blood he knew would soon stain its streets. The first triple had been sent, the first thread pulled. And now, all that remained was to watch the strings of fate play out. A flicker of a thought, a shiver up his spine. Something has changed. Kael smiled, the storm of power he had unleashed beginning to gather force. "So, it begins," he murmured, his voice barely a whisper lost in the wind. The wind howled through the imperial capital like a predator on the hunt, its chilling breath sweeping over the stone streets and whispering through the narrow alleys. The city, though bustling with its usual routines, was alive with a subtle undercurrent of tension. The clatter of merchants peddling their wares, the steady rhythm of guards' footsteps, and the murmur of distant conversations all seemed to echo in a different tone, a forewarning of something larger on the horizon. The city was a living, breathing entity, its heart beating in the ebb and flow of its inhabitants. But those who truly held power, those who could see the invisible threads connecting the city's many pieces, could feel the shift in the air. It was subtly like the tremor before a quake, but a Clardon, it was unmistakable. The storm was gathering. Kael stood alone on the balcony of his private estate, his eyes scanning the sprawling city below. The moonlight bathed the imperial capital in cold, silver light, casting long shadows that seemed to reach out, like the fingers of some unseen hand, stretching across the stone and steel of the city. The flickering torchlight from the streets danced like restless stars, their flames quivering in the night wind, as if the city itself were waiting for something. Behind him, the sound of soft footsteps echoed in the stillness, growing steadily louder until the figure emerged from the darkness. Ilesia, the quiet enigma who had served him faithfully for so long, stepped into the light. Her black cloak billowed slightly, as if stirred by some unseen force. She moved with the grace of a shadow, silent as always, her gaze fixed on Kael. She approached. "Something stirs," she murmured, her voice low, almost drowned by the howling wind. Kael didn't turn his head, though he had heard every word. His gaze remained fixed on the city, his golden eyes glimmering with a mix of anticipation and calculation. "Yes," he replied, his voice calm, but edged with a tension that belied the stillness of his posture. Ilesia stepped closer, her dark cloak folding around her like the wings of a raven. She stood beside him now, her sharp eyes scanning the city below. The weight of silence stretched between them, thick with the knowledge that something momentous was approaching, something neither of them could yet fully see. "Lucian is no longer in the dungeons," she said, her tone steady, but with a faint note of intrigue. Kael's eyes flickered briefly, a flash of interest crossing his face. "Escaped?" he asked, his voice sharp with a hint of amusement. "Released," Ilesia corrected. "By Emperor Castiel himself." Kael's lips twisted into a small, knowing smile. "So, He's begun moving pieces already. Good. Desperation makes men predictable. His words were sharp, cutting through the stillness of the night like a blade through silk. Alicia remained silent, watching him with a mix of curiosity and respect. She had witnessed this countless times of the way Kael's mind worked, the way he consumed information, processed consequences, and reshaped the fates of those around him. He was always 3 steps ahead, and she had learned long ago that to question him was to fall into a trap of her own making. Finally, Kael turned toward her, his eyes piercing as they met hers. "And Seraphina?" he asked, his voice low, almost like a whisper meant only for her ears. Alicia's expression remained unreadable. "The Empress is learning quickly." Several nobles who once resisted here a broken bar reconsidered their positions after some unfortunate accidents. Kael's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "She's beginning to understand," he murmured. "Fear is a tool. Loyalty must be carved, not requested." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to hang in the air between them. Then, his gaze shifted back to the horizon, where the distant silhouette of the imperial palace loomed, a dark monolith against the shimmering night sky. The air smelled different tonight, heavy with the scent of impending change. A storm was coming, not of wind and rain, but of war and power. "The real war hasn't even begun," Kael said, his voice a murmur in the night. "But it will, soon." He turned back to Alicia, his eyes gleaming with the unshakable confidence that had carried him thus far. "Lucien is a pawn, one way or another. Castiel is too predictable, and Seraphina a broken bar." He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly as he considered her. "She will be a useful ally, but only if she understands that her throne is not hers alone to claim." Alicia didn't speak, but the meaning was clear. Seraphina, despite her strength, was still vulnerable, still human. Meanwhile, far from the heart of the empire, where the weight of power and politics barely reached, the remnants of a once sacred place stood in the shadow of forgotten history. The wind whispered through the crumbling ruins of an ancient temple, the broken stones weathered by centuries of neglect. The trees surrounding the site were twisted and withered, their roots poisoned by dark energies that lingered like an unholy stain. In the center of the temple, amidst the scattered bones and cracked pillars, stood Lucien Van Crest. His once pristine armor was long gone, replaced by tattered rags and jagged scars that marred his skin. His silver hair, once a symbol of his heroism, now gleamed with streaks of black corruption. His eyes, once bright with the light of righteousness, were now pools of molten crimson burning with fury and pain. The air around him shimmered with dark energy, as if the very fabric of reality was being twisted by the force that surrounded him. Shadows coiled around his body, their movements almost sentient, like serpents in the dark. The voice that had been haunting him, soft, cruel, and eternal, spoke again. "You have accepted it," the voice purred, its tone like silk slipping through a lover's hands. "Good." Lucien's fists clenched, his knuckles white against the dark power that surged within him. Every breath he took felt like a fire spreading through his chest, every heartbeat a drumbeat calling him to something darker, something far more dangerous than the hero he had once been. The boy who believed in honor, in justice, was gone. Slain by betrayal. Slain by the realization that the world was not black and white but an endless sea of gray. And the man standing in the temple now was not a hero. He was something else. The voice came again, its words laced with approval. "What is it you desire, Lucien?" Lucien's lips curled into a cruel, twisted smile. His voice was a rasp, a whisper of vengeance and rage. "To destroy him." The name came with a growl, a promise of destruction. "Claden." The voice in the shadows seemed to chuckle, a sound like the rustling of leaves in the dark. "Then rise, our chosen blade, and let the world tremble." Lucien inhaled sharply, and in that moment, power surged through him like an unstoppable tide. His body trembled as the corrupted energy wrapped around him, seeping into his skin, twisting his very essence. Ash rose from the ground, swirling in the air around him like a storm. His form glowed with a dark light, an unholy aura of power and rage that threatened to consume everything in its path. As he exhaled, the power exploded outward, filling the temple with an intense, blinding light. The shadows that had once clung to him now danced and writhed around him, feeding on the corruption that had taken root in his soul. He was no longer the hero of the Empire. He was something much worse. And in that moment, the man named Lucien Van Christ ceased to exist. The weapon had been born. Back within the Imperial Palace, in the heart of the Empire, Seraphina sat alone in the dim light of her throne room. The scent of scented oils and ancient parchment filled the air, mingling with the faintest trace of dust. Dusk lanterns flickered softly, casting long, wavering shadows across the room. The weight of silence was oppressive, almost suffocating. Before her lay an envelope unmarked, with no crest or seal, only a name, Clauden. Her fingers hovered over the envelope for a long moment, the touch of the ink beneath her fingertips sending a shiver through her spine. She had thought she understood Kael. She had thought she could match him, outwit him, even challenge him. But these a broken bar. This was different. This letter wasn't a request, an invitation. It was a summons, a command. Seraphina could feel it in the very phrasing of the words, a subtle power that reverberated beneath the surface. It was not just an invitation to speak, but a quiet demand that she could not ignore. She was Empress, but even she knew, she could not refuse. The Imperial Palace lay in the final moments of dusk, the last sliver of sunlight bleeding over the horizon like a dying flame. The grand spires of the palace cut into the sky, tall and imposing, as though they could pierce the very heavens themselves. Golden marble gleamed under the fading light, reflecting the empire's glory, but the glitter of wealth and power had dimmed. Now, it seemed to carry the weight of uncertainty, not from external enemies, but from the shifting tides within. Beneath the shadowed arches, in the heart of the war chamber, Clauden stood alone. The room was vast, draped in red velvet and intricate tapestries depicting the Empire's long, storied history. Massive windows framed the blood-orange sky, and the shadows stretched long and dark over the cold stone floors. Maps of the Empire, once markers of strategic mastery, lay scattered across a massive oak table, the only evidence of the world that had once been. But now, Kael did not stand at the end of the table, nor beside it. He stood at its center. The war table, a relic of kings and generals, now served as Kael's throne. He wasn't here to lead armies, he was here to shape the world. And he was doing so with the quiet, calculating patience of a man who understood the true meaning of power. From the shadows of the grand doorway, the sound of heels clicking on the marble floor broke the stillness, sharp and precise. Empress Seraphina entered, regal and composed, her gown flowing around her like liquid gold. The dress, woven from fine silks and stitched with black obsidian threads, glimmered with every step she took. She was the very picture of imperial grace, her presence both radiant and suffocating in its authority. But as she crossed the threshold of the chamber, she felt something change. The air thickened, humming with a tension that crackled in the silence. Her gaze swept across the room, and her eyes narrowed when they found him. Kael was still seated at the table, his posture casual and relaxed, but his presence filled the room like a storm waiting to break. His golden eyes flickered toward her, and a faint, predatory smile played at the corners of his lips. She stopped before him, her eyes hard and unyielding. "Duke Arden," she said, her voice smooth as honey, but with the bite of a dagger beneath. To summon an empress as if she were a mere servant. You must have a bold heart indeed. Kael didn't move. He didn't bow. He didn't rise to his feet. He simply stared at her with that cold, knowing smile. His gaze, sharp and calculating, locked onto hers as if the very air between them has become a battlefield. "I summoned no servant, Seraphina," he replied, his voice low and unhurried. "I summoned the only other player worth engaging." She arched a brow at him, a delicate curve of contempt. "And you believe you have the position to make such demands?" Kael's lips twitched, a slow, deliberate smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "No," he said, his voice a soft, dangerous drawl. "I've simply acknowledged mine more clearly than you've acknowledged yours." The Empress stood tall, defiance radiating from her like the most finely honed blade. She poured herself a glass of wine from a crystal decanter with deliberate slowness, her movements measured and graceful, yet her grip on the glass betrayed the tension simmering beneath her calm exterior. The weight of her crown, her power, pressed against her, but for the first time, she could feel it trembling, as though it no longer fit her head as securely as it once had. She tilted the glass in her hand. the ruby-red liquid catching the light. "If you believe that the Empire bends to whispers and shadows," she began, her voice icy, "then you underestimate how deep its roots go." Kael's eyes gleamed, bright and unyielding. "And if you believe that roots cannot be burned and replanted, then you've mistaken tradition for permanence." A flicker of something, an emotion that might have been frustration, perhaps something darker, flashed across Seraphina's face. But she concealed it with practiced ease, masking her emotions behind a veil of unflinching pride. The wine in her hand trembled ever so slightly, but she caught it in time. She was the Empress. She was the one who controlled the narrative of this room. Kael rose, the movement slow, deliberate. His presence seemed to fill the room, overpowering the very air itself. As he moved toward her, each step was measured and confident. The silence that followed him felt like a tidal wave before the crash. "Do you think the crown on your head will shield you?" Kael asked, his voice a low murmur, close enough that she could feel the heat of his words. He took another step forward, his eyes never leaving hers. "It is made of glass, a beautiful, elevated, but fragile." He stood inches away now, his breath mingling with hers, the space between them charged with a crackling tension. The weight of the moment settled around them, heavy and suffocating. "And I," he whispered, his voice a thread of silk on steel, "hold the stone." Seraphina inhaled sharply, the words like ice-cold water, sending a shiver down her spine. For the first time in years, she was keenly aware of the danger standing before her. The man who had once been a pawn, a mere upstart, now held power far beyond anything she had expected. His words were not a threat, they were a truth, simple and undeniable. She stared at him, chest rising with a slow breath. For a long moment, she did nothing, her eyes searching his face for any hint of weakness, any crack in the facade. But there was none, just the cold, implacable certainty that Laden was not here to negotiate. He was here to claim. "And what is it you want?" she asked, her voice softer now, a tremor of something she couldn't quite name flitting through her. Kael tilted his head slightly, his gaze never leaving hers. "To give you a throne that doesn't crack under pressure." The words were simple, but the subtext was clear. The message he was delivering was not just an offer, it was a command wrapped in diplomacy, a proposition with only one possible answer: rule with me, or be ruled by me. It hung in the air like a promise or a warning. Seraphina could feel it, the cold weight of inevitability settling into her bones. She took a step forward, stopping just a hair's breadth away from him. Her perfume, a blend of warm jasmine and something sharper, filled the air between them. She raised her chin slightly, her eyes locked on his with a fierce intensity. "Then show me," she whispered, her voice a razor-sharp edge sheathed in silk. "Prove that you are more than a man with clever words." Kael's smile was slow, knowing. He took another step forward, until there was nothing left but the space between them, a chasm of power and destiny. He was close enough that she could feel the heat of his body, the magnetic pull of his presence. "I don't prove," he murmured, his lips just a breath away from her ear. "I act." His words sent a shiver down her spine, but there was no fear in her. No retreat. Only recognition. "And when I act, a broken bar," Kael continued, his voice a low growl. "Kings fall, queens kneel, and empires shift." The silence that followed was thick with anticipation, a stillness that could break at any moment. Seraphina's lips curled into a faint, dangerous smile, not one of submission, but one of understanding. The dance had begun. A tremor ran through the Empire, not of earth, but of reality itself. The sky split apart like the pages of a forbidden tome torn open by unseen hands. Light fractured, revealing a vast expanse of unknowns, swirling and chaotic, as through the very fabric of existence was unraveling. Time itself seemed to stop, frozen in an eternal moment, yet heavy with an oppressive force that pressed down upon all creation. It was as through the heavens themselves trembled at the weight of what was to come. A suffocating stillness descended upon the world, a quiet before the storm, the calm before the heavens broke. Laden stood upon the highest balcony of the imperial palace, facing the sky as it tore itself open. He remained unflinching, untouched, unshaken. His crimson cloak fluttered in the cosmic winds, bending and billowing around him, an expression of dominion and certainty. The city beneath him, once vibrant and full of life, now appeared to cower in the face of the divine force descending upon them. Below, The capital knelt not in reverence, but in primal fear. The streets were filled with whispers of dread and wonder. As the light fractured above them, the people, too, seemed to bow, not willingly, but as if held in place by an invisible, inescapable pressure. It was as though hope itself had been drained from their hearts, leaving only empty prayers and frantic, fearful murmurs. The gods had come. 7 celestial figures descended from the rift in the heavens. Their forms flickered between radiant divinity and gleaming armor, their presence a testament to their status as arbiters of fate. They did not step onto the mortal realm, they manifested, each one a living, breathing force of cosmic law. There was no elegance in their arrival, only the raw, overpowering weight of inevitability. At the center of this celestial procession was Astral, the Archon of Order. He hovered high above, his form a shining silhouette, so radiant that it was nearly impossible to look directly at him. His silver eyes, colder than the void between stars, pierced through the veil of mortal arrogance with a gaze that could shatter worlds. His voice, when it came, was laid in 1,000 echoes, each one a reflection of divine judgment and timeless authority. "Kael of the Black Sun," he intoned, his voice a low rumble that shook the very air. "Your ascension has shattered the balance. You tread where no mortal dares. You have been judged." The words hung in the air, the proclamation of a divine sentence, a call to arms that would erase the existence of any who dared defy the gods. There was no question, no room for negotiation. The gods had spoken, and yet Kael smiled. The smile was slow, deliberate, like a predator tasting the scent of prey before making its strike. He took a single, measured step forward. The marble beneath his boot cracked not from motion, but from resistance. The very foundation of the palace seemed to groan, reality itself seeking to deny him. But Kael was not afraid. He was not intimidated. His gaze never wavered from Astral, nor did his posture change. He stood tall, as if the weight of the heavens bore no more importance than a summer breeze. "Judged?" Kael echoed, his voice quiet, yet laced with amusement. His golden eyes gleamed, not with reverence, but with a mocking curiosity. "You speak of judgment as if it is an absolute thing. But you forget, Astrala, who gave you the right?" The heavens pulsed. The gods recoiled as though struck by an invisible force. The clouds above seemed to shrink away, the very fabric of the sky rippling in Kael's presence. Even time hesitated, as if unsure how to respond to this defiance. The gods themselves trembled, if only for a moment. Astral's gaze narrowed, his grip on his golden spear tightening. "We are the architects of balance. Without us, Koza, would set mortals free," Kael interrupted, his voice low, but sharp like a blade being drawn across stone. "Balance? Number? You are not the keepers of order. You are the keepers of chains. You bind the world in golden laws, and you call it our justice. But I see through it, Astral. I see what you truly are." A low hum, primal and ancient, echoed across the city, reverberating through the bones of the earth. Reality itself seemed to stir, an ancient force awakening from a long slumber. The stars above blinked, their light faltering for a moment, as if even the cosmos were uncertain of what was unfolding below. Astral raised his hand, and the sky answered. Golden sigils flared across the heavens, each one burning with divine power. They spiraled and twisted, binding the laws of existence into luminous chains, each link a manifestation of divine will. It was a spectacle of overwhelming power, a display of the gods' unchallenged might. Then came the strike. A divine lance, crackling with pure celestial energy, shot down from the heavens. It was faster than thought, impossible to dodge, and destined to erase not just Kael, but the very idea of him. It was the will of the gods, made manifest. But Kael did not move. The air around him trembled, reality itself pulling back as the divine spear descended upon him. There was no fear, no hesitation, only a calm certainty that he would not bend. As the spear neared him, there was an almost imperceptible tearing sound, a rift in the space behind him. From that rift, something dark and endless poured forth. It was not shadow. It was not darkness. It was absence itself, an emptiness so profound that it seemed to devour even the light around it. A hunger that consumed the very concept of existence. From the blackness, a figure emerged, tall and regal, with eyes that burned crimson with an ancient fury. She stepped forward, her presence sending a ripple through the fabric of reality. The Queen of the Abyss, clad in obsidian silks that seemed to writhe and twist with living shadows, her every movement was an expression of power, grace, and ancient malice. She was an enigma, a being born of darkness and destruction, a force beyond the reach of gods. Her eyes a bloody crimson locked onto Kael the moment she appeared, her gaze filled with obsession, possession, and an undeniable sense of something older than time itself. Without a word, she extended her hand, 2 fingers brushing the divine spear as it came down upon Kael. The world stopped. For a fleeting moment, the gods themselves faltered. The divine lance, so full of power and judgment, trembled in the Queen's grasp. It twisted violently, trying to break free, but the Queen's grip was firm, her touch both gentle and deadly. She smiled a smile that was both indulgent and terrifying, as if the celestial might were nothing more than a child's toy in her hands. With a flick of her wrist, she shattered the spear. The sound was deafening, a thunderclap that echoed through the heavens and rattled the foundation of the earth. The golden power of the gods unraveled in an instant, and the sky above wept golden shards that burned out before they could touch the ground. Astral stepped back, his expression shifting from arrogance to something more akin to fear. He glanced at the Queen, and then back to Kael, as if uncertain of what he was facing. And Kael, a broken bar, smiled. The Queen of the Abyss laughed softly, her voice a melody of velvet and venom. Still so eager to play God, Astral? Haven't you learned yet? Astral's voice was cold, but beneath it, there was a tremor. You do not belong in the mortal plane, Demon Queen. She stepped closer to Kael, her hand brushing against his shoulder, and not in support, but in claim. She stood beside him, her presence an undeniable force, a declaration that she was his. The Abyss, like him, was eternal, inevitable, and unchallenged. And yet here I stand, she whispered, her voice low, intimate. He calls, and I answer. Kael turned his gaze toward Astral, his voice ringing clear, unshaken by the celestial presence before him. Even gods tremble before inevitability. Astral's silver eyes locked with Kael's, and for a brief moment, something passed between Thema and understanding, perhaps, or the seed of fear. The Archon's voice dropped to a chilling whisper. You overestimate your existence. Kael's smile sharpened, like a blade drawn across the throat of a king. And your broken bar underestimate ambition. Above, the heavens screamed in fury. Below, the shadows stirred, twisting and coiling as the first blow was struck. The gods had acted. They had made their move, and the war for reality had begun. The heavens trembled as a force unseen by mortal eyes surged through the very fabric of existence. It was as though the laws of reality themselves were bending or twisting into something unrecognizable. Time fluttered in place like the pages of a forgotten book, suspended in the moment before its end. The sky cracked open like the yawning mouth of a colossal beast, ripping apart the celestial dome. It was not thunder that sounded through the air, but the shrill cries of a reality strained to its breaking point. And through the vast expanse of chaos and light, Cladden stood unfazed, his crimson cloak billowing around him like a living thing, undisturbed by the winds of unraveling existence. His feet were planted firm upon the marble of the Imperial Palace's highest balcony, yet it seemed as though he was rooted to something much greater than the foundation of stone beneath him. His golden eyes gleamed with an intensity that reflected not just defiance, but a quiet certainty, as if he had known this moment would come. The divine had arrived. 7 celestial figures descended from the rift in the sky, their radiance so pure it scorched the heavens themselves. Light twisted and spiraled around them as they floated effortlessly to the earth below. Each one was a being of unimaginable power, each a herald of an ancient and unforgiving law. These were not gods in the mortal sense, no, they were something more ancient, more incomprehensible. They were the Archons, of the keepers of all that was known and unknown, the arbiters of fate, of time, of law. The ones who had shaped the very existence of the cosmos, governing the balance of all things. At their center stood Astral, the Archon of order, his presence so overwhelming it felt as though the air itself became heavy with the weight of divine authority. His wings, forged of purest gold, stretched wide across the sky, casting long shadows over the trembling city. His eyes, silver like the moon on the blackest night, stared down at Kael with an intensity that threatened to burn through him. "Kael of the Black Sun," Astral's voice thundered, reverberating through the very bones of the earth. It was a voice that resonated with the power of creation itself, cold and final, carrying the weight of judgment. "Your eyes has shattered the balance that has existed since the dawn of time. You tread where no mortal dares. You have been judged, and found wanting." The words seemed to hang in the air for an eternity, yet Kael did not flinch. He did not bow. He did not even so much as twitch. He simply stared back at Astral with those piercing golden eyes, as though the Archon were no more than an insect beneath his gaze. "Judged?" Kael's voice was a whisper amidst the divine chorus, yet it carried with it a commanding edge. His words sliced through the atmosphere like a blade. "And by whom, exactly?" Astral's expression darkened, his silver eyes narrowing. The surrounding Archons remained silent, their forms shimmering like mirages, but their attention was fixed upon Kael. Each of them emanated a cosmic presence, their very existence bending the rules of reality around them, yet not one of them moved. Kael continued, his voice unwavering, "Who gave you the right to judge me?" His smile was cold, cruel, and full of disdain. "You are nothing but gatekeepers to a stagnant existence. You claim to uphold order, but all you do is shackle the world to your decrees." "No more." He took a single step forward, and with it, the heavens recoiled. It was as if the very fabric of reality flinched at his presence, bending and warping, pushing against his will. The skies seemed to pulse, and a ripple of energy passed through the air, distorting time and space. The ground beneath his feet cracked, not from the weight of his steps, but from the resistance of the universe itself. "You fear what lies beyond your control," Kael continued, his voice growing in strength. "You fear what I am becoming. But more than that, a broken bar, you fear me." The Queen of the Abyss, who had remained silent until now, perched upon her throne of living shadows, let out a soft chuckle. It was a low, predatory sound that echoed through the air like the whisper of something ancient and insidious. Her crimson eyes glinted with a dangerous amusement as she leaned forward, her obsidian silks shifting like serpents in the wind. "Is it fear that drives them, Kael?" she purred, her voice velvet and venom, both gentle and possessive. "Or is it something more, or something deeper? Could it be that your very existence is an affront to their carefully crafted order?" Kael's golden eyes shifted to her, but he did not speak. Her presence was a constant, a shadow that wrapped itself around him, but she was not his master. They were partners in this game, a game far beyond the comprehension of the divine. Astral's voice cut through the tension, his tone harder now, tinged with something new. "Out. You are nothing more than a blight, an aberration. You should not exist." Kael's lips curled into a smile. "And yet, here I stand." The Archon of War, a hulking figure of shining armor and scarlet fire, raised his massive sword. "Enough of this," he growled, his voice a battle cry. "You speak as if you are above the gods themselves. But no mortal can stand against us." "Then try," Kael retorted, his voice sharp and biting. "Try to strike me down. Try to erase me from existence." But none moved. None struck. Instead, Kael took another step forward, his eyes glowing with an inner fire. "You could destroy me, erase me from existence, make me a forgotten whisper in the wind. But you don't." "Do you know why?" Astral's gaze wavered for the briefest moment. "Because you're afraid." The words hung in the air, thick with the weight of truth. It was not arrogance that dripped from Kael's voice, but a cold, unshakable certainty. The Archons were not acting out of righteous fury. They were acting out of hesitation. Their certainty, their power, everything they had built their existence upon, was being questioned by this single mortal. This anomaly, this inevitable force that was Clayton. Astral's hand tightened around his spear, golden sigils flickering to life around him. "You presume too much," he spat, his voice like thunder. But Kael only smiled, a cruel twist of lips. "No, Astral, I don't presume. I build." Behind him, from the very rift that had torn open the heavens, something stirred. It was not the shadow of the abyss. It was not some celestial fire. It was something new, something neither divine nor infernal. It was potential, a shimmer of energy, something raw and untapped, spiraled upward. It was not just a force. It was a future that had not yet been realized, or a future that was beyond both the divine and the abyssal realms. This was the third path, The road Kael had carved through the very heart of existence. The Queen of the Abyss's eyes glittered with dark fascination. Well, a broken bar, she murmured, leaning forward. You've kept this hidden even from me. Kael's voice was a low murmur, barely audible over the growing storm. This is not just my path, my queen. It is a path for us all. We're broken bar, you will see. Astral's face twisted in disbelief, his voice trembling with growing fear. What is this? What are you doing? Kael's eyes turned to meet his, gold against silver. I am showing you the future. The Queen of the Abyss's laughter filled the air, rich and dangerous. How glorious. This game is only just beginning. Kael turned his back on the Archons, his golden eyes never leaving the rift that swirled behind him. He could feel feel the raw power, the potential, the future waiting to be shaped. The gods hesitated. But Kael, a broken bar, he had already won. The war for reality had begun. The air trembled in an unnatural stillness, a moment suspended in time where the universe seemed to hold its breath. On the highest balcony of the Imperial Palace, Kael stood like an unyielding pillar of calm amidst the storm that brewed on the horizon. His gaze was fixed on the distant abyssal rift, to a jagged tear in the sky, pulsing like a living wound. It bled the influence of his mother, the Abyssal Queen, into the mortal realm, a force as old as time itself, yet ever so alien to the mortal heart. The rift beat in rhythm, like a heart of the lifeblood of the world itself. But tonight, something was different. Something stirred deep within the blackened void, something that was not merely power, but a presence. She is testing me, Kael murmured, his voice quiet, but laden with a heavy finality. Seraphina, ever sharp, turned toward him. Her gaze followed his to the rift, the faintest furrow between her brows. She had watched Kael control empires, dismantle armies, and subjugate the highest powers to his will. Yet now, the very air seemed to vibrate with an energy beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Your mother, she began, her voice careful as though each word might tip the delicate balance of the moment. Does she oppose your vision? Kael exhaled, the breath caught somewhere between a sigh and a laugh. His lips twitched in a dark, humorless smile. Opposition implies resistance. The abyss does not resist, Seraphina, he said, his voice low, yet with an undeniable edge of finality. It consumes. It waits. It forces all things to become what it is. Celine, who had remained a silent shadow at the edge of the room, stepped forward. Her crimson eyes glinted with intelligence, honed not through study, but survival, and intellect sharpened by blood and betrayal. Then this is her way of asking, she said slowly, her voice a soft rasp, as if testing the weight of each syllable, whether you will break, or whether you will command even her. Kael turned his gaze toward her, his golden eyes locking with hers. His expression was unreadable, a mask that betrayed nothing. His thoughts, however, were a storm churning beneath the surface. She already knows the answer, he replied, his words deliberate and heavy with meaning. This isn't about strength, or even power. It's about will. She wants to see if I will walk my own path, or bend to hers. Seraphina crossed her arms, her imperial poise unwavering as always. Yet, Kael could see the slight tension in her shoulders, the subtle shift in her stance. She may have been the empress, the ruler of the mortal world, but in this moment, she was but a spectator to a game she had never fully understood. And your answer? Seraphina asked, her voice laced with a quiet, almost imperceptible challenge. Kael's smile was slow, sharp, deliberate. A predator who knew the game had already been won. I'll remind her, he said softly, eyes narrowing with a gleam of something dangerous. I am not merely her son. I am Clayton. The abyss does not command me. Nothing does. As the words lingered in the air, the entire room seemed to hold its breath. The ground beneath their feet trembled as if responding to Kael's defiance. The walls themselves, carved from ancient stone, seemed to shift, to whisper, as if the very fabric of reality was bending to the weight of Kael's resolve. Then, at midnight, at the precise hour when the world itself seemed to pause the summons game, it did not arrive through messenger, nor through magic's arcane sigils. It arrived through the world itself, or a soft whisper threaded through the wind, woven into the very fabric of existence. It was an invitation that needed no formal words, an unspoken command that Kael could not ignore. A mist darker than shadow poured into the throne room, filling every corner, seeping into the air like a living thing. It clung to the walls, the floors, the very stone of the palace itself, and from within it, she emerged. His mother. She was a presence that made the very universe tremble, an entity both regal and terrifying. Obsidian-skinned, her beauty was unnatural, a vision forged from the deepest voids of creation. Her presence was not merely oppressive, it was suffocating, a weight that crushed all things beneath it. Her voice rang out like a chime in a forgotten cathedral, both motherly and terrifying, an echo that seemed to reverberate through the very bones of the world. Come home. The room dimmed in response. The sacred light stones flickered, their glow weakening in the face of her power. Even Seraphina, poised and ever the ruler, instinctively straightened her posture, but Kael saw the primal fear lurking behind her regal facade. Even she could not completely mask the terror that such a being invoked. Kael, however, did not rise from the throne. He remained seated, an immovable force, his posture relaxed, his fingers curling idly on the armrests as he met his mother's gaze. His voice, when it came, was smooth, more like silk than steel, but it carried an edge sharp enough to cut through the very air. Home? He echoed, the word sounding almost foreign on his lips. You speak as if I ever belonged to the abyss. A faint smile played upon the abyssal queen's lips, not cruel, not warmer, just knowing, as though she held the deepest of secrets between her teeth. You were born of it, forged in its image, she said, her voice low and possessive. The shadows you wield, the hunger in your soul, they are all ours. And yet, you resist. Kael's gaze, golden and unwavering, met hers. His lips curled into a smile, one that did not reach his eyes. A gift is only meaningful if I own it, he said, his voice cold with certainty. Tell me, Mother, why now? Her form solidified, the ethereal illusions peeling away, revealing the true monstrosity of her being. Dark silver hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall of night itself. Her eyes glowed, not with mere power, but with the madness of eternity, a chaotic cocktail of love, obsession, and unfathomable might. She was not merely a demon queen, she was the living will of the abyss, and, for a time, she had been his creator. Because you are being watched, she said, her voice a whisper that felt like a shadow sliding down his spine. Kael's eyes narrowed. By whom? Her smile deepened, growing darker and more knowing, as though she reveled in the knowledge that Kael's very existence had attracted the attention of forces far greater than even the abyss could comprehend. The Archons, she said, her words hanging in the air like a death sentence. Kael remained silent. He did not flinch, did not recoil, as the realization sank into him. If the Archons had turned their gaze upon him, then he had already crossed the threshold of the point where neither heaven nor hell could afford to ignore him. He had become a player on a stage far grander than even he had imagined. They see what you are becoming, she continued, stepping closer to him, her eyes gleaming with something akin to pride. And they fear you. Selene, ever pragmatic, stepped forward. Then we strike first, she said, her voice low and dangerous. But Seraphina shook her head, her eyes flashing with the cold, calculating logic of a strategist. War with gods is not a strategy. It's a death sentence. We are strong, but not that strong. His gaze never leaving his mother, raised a hand. His golden eyes shimmered not with rage, but with something far colder, far more dangerous a purpose. They fear me, Kael said, his voice dripping with quiet authority. And that is our greatest weapon. He turned back to face his mother, his voice hardening with the weight of his resolve. Tell me, if I were to strike at the heavens, would the abyss stand with me? Her smile faded, replaced by something darker, more ancient, a knowing that transcended even the abyss itself. You seek to stand outside heaven and hell, she said, her voice low and filled with a quiet challenge. You reject fate. You reject even me. So I ask you now, my sinner, will you walk alone, or will you finally accept what you are? Kael stood, his movements slow and deliberate, each step an echo of the storm coiling around him. He rose from his throne, power radiating from him in waves, the very air thick with the tension of his defiance. I will not accept, he said, his voice unwavering, a declaration of rebellion against all that sought to control him. He stepped forward, the air between them crackling with power. I will take. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, the abyssal queen's smile returned, a smile slow, dark, and filled with a sense of pride that bordered on possessive. "Then let us see if you are ready, my son," she said, her voice rich with an ancient promise. The world shifted. Reality itself seemed to warp, twisting like a black hole, sucking everything into its center. Shadows, endless and consuming, engulfed Kael. The room of the throne room vanished, consumed by the abyss. He was no longer in the mortal realm. He stood on the edge of oblivion itself. The test had begun. The instant the shadows swallowed Kael, reality unraveled. The palace, the throne, his Alyssa, everything that was once familiar disintegrated. The grand halls and soaring towers of the imperial palace vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of swirling black mist. The oppressive void stretched in every direction, an infinite abyss with no clear horizon. There was no ground beneath his feet, no sky above, no sense of direction. It was as if the very concept of existence itself had been rewritten, and all that remained was the dark, pulsing emptiness of the abyss. The air was thick, not with cold, but with an unnatural weight, pressing down upon him from all sides. It was neither hot nor freezing, but suffocating in its stillness. The whispers were the only sound of thousands of voices, perhaps millions, murmuring just beneath the edge of hearing. Their words were unintelligible, a cacophony of thoughts that clawed at the edges of his mind. But Kael did not flinch. His golden eyes burned like twin suns, steady and unyielding, cutting through the endless dark. His body was the only thing that felt real in this formless void, and every step he took sent ripples through the air as if the abyss itself recoiled from his presence. "Show me what you will, mother," Kael said, his voice calm, resonating with an eerie confidence. "It changes nothing." A laugh echoed from the depths of the mist, low, sultry, and dangerously amused. The voice that followed was undeniably feminine, rich with power and temptation, curling through the darkness like smoke. "Arrogant, as always, my son." Kael's lips curled into a slight smile. He knew this game well. His mother, the Abyssal Queen, had never been one to shy away from manipulation, but he had learned to play with the same deftness over the years. He would not bend to her will. From the shifting darkness, figures began to emerge, coalescing slowly at first, then more sharply as they took shape. Their forms flickered and rippled, like the shifting of smoke before a flame. At first, they were mere silhouettes, mysterious, faceless, formless. But then their features solidified, revealing the horrifying truth behind their shapes. The first figure that emerged was Arona, the hero who had once stood as the light of the Empire, now fallen from grace. His armor was broken and shattered, rusted and marred by countless battles, his eyes burning with a fury that could only be born of betrayal. He was but a shadow of the man he once was, a ghost of Kael's past. Next, Lucian appeared. His body was twisted and corrupted by the demon's blood, his mouth dripping with crimson as he snarled, eyes wild and feral. His form was that of a beast, once human but now utterly consumed by darkness and rage. Then came Duke Reinhardt, the noble who had once stood against Kael's rise, now twisted into a specter of hatred. His pride, which had once driven him to betray the Empire, was now a grotesque parody of its former self. He was no longer the proud man who had once ruled with such conviction. He was a shadow of arrogance and resentment, drawn toward Kael like a moth to a flame. Lastly, Emperor Castiel, the ruler of the Empire, appeared, his form spectral, cold, and imposing. His spectral crown gleamed like a blade, his eyes staring at Kael with disdain, as through the very existence of Kael was an affront to his rule. The once mighty emperor was now but a ghost, a relic of a power long past. Kael stood unmoved by the parade of ghosts, each one a symbol of a battle he had already won. His voice was a low chuckle, filled with contempt. "A parade of ghosts," he mused aloud. "How quaint." His mother's voice resonated from the darkness again, this time without amusement. "Every conqueror bears the weight of those they have broken. The question is, my son, are you strong enough to carry them?" The phantoms lunged. Kael did not flinch. He didn't move a muscle. Instead, his will took form around him. Golden light erupted from his body, not fire, not magicka, but something more fundamental. It was his very essence, his indomitable will, made manifest in a physical form that crackled with raw power. The light surged outward, cutting through the shadows like a blade, obliterating the phantoms in an instant. Their screams were drowned out as the figures shattered like glass, disintegrating into nothingness before they could even touch him. The abyss recoiled, its whispers growing louder and more frantic, but Kael remained calm. He took a single step forward, the light around him dimming, but his golden eyes still gleaming with purpose. "If this is the abyss judgment," he said, his voice smooth like silk, "it is already mine." The darkness quivered, almost as if it was reacting to his words. Then, from the shifting mist, came the sound of his mother's laughter once again, but this time, it was different. It was deeper, more satisfied. Not mocking, but a broken bar approving. "Good," she purred. "Then claim it." The void shifted once more, folding in on itself like a living thing. In the center of the swirling mist, a throne began to rise from the darkness. It was immensely towering over Kael as if it were the seat of a god. It was jagged and rough, yet perfectly formed, as though it had been shaped from the very bones of the abyss itself. This was no ordinary throne. It was not carved from marble or gold. It was a throne of living shadow, its very essence pulsing with a dark energy that seemed to breathe. At the base of the throne stood his mother. She was an imposing figure, a force of nature in her own right. Her dark silver hair flowed around her like liquid night, her eyes burning with an unholy light. She was draped in robes that seemed to be woven from the very fabric of the abyss, a being of pure power and malevolence. "This," she said, her voice now soft, but full of an unspoken challenge, "is the throne of the abyss. It has consumed gods. It has broken kings. If you wish to carve your own path, a broken bars it, and make it yours." Kael's gaze did not shift from her as he approached the throne. He did not look at it, not yet. His eyes were locked on her, piercing through the darkness. His step was confident, steady, each footfall resonating through the very fabric of the void, each movement radiating an aura of authority. "What happens if I sit?" he asked, his voice calm, but sharp as a dagger. His mother's smile was slow, almost fond, but still dangerous. "You will claim your birthright," she said, her voice reverberating through the void. "Or you will be erased." Kael's lips curled into a smile of his own. "I think I'll take my chances." He moved toward the throne, and with each step, the very air seemed to thicken. The void groaned, as though resisting his approach. The throne itself seemed to shift, writhe, refusing to be claimed. It was as if it were alive, aware of Kael's presence, unwilling to yield. When he reached the throne, he didn't hesitate. His hand extended, brushing against the cold, shifting surface of the armrest. The moment his skin touched the shadowy throne, the abyss reacted. Shadows lashed out from the seat, wrapping around his body, constricting like tendrils of darkness. They sought his mind, his soul, trying to force him to submit. The whispers of the abyss grew louder, filling his mind with their venomous words. "You are a shadow of her," they hissed. "You are nothing without us." "You will kneel, as all do." "You will bow before the abyss." Kael's lips curled into a smile, cruel and confident. "Lies," he whispered. And then, with a surge of power, Kael ignited the golden light within him. It exploded outward, a brilliant blaze that clashed against the living void, pushing back the shadows. His will burned like a cleansing fire, searing through the darkness. It was not magic. It was Kael, his very essence, his identity, and his refusal to bend. The throne shuddered violently, and then, it bent. The shadows that had sought to subdue him recoiled, their tendrils uncoiling like burnt ropes. They no longer lashed at him, but instead, they embraced him, folding around him like a cloak of shadow, acknowledging his dominance. And then Kael sat. The moment he did, the abyss seemed to breathe a deep sigh, the void calming. The throne ceased shifting and began to solidify, settling into place as though it had been waiting for Kael all along. The whispers quieted, and for the first time, Kael felt a strange, almost tranquil sense of power, like the calm after a storm. His mother stepped closer, her eyes wide, not with surprise, but with something else. Reverence, respect. There was pride in her gaze, but also something elsey, something darker. "You truly are my son," she whispered, her voice almost tender. "I never doubted you." Kael leaned back, the golden light of his eyes gleaming from atop the throne. He relaxed into the seat, one leg casually crossed over the other. His posture was the epitome of ease, yet every inch of him radiated authority. "No," Kael murmured softly, his voice carrying through the still air. "I am more." In that moment, something shifted. Far beyond the abyss, in celestial halls, in divine citadels, among the highest thrones of the gods. They felt it. A tremor, small at first, but growing. Something had changed. Something had shifted in the balance. Or power. Kael now sat upon the throne of the abyss, and he was not content to rule only one realm. The abyss was no longer the same. Once a chaotic realm of writhing shadows, gnawing silence, an endless entropy, it now pulsed with singular rhythm, a beating to the will of one man. The void had a heartbeat now, and its rhythm matched Kael's. The throne beneath him was not merely a seat of power, it was the apex of dominion, carved from the bones of forgotten deities and bathed in the screams of failed sovereigns. It was a fulcrum upon which entire realms could be broken. Reality warped around it, time wept at its feet. And now a broken bar it bent to him. Kael sat with perfect stillness, the kind that only power allows. The crownless king, the golden light of his eyes cut through the swirling dark like suns that refused to be eclipsed. The shadows around him had grown quieter, not out of fear, but reverence. His mother stood at his side, a vision of divine elegance and lethal poise. Draped in robes woven from midnight itself, her silver hair cascaded like waterfalls of moonlight. Her crimson gaze lingered not on the throne, but on him. There was pride in her eyes, yes, but beneath it a broken bar, or, as if only now was she seeing the truth of what she had created. Kael inhaled deeply. The energy in the air was unlike any magic he had ever encountered. This was not a spell, not a gift from some higher plane. It was a sincere the will of the abyss, drawn to him like gravity, wrapping around him like a second skin. His every breath echoed through the void. This wasn't power taken, it was power recognized. But Kael knew, power always demanded a price. He turned to his mother without ceremony. What now? Her smile was slow and dangerous, amused, and edged like a dagger dipped in honey. You tell me, my king. At her words, the dark parted, not as smoke, but like silk drawn by unseen hands. A corridor of shadow revealed itself, and beyond it a city, a kingdom, a memory that had never been spoken aloud. Obsidian spires clawed at a starless sky, their silhouettes etched in red lightning. Towers of living flame bled from the ground like veins. Bridges made from shadow itself crossed chasms where no earth remained. The sky burned with eternal dusk, casting everything in hues of violet and gold. It was not beautiful. It was beyond beauty. It was ancient, honest, terrifying. Welcome to Therexis, his mother murmured, her voice barely more than breath. The capital of the abyss. Kael's golden gaze narrowed. There's a city in the abyss? Her smirk returned. There's a kingdom in the abyss. One that no mortal has ever ruled. It has existed long before the gods built their thrones of light, before time learned to march. He said nothing. His gaze swept the alien skyline. The city pulsed like a living thing. Towers shifted subtly, flames curved in ways that defied physics. Doors and windows disappeared when one wasn't looking. This was a place of will, not logic, and it was watching him. You sit on its throne, she said, stepping beside him. But the city does not kneel because of titles. Kael understood instantly. They won't accept me. Her voice grew quiet. But that's why you must make them. Kael rose from the throne. The moment he did, the entire abyss reacted. A pulse rippled outward, not of light, but of presence. The very realm acknowledged his movement, his will. Shadows stirred, the sky darkened further, and the mist curled around his feet like loyal hounds. He looked toward the city's burning horizon. Bring them to me. His voice didn't need to rise. It simply was, and the abyss obeyed. The shadows writhed into motion, forming sigils and runes that tore open rifts in reality. Through those rifts they came. The lords of the abyss. One by one, they emerged. They did not walk. They did not fly. They manifested. Beings not born, but shaped from the will of the void. Concepts made flesh. Ancient forces once banished to myth. Each one had once ruled a part of the abyss. Each one believed themselves eternal. Now they stood before Kael. None bowed. Not yet. Erindor, the shadow serpent, endless and coiling, taller than mountains, its scaled body wreathed in black flame. Its eyes, twin infernos of ancient millennia, studied Kael as one might study a curious predator. Lady Nyx, the mistress of forgotten souls, a drifting figure of translucent shadow, veiled in sorrow. Her voice, when she spoke, echoed with the agony of those who had died without names. Malak the void-born general, hulking and jagged, forged of obsidian and cursed flame. His blade was fused to his arm. His aura boiled the space around him. There were others, some veiled, some nameless, some whose faces twisted with each glance. All were old, all were powerful, all watched him with open hostility. Kael didn't flinch. He didn't sit either. He stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, the very image of poised dominion. "I assume you all have something to say." Erendor's voice hissed across the void like an earthquake. "The abyss does not bow to pretenders." Lady Nyx floated closer, her whisper feathering against Kael's mind. "You sit on a throne made from the screams of the divine. Do you truly think it will let you keep it?" Malakar snorted flames, stepping forward. "We have seen kings rise. We have devoured them." Kael stepped down from the dais. Each footfall echoed, not through the air but through will. The lords felt it, a weight pressing down upon them. Familiar, a broken bar and yet not. "You misunderstand," Kael said calmly. "I did not come here to debate legitimacy." He raised one hand. The abyss reacted. The skies dimmed. The spires halted their shifting. The ever-burning winds. A broken bar stopped. Kael's eyes gleamed brighter. "I'm not a candidate. I am not here to prove myself." He lowered his hand. "I'm the end of argument." The lords shifted, but something had already changed. Erendor narrowed his eyes. "We're broken bar and not mortal." Lady Nyx tilted her head. "Number." "He is worse," Malakar growled. "You have no right." Kael stepped forward again. "Right?" he repeated softly. "I do not need it." And then he whispered a single word. One word, but it shook the void. "Kneel." Silence. It hung in the air like a sword. The abyss listened. Malakar resisted first. His power erupted, fire and steel lashing against Kael's presence. But Kael didn't react. He simply was. And Malakar fell, screaming. Bending, one knee struck the obsidian floor, flames extinguishing in humiliation. Lady Nyx's body flickered. "We're broken bar and not born of the abyss." "But you are of it." And she knelt. Erendor resisted the longest. The serpent's eyes narrowed, flame roaring in defiance. But even he, a broken bar, bowed. Not out of submission, out of truth. Because Kael had not just claimed the throne. He was the throne. One by one, the others fell. Creatures that had never known fear, never acknowledged authority, now lowered their heads. Kael said nothing. He turned back toward the throne and sat once more. It welcomed him. The air shifted. The skies pulsed with silent lightning. The entire realm vibrated harmonized, like an orchestra tuning to its conductor. His mother approached again, slower now. There was no smile on her lips, only awe. "You truly are my son," she whispered. Kael looked at her. His voice was soft. "Number." He leaned back, crossing one leg over the other. The throne adjusted to him, a living construct. "I am more." And the abyss agreed. A pulse radiated from the throne, invisible to all within but far beyond, across the realms. A broken bar. In celestial citadels carved from starlight, a broken bar. In divine temples echoing with prayer, a broken bar. Among the courts of the gods and the halls of titans, a broken bar. They felt it, a tremor through the fabric of divinity. A throne had been taken, not by a god, but by something else, and they knew, instinctively, what came next. He would not stop. Kael had taken the abyss, and he was not content with one realm. The abyss was no longer chaos, where once there had been shrieking winds and clawing entropy, an endless void where madness had no edges. There now stood a realm forged in structure, not the sterile order of light or law, but a terrifying design born of singular will. It pulsed with resonance, as though the entire realm had taken its first breath only when Kael willed it to. He had not bent to the abyss had bent to him. From the highest tower of the Black Citadel, Kael stood in silence. The wind that screamed through the upper spires seemed to hush in his presence, curling instead around his cloak like tame flame. The citadel's obsidian towers reached upward like jagged fangs crowned beneath a storm-lit sky, where violet lightning cracked without sound and rivers of shadow fire traced veins through the city below. The capital of the abyss was alive, and it trembled with discipline. Gone were the howling tempests, gone were the shifting tides of madness. What remained was a kingdom of nightmare, shaped by intellect, not impulse. Order not imposed by force, but emanated by right. Kael stood with his hands behind his back, golden eyes fixed upon the living city beneath him. A realm once ruled by fear now answered only to him, its new sovereign, its absolute master. It was beautiful. It was his. Behind him, She watched Ida, the queen of the abyss, the first ruler, the mother of shadows, the monster beneath every bed, and the terror whispered in ancient tongues. She had once made the abyss kneel to her, but now she stood still, her silver hair rippling in the wind like moonlight pulled from the sky, her crimson eyes reflecting more than just pride. There was wonder in her silence, reverence, and something else, something even she dared not speak aloud. "You've taken the throne," she finally murmured, her voice soft as sin and twice as sharp. "But do you understand what you've inherited?" Kael did not turn. His gaze was fixed forward, surveying the domain that now pulsed with his presence. "I've inherited control." Her laugh was quiet to a whisper laced with danger and inevitability. "Control?" she repeated, each syllable drawn like a blade. "My beloved son, a broken bar number. The abyss cannot be controlled. It can only be become." The words might have been cryptic to others, but Kael heard the weight behind them. He did not reply, not yet. Instead, he reached out with his senses, and then he felt it. A pulse, not of magic, not of power, of memory. Something ancient stirred beneath the citadel, beneath the very bones of the world. It pulsed like a slumbering titan exhaling for the first time in eternity. The air shifted, the shadows trembled, and Kael felt something watching her, not from the sky, nor from the realm around him, but from below. His golden eyes narrowed. And then, it began. The first crack echoed through the realm. Far beneath the city, buried deep within the abyssal foundations where even the void dared not whisper, something moved. Titanic gates of black stone, engraved with sigils that had long since faded from even divine memory, groaned open. The cracks were not of rock or matter, but of concept. A great unsealing. The geometry of space twisted, light bled backward through time, and darkness surged not in anger but in recognition. The queen of the abyss took one step backward. Kael remained still, and the abyss stirred. The entire realm paused. The winds hushed. The flames stilled. Even the great towers leaned as if bracing for something older than themselves. They were waking. Kael felt it in his bones, in his blood. Not lords, not rulers of factions, not pretenders who had carved their own corners of dominion. No, this was deeper. The old kings, buried beneath layers of forgotten wars, mythic silence, and oblivion's dust, to those who had once ruled before the throne ever existed. They had not been overthrown. They had not been slain. They had been sealed, not by war but by necessity. And Kael, in claiming the throne, had awakened their prison. Reality splintered. The sky cracked open, not from above, but from beneath, as if the entire realm had been flipped, and the roots of the void were tearing toward the surface. Shadow light poured from those rifts, and neither darkness nor radiance, but a paradox made manifest. Then, the first of them emerged. He did not walk. He did not rise. He simply was. A figure stepped forward, and not from space, but from concept. His body was robed in absence, stitched from the gaps between thoughts. His face bore no features, yet Kael saw everything in it. His eyes, if they could be called that, were hollow galaxies, swirling with collapsed stars. The weight of his presence nearly made the citadel weep. "You are not the first." The being intoned. The voice was not heard, it was known, like the sound of judgment, like the whisper of death in a silent room. Kael turned, calm as glass, golden eyes unwavering. "But I will be the last." More emerged from the shadow rifts, one by one, then 10, then dozens, then hundreds. They came without ceremony, without anger, without need for theatrics. Figures wrapped in ancient majesty, bearing the scent of cataclysm and myth. Some wore armor etched with constellations. Some bore weapons that bled languages. Others were too strange for words, beings of folded time and broken truths. All had ruled the abyss in ages when existence itself was still unsure, and all now stared at him. Even his mother dared not speak. The first king whose presence spent the air tilted his head. "You are flesh. You are will. You are temporary." Kael stepped forward. His every movement bent the realm around him. His footfalls rang like gongs through eternity, not loud but consequential. "You reigned over nothing," Kael said, "and called it rule. You were the chaos, the disorder, the storm without center. You slept, and I carved a throne from resistance." A second voice echoed from behind the first. "Another ancient king, you blaspheme." Kael's eyes flashed. "I redefine." Then, The abyss answered. The realm erupted. Tendrils of anti-light lashed toward him. Whispers of ancient lore tried to bind his limbs in script written in screams. Claws of forgotten gods, the gods, even the gods feared. I reached through the veil, seeking to tear his soul into concepts and scatter them across reality. Kael did not flinch. He raised a single hand. No shield, no spell, just a verdict. Kneel. The word echoed not as sound, but as imperative. The assault shattered. The laws broke like mirrors beneath a fist. The pillars of concept warped toward him, not away. The storm lowered itself. The citadel exhaled. The abyss bent not to might, but to meaning. The old kings staggered. Their bodies, some incorporeal, some impossibly wavered. Kael's will pressed upon them like the first sunrise on creatures of shadow. Not painful, but final. He walked forward again, hands still behind his back. You were kings once, Kael said softly. But your time is over. You ruled in silence. I rule in consequence. One of the ancients, a being with 6 arms and a crown of galaxies, stepped forward, desperation bleeding from his essence. We are eternal. Kael met his gaze. Then eternity is over. And the abyss rose to his call. A pillar of void light, and neither flame nor shadow struck down like judgment, engulfing the old king and tearing through his form. Not destroying, a rewriting. The ancient scream made not in pain, but in loss of meaning. The others followed. One by one, the old kings were dragged down. Not by chains, not by spells, but by reality realigning itself. Their knees struck the ground not because they were defeated, but because they were irrelevant. And in the silence that followed, Kael stood alone, crowned not by coronation, but by truth. The last king. Behind him, his mother took a step forward. Her voice, so often smooth and mocking, now trembled not with fear, but with a sacred kind of awe. My son, a broken bar, she whispered. You are not becoming the abyss. She lowered herself, for her pride, her mystery, her immortality bowed for the first time. You are surpassing it. Kael did not respond. His gaze rose to the sky, where divine light, a golden, divine, arrogant, began to crack through the void. He could feel them stirring. The Archons, the gods, the celestials. They had felt the shift. They knew what had risen from the deep. And they would come. But they would not face a man. They would not face a demon. They would not face a ruler. They would face Kael, the one to whom even the abyss had surrendered. The imperial palace was a monument to illusions, gilded in gold, armored in legacy, and rotting at its core. Within its sanctified walls, lies held more weight than truth, and each polished marble corridor echoed with the whispers of betrayal. It was not a place of peace or governance. It was a crucible, where ambition sharpened itself against ancient tradition, and where Kael now stood, not as an outsider and no longer as a shadow in the court, but as its architect. He stood alone in the grand strategy chamber, a high-vaulted room of obsidian stone and silver-rimmed archways. Its every corner was bathed in the flickering glow of floating fire crystals. At its heart lay the imperial war table, a massive, circular construct of dark wood and enchanted metal, etched with shifting topography and glowing runes that updated the movements of armies in real time. The map sprawled across it like a living organism, mountain ranges pulsing with heartbeat like light, oceans rippling with illusory waves, and borders bleeding red where conflict brewed. Flags marked kingdoms, coalitions, and rogue forces. Some were freshly planted. Others had been turned upside down, as symbols of surrender, or obliteration. Kael stood with his arms folded behind his back, golden eyes tracing each movement with an intensity that made the war table feel more like a chessboard and the world, merely pieces he had yet to finish aligning. Behind him, the heavy door creaked open. Alicia entered in silence. Her silver-white hair flowed like moonlight behind her, the intricate braids woven with threads of starless marking her as a highborn of the elven ascendancy. But her eyes are sharp, calculating, belonged not to nobility, but to a tactician honed by centuries of war. She approached the table and regarded the map with practiced scrutiny. The Western lords have begun to fortify their provinces, she said. Her voice was a scalpel, calm, efficient, meant for cutting through falsehood. They see Seraphina's rise as a disruption of the old order. Some prepare to flee the capital. Others sharpen their blades. Kael's response was a slow, rhythmic tap of his fingers against the polished edge of the war table. Each tap sounded like a clock counting down, not time, but inevitability. Fear makes men hesitate, he said. But desperation makes them move. Let them run. Let them strike. Every step they take exposes them further. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the chamber as two more figures entered. Selene, his shadow forged tonight, and Seraphina, the golden lioness he had sculpted from glass. Selene's obsidian armor whispered as she moved, reflecting none of the firelight but drinking it in like a void. Her crimson eyes locked onto Kael, filled not with questions but readiness. "We've received word from the Eastern Front," she said. "The army swears loyalty to Seraphina, but oaths crack when shadow and blood mix." Kael's attention shifted to the woman in question. Seraphina stood straighter now than she ever had. Gone was the silken dress and naive smile. Her armor, imperial steel woven with ceremonial gold, fit her like it had been forged not for a princess, but for a conqueror. A crimson sash tied around her waist bore the mark of the Phoenix House, rebirth through fire. "They follow me," she said, her voice steady, "because they believe there is no future under Kael." Kael stepped toward her, his expression unreadable. "Belief is a seed, but you must grow it into necessity. Make your people see that their hopes, their survival, their children's dreams are broken by all depend on you. Give them something to fight for, and make sure it begins and ends with your name." She inhaled, the weight of his words settling like invisible armor around her shoulders. A sharp knock rang through the chamber. Kael did not speak. He simply turned his gaze to the door. It opened, and Dorian Valkrest entered. Clad in the crimson cloak of the Shadow Envoy, his steps were swift and without hesitation. His usually composed demeanor was rattled enough for Kael to immediately sense the shift. "The Emperor has made his move," Dorian announced. "The Black Legion has been awakened. He's opened the abyssal vault." A stillness fell upon the room, palpable, suffocating, as if the walls themselves recoiled at the name. Alicia's fingers curled into her sleeves. "He's truly lost it. The Black Legion is a sin written in blood." Selene's jaw clenched. "That isn't an army. That's a massacre waiting to be unleashed." Even Seraphina faltered only slightly, enough to show the weight of what had been unleashed. Kael's expression, however, remained perfectly composed. If anything, his golden eyes gleamed brighter. Not with fear, with precision, like a player watching a rival finally reveal their final card, broken bar only to realize it played into his hand. "So," he murmured, stepping back toward the war table. "The old lion bares his fangs at last." He reached out and moved a single black piece carved in the shape of a demonic knight toward the heart of the Empire. A countermeasure already prepared. Dorian watched with furrowed brows. "You were expecting this?" "I was counting on it," Kael replied. "Men like Kael always keep monsters in their dungeons. They call it strength. They never realize that the locks rust with time." Alicia leaned forward. "The vault was sealed for a reason. The Black Legion isn't just a military force here, it's a blight. Flesh twisted by abyssal rites. Minds broken by loyalty enchantments. They don't obey, they hunger. And they march beneath the Emperor's banner only because they haven't found a reason to devour him yet." Selene tilted her head. "How do you fight an army that feels no pain, no fear?" Kael's lips curved into the faintest smile. "You don't. You let them burn through the wrong targets. Then you offer the survivors salvation." He turned to Seraphina once more. "This is your moment. While Kael wages war on his own people using monsters he can't fully control, we show the realm something different: order, unity, strength under your banner." Seraphina clenched her fists. "Then let me lead. Give me the speech, the battle. Let me ride with them." Kael studied her for a long moment. Then he nodded. "You'll ride to the eastern gates. You'll give them a queen worth dying for. But remember, never bleed for them. Make them bleed for you." She nodded, and for the first time, there was no hesitation in her eyes. Dorian stepped closer to Kael, lowering his voice. "There's more." Whispers from the southern border. "The Archons have begun to stir. Their watchers have been seen in the skies above the flame barricade." Kael's eyes narrowed slightly. The Archons were divine enforcers, celestial remnants bound by ancient oaths to protect the throne's divine legitimacy. Their presence meant the heavens were watching, judging. "So the gods begin to whisper," he said, almost to himself. "They sense the cracks. They fear change." Selene scoffed. "Let them come. Let them see what you've built." "No," Kael said, softly but firmly. Let them believe they still have power until the moment it's too late to take it back. He turned once more to the war table. Golden pieces began to move, elegant formations shifting into place across the central provinces. Trade routes redirected, civilian militias reinforced, grain silos and water stores activated. War was no longer on the horizon. It was knocking at the gates, and Kael welcomed it. Outside, lightning cracked across the night sky. The storm had begun. He stood at the table's head, flanked by his most loyal other knight, the strategist, the heir. His pieces were in place. All that remained was to make the board collapse beneath his enemy's feet. In the highest tower of the palace, beneath a ceiling of painted stars, Kael stood alone at the windows, watching the clouds churn like a beast awakening from sleep. He saw the movement of ships on distant seas, the march of columns in the valleys, the flicker of distant torches on castle walls. He saw the storm, and he was not afraid, because he was not the eye of it. He was the thunder. The night hung heavy over the imperial palace, cloaking its gilded spires in an ominous shroud. The air was still, unnaturally so, as if the world itself held its breath. Torchlight danced along the ancient corridors like haunted sentinels, their flickering flames casting elongated shadows that whispered of ghosts and grudges long buried. From the highest balcony of the eastern wing, Claudine stood motionless, a lone figure draped in shadow and authority. The cold breeze tugged at his cloak, but he paid it no mind. His golden eyes scanned the city sprawled below, a magnificent ruin waiting to collapse under the weight of ambition. Tension simmered like a cauldron left too long to boil. The nobility whispered treason behind silk-draped walls, each courtier waiting to see which way the wind would turn before declaring allegiance. Merchants hoarded grain and weapons alike, sensing that coin would soon mean less than control. The common folk, those silent watchers of empire, kept their doors shut and heads down, listening to the marching boots of fate just beyond their windows. But it was not just mortal unrest that stirred tonight. Beneath the streets, moving like shadows cast by no light, emerged a force lost to legend, revived now by desperation. The Black Legion, clad in abyssal armor so dark it seemed to devour light, they moved with mechanical precision. There were no banners, no fanfare, only silence and dread. Their faceless helmets betrayed no hint of man or beast. They were not soldiers, they were executioners of the old world, bound by rituals deeper than steel, by pacts older than kings. They had not marched in over a century. But now, they rose again. Kael's lips curved into a cold smirk. So broken bar the old lion bares his teeth. Behind him, the sound of soft footsteps echoed against the stone floor. "You feel it too," said Alicia, her voice quiet as falling snow. She stepped beside him, the moonlight catching the silver in her hair and the steel in her gaze. "He's moved his last piece. This is his endgame." Kael's gaze didn't leave the streets. "It's desperation, not strategy." "They are not mere soldiers," she continued, folding her arms. "They're cursed constructs, bound through the pact of kings. As long as Castile wears the crown, they cannot be slain." Kael turned slightly, his profile carved in moonlight. "Every binding has a weakness. Even the gods bled when struck true." Before she could reply, another voice joined Thema, one softer, but no less resolute. "They aren't just warriors." Serafina stepped into view, her gold and crimson cloak billowing behind her. No longer the caged songbird she had once been, she now stood tall, her gaze fierce. Though her hands trembled slightly at her sides, her voice did not falter. "They are tied to the throne itself, through the pact. Their loyalty is not earned, it is enslaved. As long as Castile reigns, their will is his." Kael turned fully now, studying her with the intensity of a chess master evaluating his final piece. "Then the solution," he said, "is to take the throne." She blinked. "You think it's that simple?" He stepped forward, his presence eclipsing the cold night. "The pact does not recognize blood. It recognizes rule. If the throne accepts a new sovereign, a broken bar, the Black Legion's leash breaks." Realization dawned in her eyes like a rising fire. "And if the throne chooses a broken bar, they will obey me," Kael said simply. Alicia inhaled sharply. "That means Castile is the only link, the last true key to the pact, and the only barrier to its collapse," Serafina murmured. "We must strike before he fully awakens their power." Kael's smirk returned, dark and certain. Then let us show the Emperor why storms are feared not for their noisy broken bar but their inevitability. Later that night at the war chamber. The grand war chamber thrummed with intensity, a sanctuary of stone and strategy buried deep beneath the palace. Ancient maps sprawled across a war table carved from obsidian, etched with runes glowing faintly in the dark. Red wax markers indicated troop formations, while golden pins marked Kael's loyalists and the movements of the Eastern legions sworn to Seraphina. Selene stood at Kael's side, a living wraith in obsidian armor. Her eyes gleamed with purpose, her hand resting on the pommel of her blade like a silent promise of violence. Beside her, Dorian Valkrest traced a finger along a hidden corridor etched into the lower edge of the map. If he's forced to retreat, Dorian said, he'll go here, the heart of the throne. It's not just symbolic. The room is enchanted, bound to the soul of the empire itself. The Pact of Kings was forged there. And the throne? Clasked, though he already knew the answer. Dorian nodded grimly. The throne chooses its ruler in that place, not by lower broken bar but by dominance. Kael's eyes sharpened. Then that's where this ends. Selene's voice cut in, low and cold. Strike him there. Strip him of every lie. Make the throne see you. Seraphina hesitated. If he reaches that chamber first, and renews the pact. Kael's hand came down on the map with finality. Then he wins. The Legion will never fall. And this empire will remain chained to a coward clinging to power. He looked up, golden gaze sweeping the chamber. But if I reach it first, a broken bar, if I force him to kneel within the throne's gaze, to falter before its judgment, then the pact shatters. The throne will know who commands this realm. Ilicia stepped forward. You don't just want to defeat him. No, Kael said. I want to unmake him. I want the throne itself to reject him. Only then will the Black Legion fall still. Only then will this empire rise anew. A hush settled over the room. Seraphina's voice, when it came, was soft. And if you fail? Kael's gaze met hers, unflinching. I don't fail. In the final hours before sunrise, the palace was locked in a quiet tension. The winds outside howled as if in mourning for the blood yet to be spilled. Within the chamber, Kael stood before his inner circle for one last reckoning. Dorian, Ilicia, Selene, Seraphina. You will let know what comes next, Kael said. Castiel will not go quietly. He will unleash everything. The Black Legion. His loyalists. The last of his cursed bloodline. Dorian nodded. We've prepared for this. The moment you give the word, the eastern banners rise. The Shadow Guard has already infiltrated the palace's underlevels. Ilicia added. The noble houses still undecided will swing the moment they see Castiel falter. They were never loyal to him, only to power. Selene's voice was quiet, but absolute. And I'll carve a path through anything that stands in yours. Kael turned to Seraphina. This is your birthright, he said. But it's not your war anymore. It's ours. And we win by not just toppling the Emperor but by replacing him with something greater. She took a deep breath. Then let the throne see what true sovereignty looks like. Kael stepped into the hallway, the storm of destiny roaring in his blood. The corridor stretched before him like the spine of fate itself. By the time the sun rose, the empire would be reshaped, and by nightfall, Castiel would kneel, a stripped of crown, throne, and name. For the game was no longer about survival. It was about ascendancy. And Claden did not rise. He claimed. The imperial palace stood beneath a bleeding sky, where twilight clung like ash to stone. Its towering spires, once proud beacons of dominion, now seemed like hollow monuments to an empire on the brink. A heavy silence fell across the capital, not the quiet of peace, but the smothering hush before a scream. Outside the palace walls, the city groaned. Nobles locked their doors and whispered betrayal behind silken curtains. Merchants shuttered their shops with shaking hands, hiding their ledgers and loyalty alike. Soldiers, trained to march with the pride of the empire, now moved with the stiffness of prey anticipating the wolf's pounce. Even there, wind had abandoned them, as if the gods themselves held their breath. And at the heart of it all, in the war chamber beneath the vaulted dome of obsidian and gold, Kael stood at the center of a dying world and prepared to rebuild it in his image. The war chamber was carved from a time before the empire had a name. The walls bore murals of victories now centuries dead, and the great central table, an enormous slab of dark steel, held a map of the imperial palace etched in fine veins of crimson. Around it gathered the architects of rebellion. Dorian Valkrest, war-scarred and solemn, dragged a gloved finger across the map's eastern quadrant. The Black Legion concentrates here. They move in tight rotations, controlling choke points between the armory and the throne wing. His voice was clinical, but beneath it lay unease. They know we'll strike, and if we attack them head-on, we'll lose our strength before reaching Castile. Selene, gleaming in her void-black armor, leaned in. Then we don't face them. Not where they expect. Let them hold their precious corridors. Kael's gaze remained on the throne icon, the center of the map. He didn't speak. Seraphina, her silver and garnet robes rustling softly as she stepped forward, finally broke the silence. You still believe they can be reclaimed? A whisper, not of hope, he of fear. Kael's golden eyes turned to her, aglow like eclipsed suns. Not reclaimed, he said, his voice smooth and merciless. Redefined. Silence fell. The weight of his words settled like iron dust. He tapped the center of the map of the throne room once, twice. The Black Legion's loyalty was never to Castile. It was to the Pact of Kings, an oath older than dynasties. The Legion answers only to the one the throne deems worthy. Dorian frowned. But Castile holds that throne. For now, Kael said. But the throne is a sentient relic. It senses strength, dominion. If it tastes fear in its bearer, if it senses weakness, Seraphina's voice was barely audible. The bond will falter. Kael nodded. And if it falters, the Legion won't move. They will freeze. Easy targets, Selene finished. Ilesia stepped from the shadows, a glimmer in her stormy eyes. So we fracture the illusion. Not the Legion. Kael's smirk curved like a blade. Exactly. We don't need to kill his army. We need to kill his certainty. That night, Kael's agents moved like phantoms. Spies hidden in brothels and kitchens, servants who spoke too softly, merchants who offered discounts and secrets. In every quarter of the city, the campaign began not with steel, but with words. The throne trembles. The Black Legion listens. But not to him. There is another now. The throne waits for a stronger hand. Rumors wrapped themselves in 1,000 different tongues. Old priests murmured of forgotten prophecies. Drunken officers slurred that Castile no longer walked with the favor of the throne. Nobles who had long bowed low began to hesitate just slightly, but enough. Kael watched from above. Always watching, far below, within the throne hall, Emperor Castile sat alone. The throne, ancient, dark, Alivia loomed behind him. Crafted of blackened stone and forged in the flames of 10 empires, it pulsed with energy even Castile no longer understood. The hall was cold. Too cold. A messenger entered, bowed to his knees. Your Majesty, a broken bar. The unrest spreads. Let it, Castile growled. They speak of the Black Legion. The messenger whispered. That they hesitate. That the throne no longer responds to your blood. Castile gripped the armrests, once warm with power, now a broken bar cool. He stood slowly, like a mountain forced to move. The throne is mine. This empire is mine. But the silence that followed didn't agree. A shift in the shadows. And Thena. He stepped forward like a ghost given form, wearing nothing but confidence and dusk gold. Castile's eyes widened. Udara. Kael raised a hand, voice calm as moonlight. I came to see the exact moment an emperor begins to doubt. They faced each other in silence. The throne behind Castile cast a long shadow, but Kael seemed untouched by it. This throne has seen hundreds fall, Kael said, and every one of them thought it would never abandon them. Castile laughed to a short, hollow sound. And you think it will bow to you? Kael stepped closer. I know it will, because I don't beg it to serve me. I command it. He gestured slightly, and behind him, Ilesia, Selene, and Seraphina stepped from hidden alcoves. They didn't draw blades. They didn't need to. The throne responded in kind. A low hum, barely audible, thrummed through the stones beneath Castile's boots. The throne of kings was listening. Tell me, Castile, Kael said, voice soft, lethal. Have you noticed it yet? How cold the throne has grown. How long it takes now to answer your will. Castile said nothing. His silence was answer enough. Kael circled him like a wolf around a fading lion. You've clung to a crown forged in another era. But the throne doesn't care for bloodlines. It serves strength. It knows who the empire truly fears, who it whispers of in corners, who walks through your halls without resistance. He stepped to the edge of the dais, and right now a broken bar. It's not not you. The throne room's guards are clad in obsidian and silver, trained to kill without question, watched. Their fingers tensed, but they didn't move. They waited for the throne to choose, for power to declare its heir. Kael gave them no reason to attack. He made no threats. He issued no command. He simply turned, cloak sweeping like judgment itself, and walked from the throne room unchallenged. Kael stood alone. No one pursued Kael. The throne pulsed once, like a dying heartbeat. The emperor shivered. He had felt it, the rejection, subtle, barely perceptible, but undeniable. Power had begun to slip through his fingers, and he knew the throne no longer saw him as the future. The first fracture had been struck not in stone, but in faith, and Kael, as always, understood what others did not. The strongest empires fall not by war but by doubt. Tomorrow, the throne would choose, and Castella Broken Bar would not like its answer. The weight of Kael's words lingered like smoke in the marble-veined halls of power, clinging to the very air, poisoning certainty. What had once been sacred and unquestionably now trembled with frailty. The throne is watching, and it is not pleased. Emperor Castiel sat frozen atop the obsidian throne of kings, a relic carved from the bones of dragons and sanctified by the first Archon. His knuckles blanched as they carved into the stone armrests, not in majesty but in desperation. The high chamber stood quiet before him, ministers and generals arranged in perfect formation, yet none met his eyes. Silence, here once a sign of reverence, had shifted. Now, it spoke of doubt. The hesitation of his Black Legion had not gone unnoticed. They flinched less crisply at commands, their formation just a beat slower than it had been a week prior. The rituals of order remained intact, but the soul of obedience was crumbling, and Castiel, in his gilded cage of prophecy and pride, felt it. Whispers slithered like serpents behind every silken curtain, coiling around the ears of frightened nobles. The marble corridors that once rang with imperial authority now echoed with the subtle footfalls of betrayal. Ministers no longer gave commands, they gave glances. The hall's stillness was a storm waiting to scream. Kael's strike had not needed blood. No blades, no battalions, just words. Words like razors. Declarations that bled without wounds. With surgical precision, Kael had driven a wedge into the Empire's beating heart. A fracture had formed, and it would spread. Below the Imperial Palace, within the blackstone depths of a chamber never marked on any map, Kael's war impulsed with quiet authority. The air hung heavy with candle smoke and strategy. No shouting, no panic. Only the sound of shifting pieces on a board no one else could see. Kael sat at its center, cast in shadow save for the soft gleam of candlelight on his golden eyes. They were the only fire in the room. Around him stood his inner circle: Selene, blade-blooded and savage; Seraphina, veiled in silk and poison; Dorian, once a noble tactician, now a shadow orc reborn under Kael's wool; and lastly the Empress. She stood apart from the rest, yet closer than anyone to Kael. Dressed in midnight velvet, she was regal still, but her aura no longer bore the mark of imperial loyalty. She stood at the cliff's edge, neither falling nor flying. The silence stretched, coiled, then cracked. Dorian, ever the first to break it, leaned forward. Castiel won't remain idle. The doubt you've sown will fester. It will rot his throne from within, but he will lash out before it collapses. Kael's expression was unreadable. Let him, Selene chuckled, a low, sharp sound. Cornered tyrant style loud. We should feed him fear until he screams for death. Seraphina's brow furrowed, arms crossed beneath her cloak. Push too hard, and he may strike unpredictably. He still has allies. He still sits on the throne. Kael turned his gaze to her. The candlelight danced in his eyes like a molten gold. That's the point. A king driven to madness will make mistakes, and every mistake. He paused. Is another nail in his empire's coffin. Silence reclaimed the room. Not hesitation, a calculation. Then, the Empress spoke. You're unmaking him. Methodically, her voice was low, velvet laced with iron. Like a spider bleeding its prey. But when the throne is empty, Kael Broken Bar, will you claim it? Even Selene stilled. Dorian raised a brow, intrigued. Seraphina's gaze sharpened like a blade drawn half from its sheath. Kael leaned back, fingers steepled, his voice soft and lethal. A king is a symbol. The throne is a cage wrapped in gold. But a shadow behind the throne, a broken bar. His eyes gleamed. That is power. Real power is never seen. It commands without being named. The Empress tilted her head, lips curling a not quite a smile. Not quite surrender. Then you'll wear the crown from the shadows. Rule without ruling. Kael did not answer. He didn't need to. Serafina broke the pause. Then we make our next move. Kael must be provoked. His reaction will paint him as a tyrant. We create a crisis. Kael stood, the movement graceful and absolute. His cloak rippled behind him like a shadow given life. Prepare the board. Feed him poison, fear, and prophecy. Let him drown in the illusion of control. He looked around the room. At one glance was command, a promise, and a warning all in one. We make the Empire scream, he said, voice like steel wrapped in silk. And we'll see if Kael can still pretend to rule it. Thunder echoed beyond the palace walls. Inside, Kael stormed before his generals. His footsteps loud and erratic. The polished floors trembled under his fury. Gone was the stoic monarch. This was a man unraveling. The throne is mine, he spat, eyes blazing with divine fire. By blood, by right, by the will of the heavens, I will not be unseated by whispers. The high commanders of the Black Legion stood silent, unmoving. But their silence was not loyalty. It was fear. Kael's poison had seeped deep. Finally, one among them, a man once unshakably loyal, stepped forward. Captain Viral, veteran of 100 campaigns. Your Majesty, a broken bar. If Kael is testing the throne's will, perhaps a broken bar. We should reaffirm the divine bond. He hesitated, then added, publicly. The silence that followed was violent. Kael's gaze turned molten. You dare question my anointment? Viral knelt, but not fast enough. My loyalty has never wavered, sire. But the people, a broken bar, the court a broken bar. They need reassurance, a divine display. Let them see that the throne still speaks through you. The words still struck like a blade. Kael turned from him, fists trembling. He looked toward the great stained glass window where the throne's sigil and iron circled by fire glowed faintly in the dying light. Still speaks. The emperor inhaled sharply. Summon the high priest, he said at last. I will stand before the sacred flame. I will burn with the throne's fury. But his voice trembled, and doubt had already rooted itself like rot in stone. Night had fallen. The city of Eldret, once a beacon of the Empire's eternal strength, lay cloaked in storm. Lightning split the heavens above, and rain struck the palace roofs like a war drum. Kael stood by his window, watching the storm roll in. The city below flickered with lamps and fear. Every rooftop, every shadowed alley, held whispers now, whispers that bore his name. The storm was not nature's, it was his. Behind him, the door opened. The Empress stepped in without sound. Dressed in midnight and silver, she moved like a secret. Her presence brought no heat, only anticipation. She did not speak immediately. She joined him at the window, her shoulder brushing against his arm, her expression unreadable. Finally, she spoke. Kael has summoned the high priest. He means to invoke the throne's favor. In public. Kael's smile was slow, cold, beautiful. Then let him stand before a throne that no longer hears him. The Empress turned to face him fully. Her voice was quiet now, intimate. And when he fails. Kael's hand moved to her chin, fingers soft but inescapable. His gaze caught hers and did not let go. There was no fire in Thema, only dominion. When he fails, Kael whispered, he breaks. And when he breaks a broken bar. His lips brushed against her ear, voice a shadow of thunder. I will own everything he once ruled. The Empress exhaled, not in protest but in surrender. Her eyes half-lidded, her breath soft. She stepped closer, her hand brushing against his chest. Then I will stand with you behind the curtain, in the shadow. Kael's eyes darkened. No, he said, voice a command draped in affection. You'll stand beside me. In that moment, no vows were needed. The Empress had chosen. The grand chamber of the imperial palace stretched like a cathedral to power, its walls adorned with centuries of historical obsidian pillars soaring upward, the stone carved with intricate reliefs of past emperors. Sacred braziers, their flames dancing high, flickered in the corners, casting long shadows that seemed to whisper of ancient secrets. The air, heavy with incense and the weight of 1,000 expectations, was taut with a new presence. It hung thickly in the air, almost tangible. Fear. Kael sat relaxed in the Empress's private council room, his back pressed against the dark, elegant chair that had once been the throne of her predecessors. His golden eyes, half-lidded and watchful, seemed to hold 1,000 unseen layers as he regarded the three powerful figures standing before him. A gloved finger tapped rhythmically against the armrest, each strike a command in itself, setting the pace for the conversation to come. The room was dimly lit, save for the glow of the flickering candles and the occasional shift of shadows. The atmosphere was charged with tension, but Kael appeared unfazed. To his left, a servant stood at attention, silently waiting for the moment his master's words would require action. Across from him, three of the most formidable figures in the Empire stood, each one a titan in their own right. General Alistair, whose brutal command over the Black Legion had made him both feared and respected throughout the Empire. Duke Reinhardt, whose influence over the nobility had once been absolute, but now found itself waning under the weight of Kael's schemes. And Chancellor Voltus, the elusive mastermind whose control of information and diplomacy had guided the Empire's policies for decades. Together, they were the last remaining pillars of Castile's rule, yet each of them could sense the creeping rot, the impending collapse. Lord Kael, Chancellor Voltus began, his voice like silk wrapping around steel, you summoned us. And while the Empress has granted you authority, even you must understand the danger of overreach. Kael's lips curled into a subtle smile, one that never quite reached his eyes. His gaze was cold and calculating, and when he spoke, his voice was smooth, deliberate. Power is not a garden to be tended. It is a forest to be claimed. Overreach is merely the perception of those who lack the courage to seize it. The words were simple, but the conviction behind them rang true. Voltus, ever the diplomat, recognized the shifting tides in Kael's voice. Yet, the Chancellor's eyes narrowed, and a small, knowing smile danced on his lips. Perhaps. But there is a difference between seizing power and taking it too far. Alistair, the blunt warrior, leaned forward, his brows furrowing in mild irritation. Speak plainly, Kael. We do not have time for riddles. Kael's eyes flicked toward him, and for a moment, a silence descended upon the room, one that stretched like the calm before a storm. Slowly, Kael leaned forward in his chair, the motion graceful yet dangerous. The Empire teeters. To the east, war looms on the horizon, threatening to tear us apart. To the skies, the Archons stir, their movements hidden beneath divine machinations. Beneath us, the abyss groans, its very foundations shaking with hunger. And yet here, within these walls, we are paralyzed by pride, tradition, and the delusions of stability. The air in the room seemed to freeze. The nobles Alistair, Reinhardt, and Voltus exchanged glances, each one aware of the depths of Kael's insight. His words were not mere observations, they were accusations. Kael's finger continued its rhythmic tapping, a sound that cut through the tension like a metronome ticking down the seconds until something irrevocable occurred. The Black Legion, once is the iron fist of the Empire, now trembles at the slightest whisper of dissent. Your troops are Alistair are loyal, yes, but loyalty without purpose is a dangerous thing. It withers with every passing day, gnawing away at the resolve of the men who once feared nothing but the bite of your orders. It is not fear that binds them now. It is confusion. Alistair's jaw clenched, but he held his tongue. And you, Reinhardt, Kael continued, turning his gaze upon the Duke. You are no longer the power you once were. Your allies grow thin, and those who once called you their master now look elsewhere. The political tides are turning, and the nobility is not so easily swayed by old grudges. Reinhardt's nostrils flared, but he, too, remained silent. The insult was sharper personal, but Kael's words were undeniable. And you, Chancellor, Kael said, addressing Voltus, your network of spies, your labyrinth of secrets, so it all trembles on the edge. You've unearthed a cabal of nobles, have you not? Old names, those with bloodlines reaching back to the Empire's founding. They think they can seize the throne through a puppet, one who will be their marionette, their puppet ruler. But the truth is, they fear you, Voltus. And you fear them. Voltus's cold smile remained, but his eyes flickered ever so slightly. He understood. Kael knew. And that knowledge unsettled him more than anything. Kael rose slowly, the air around him crackling with intent. As he moved, the flicker of the braziers cast his shadow across the room, stretching long and menacing against the walls. His voice dropped low, yet carried with a weight of undeniable authority. "You all stand at the precipice," Kael said, his gaze shifting from one man to the next, lingering on each of them with a predatory focus. "The throne is slipping from Castiel's grasp. The Black Legion crumbles. The nobility is scattered. The Empire, once proud, is on the verge of collapse. And all you know this." He walked around the table, the others shifting uneasily as he closed the distance between them. "You want control. But control is an illusion unless you serve the one who commands it." The silence that followed was oppressive. Reinhardt's eyes flicked to Alistair, then back to Kael. Slowly, the Duke stepped forward, his voice low but edged with cold fury. "You dare issue threats in the Empress's own sanctum?" Kael's lips curled into a thin smile, sharp as a blade. "I do not threaten, Duke. I offer you salvation. The threat is what follows if you refuse it." The tension in the room crackled, but Kael remained unfazed. Alistair studied him, his gaze steady. The veteran general knew a losing battle when he saw one, and in Kael's eyes, there was no room for negotiation. No space for any more resistance. He knew it. Reinhardt knew it. Even Volters knew it. "This is a coup, in everything but name," Alistair muttered, his voice quiet now, as if the words themselves had lost their power. "No," Kael replied, his tone cutting through the air like a sword. "This is a correction. The Empire has been misled. It has been led astray by arrogance, by pride, by the illusion of stability. But I am the one who will restore order. I am the one who will bring purpose to this fractured realm." Reinhardt sneered, but there was no fire in the motion. He was defeated before the battle had even begun. "And what if we agree to this correction?" Volters asked, his tone more cautious now. "What becomes of us when you no longer need our support? When your power is absolute?" Kael chuckled softly, his gaze sliding from Volters to the others. "Then you will pray that I remain useful. Because the throne I am building does not tolerate weakness, nostalgia, or those who serve out of fear. It is a throne of power and unyielding, absolute. You will serve me, or you will be swept away." The silence that followed was not one of agreement. It was one of submission. From the shadows beyond the carved pillars, the Empress watched. She had not entered the room to interrupt. She had not needed to speak. Her presence, though not visible to the naked eye, filled the room like a ghost that both haunted and guided the actions of those in the room. The subtle tension in the air, the way the men before her shifted uneasily, it was as though the very weight of her judgment hung over them. But what she saw was not simply the destruction of Castiel's Empire. It was the rise of something far more dangerous. Kael had not merely swayed these powerful men, he had rewritten their loyalties, bent their will to his own. He had done what no other man before him had done. He had become the Empire. And the Empress, once the undisputed ruler, now watched as her empire quietly, imperceptibly, became his. The imperial palace stood cloaked in an unsettling calm, like a lake moments before a storm breaks its surface. The vast marble halls and high-ceilinged chambers, once resplendent with grandeur and power, now felt weighed down by an invisible presence. Behind the walls of opulent tapestries and velvet drapes, whispers traveled like shadows, flitting from one corner to another. Every corner of the palace was pregnant with secrets, but none so heavy as the one that had settled over the Empire's leadership. In the heart of his personal chambers, Kael sat at a desk of finely crafted oak, surveying the reports before him with the cold precision of a general examining the battlefield. The candlelight flickered, casting fleeting shadows across his face, but his eyes, like polished gold, remained steady. The reports were laid in an almost ceremonial order, maps of military movements, encrypted missives, intercepted letters, even the faintest hints of dissent from the farthest reaches of the Empire. His thoughts were sharp, slicing through the data with surgical clarity. Reinhardt, the stubborn duke, was massing forces in the western provinces, under the guise of fortifying imperial borders. His ambitions were no longer veiled, his actions, now bordering on insurrection, spoke volumes. Kael knew the truth of it. This was more than just an excuse to consolidate power. This was Reinhardt making a move to reclaim the Empire's helm, and Kael had already anticipated the threat. But it would take more than mere military might to wrest control from his grip. Chancellor Volters, meanwhile, remained an enigma. Though silent in the courts, his spies seemed to multiply with each passing day. The very walls of the palace were alive with his tendrils, creeping into the darker recesses of the nobility and the underground. Voltus was not an enemy to underestimate, for his power was quiet, but deep and far-reaching. The more Kael saw of his manipulations, the more dangerous he became. It was a silent war, fought in whispers, but Kael would not let the Chancellor outmaneuver him. Then there was General Alistair, the most dangerous of the three. The old general, with his iron discipline and unmatched battle prowess, had obeyed Kael's commands thus far, but even a soldier of Alistair's caliber could falter. Rumors were beginning to spread among the ranks of doubts of Kael's true intentions, and whispers of discontent growing like a slow poison. Kael's fingers drummed idly on the desk, a sound almost too soft to hear, yet filled with tension, or beat like a predator's heartbeat before the strike. His eyes scanned the documents with precision. The pieces were moving, each one unknowingly drawn into his grand design. The Empire was on the edge of a precipice, and Kael stood at its center, ready to pull the strings of fate. His mind was already racing, calculating how best to pull the pieces closer. Predictable, he muttered under his breath, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had already seen the outcome of a game before it had even started. The door creaked open softly, and Kael didn't bother to look up. He had expected the visitor. "Enter," he commanded, his voice smooth, commanding, the authority in it undeniable. The door opened fully, and in stepped Selenia, her movements fluid, purposeful, and unmistakably controlled. Her silver hair gleamed like moonlight, casting faint reflections on the marble floor as she crossed the room with a confidence that was now second nature to her. The once naive knight, driven by honor and the need for justice, had been remade in Kael's image, a weapon with a sharp edge, tempered by the fire of Kael's influence. She no longer hesitated. She was a part of his game now, and she played her role with a fierce loyalty forged in the crucible of their shared purpose. Without a word, she placed a folded parchment on the desk before him. It was sealed with the unmistakable mark of the Shadow Broker, a symbol of power that resonated in the underbelly of the Empire. The Shadow Broker was a figure of legend, a specter in the Empire's criminal world. No one knew his true identity, but his influence was felt in every shadowed alley, in every whispered deal and silent exchange. His reach was vast, his knowledge of the Empire's inner workings unparalleled. Kael's fingers brushed the seal with a certain reverence, but he didn't break the silence. He knew the message was not one to be read lightly. Selene stepped back, her posture precise, her eyes averted in deference. She knew Kael didn't need words to signal her departure. It was a dynamic they had long since perfected. Kael cracked the seal with a single, fluid motion, then unfolded the parchment. His eyes scanned the message, absorbing its contents with the same unhurried calm he brought to everything. The words, written in an elegant script, were both cryptic and incisive, as if the broker had crafted his response with careful deliberation. The game sharpens its edge. Your enemies move and fractured rhythms use the discord as your hammer. But mind this, pieces stir on the board you have yet to see. The Archons murmur, and the abyss gazes back. You are not the only one watched. A smile tugged at Kael's lips, though it was far from reassuring. His gaze lifted from the parchment, and he sat back in his chair, pondering the weight of the words. The Shadow Broker was not one to offer such cryptic warnings without reason. The Archons of the ancient order of celestial beings that had long overseen the Empire were no longer a distant concern. They were stirring, watching, and the abyss that had been a mere whisper in the background was now beginning to make itself known. Kael's golden eyes gleamed with the quiet fire of someone who relished challenge. Good, he murmured to himself, let them watch. Before he could delve further into the implications of the message, the door swung open again, this time without a knock. The interruption was not unwelcome, however, for the figure who entered was one Kael had long anticipated. Empress Seraphina stood in the doorway, her regal presence filling the room with an intensity that could silence the very air. She wore crimson, a blood-woven silk that clung to her form like a second skin, contrasting sharply with the pale marble of the room. Her golden eyes, sharp as any blade, fixed themselves on Kael with an unreadable expression. Kael looked up, his gaze briefly flickering over her attire and then settling on her eyes, calculating, observing. He did not rise from his chair. He didn't need to. Seraphina had long since earned the right to stand before him as an equal, even if their alliance was still one of convenience. I see you're busy, she said, her voice smooth, but with an undercurrent of challenge that only the most astute could detect. "You've done what no one else could, Reinhardt, Voltus, Alistair. They bend, if only slightly. But you know as well as I do, broken bar, true submission never comes at first blood." Kael's lips curved into a knowing smile. "That depends. You submitted quite easily." A flicker of something passed across Seraphina's face here, an almost imperceptible shift in her expression, a fleeting moment where a speck danced dangerously close to the surface. But it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by the cool, calculating mask of an empress who had spent her life playing the game of power. "Only a fool mistakes strategy for surrender," she replied, her tone smooth but edged with something sharper. "I'd rather sheath a blade than dull it against a wall." Kael's chuckle was low, rich with the dark amusement that only came from recognizing a worthy adversary. "Then let's make sure you don't unsheath it against me." Seraphina's lips curled in a smile that held both allure and a silent warning. "That depends on how sharp you keep yours." For a moment, the room was silent, charged with the kind of tension that only the truly powerful could generate. Neither of them spoke, but the unspoken exchange crackled in the air like static before a storm. Seraphina, as if settling back into her empress mask, took a seat across from Kael. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking with his, and she spoke in a more measured tone. "The nobility is still divided," she said. "They fear you, yes, but fear isn't loyalty." Kael's expression softened just enough to show amusement, but it was a cold, calculated kind of amusement. "I don't need their loyalty," he replied. "Just their obedience." Seraphina inclined her head, conceding the point, before continuing, "But something more pressing has arrived. An envoy from the Holy Dominion is due in 2 days." The words hung in the air like a cloud of smoke, thick and ominous. Kael's eyes narrowed, the gold of them flashing with something far more dangerous than curiosity. "The Archons?" Seraphina nodded slowly, her lips pressed into a tight line. "They do not send envoys lightly. When gods send messengers, they aren't asking her, they're judging." A quiet tension filled the room. The implications were clear. Kael's gambit had drawn the attention of forces far beyond the reach of mere mortals. The Archons, those ancient and mysterious beings, were no longer just distant figures in the Empire's lore. They were moving. Kael's lips curled into a smile, one that had no humor in it, only cold calculation. "Good. It's about time we met." The Imperial Palace stood in an eerie stillness, its grandeur unchanged by the subtle undertones of impending chaos. The early dawn light filtered through the towering stained glass windows, bathing the hall in fragmented halos of gold and crimson. The air itself seemed thick, oppressive, as if the very stones of the palace were holding their breath. The grand hall stretched before Kael, an open space dominated by towering marble columns and the weight of history itself. There were no signs of the usual splendor, no gilded tapestries hanging from the walls, no finely carved statuary lining the corridors. The palace was a monument, yes, but it was also a cage one Kael had bent to his will with brutal precision, and today, it would bear witness to a moment that would echo through time. Kael stood in the center of the hall, unmoving, his black cloak swaying slightly with the faintest draft. His silhouette was sharp against the rising light, casting an imposing figure that seemed to absorb the room's very essence. He was the eye of a storm that had yet to fully break, but whose winds had already begun to stir. Beside him, Celine stood silent, her silver hair like moonlight reflecting the cool, measured tension in the room. She rested a hand near the hilt of her sword, as if ready to strike at the smallest provocation. Her presence was calm, but deadly, a reminder that Kael's power was not solely forged in the realm of politics. Mercia, on the other hand, was draped in crimson lace, an embodiment of poised danger, her eyes never leaving the door. At the far end of the hall, Seraphina sat in her throne, her regal silks a sea of deep purples and reds, almost outshone by the fiery glow of the candles that flickered beside her. She watched Kael with a look that was as much a challenge as it was an invitation, her posture unwavering but her fingers betraying a small, almost imperceptible tremor. The Empress had not been this on edge in months. Then, the doors to the hall creaked open, as if responding to an unspoken command. No fanfare, no heralds, no priests or courtiers to mark the arrival of what was surely an omen. The envoy of the Holy Dominion entered alone, gliding like a shadow that had taken human form. His robes were a stark, unearthly white, so pale they seemed almost to reflect the dimness of the hall. There was no gleam of gold or adornment. His very presence was an absence, as though he was not truly here. His face was ageless, so neither young nor old, but simply timeless, carved from the same marble as the statues that lined the halls of gods long forgotten. His eyes, however, were what made the air tense, as through the room itself was holding its breath. They were not silver. No, they were something colder, deeper, like frozen lakes beneath stars, or the eyes of death itself. The mark of the Archons was emblazoned upon his chest. It glowed faintly, a living sigil, a mark that could never be erased, not even by time itself. It burned with the faintest light, like a star hidden beneath a sheet of ice, distant but undeniably present. The court fell silent. The air felt heavier now, thicker, as though the presence of the envoy had transformed the space itself. He moved forward with the grace of a phantom, his robes trailing behind him as he came to a stop in front of Kael. His eyes never wavered from the Dark Lord's face, as if he were assessing the man, peering not into his soul but into the very fibers of his being. There was a coldness in the way the envoy held himself, an aloofness as if he were not of this world at all. Without a word, he bowed. It was not the bow of a subject to his master, but rather the bow of a priest to a condemned soul. It was a bow of acknowledgement, not reverence. Valerius, Empress Seraphina, the envoy spoke, his voice devoid of warmth, monotone, but it resounded throughout the hall like a low echo of an ancient bell. I bring forth the will of the Holy Dominion. Kael did not bow. His gaze remained sharp, unflinching, and yet there was a trace of amusement, a flicker of something dangerous beneath the surface. He stepped forward slowly, never breaking eye contact with the envoy. His boots made no sound on the obsidian floor, as if the palace itself was silencing him for this moment. And what will is that? Kael's voice was low, smooth as black silk, carrying with it an air of control that could have crushed even the slightest resistance. His presence grew, expanding in the room as if to swallow everything that wasn't him. The envoy studied him intently, as if his gaze could pierce through the veil of time and space itself. His lips parted slightly, as if choosing his next words with care, though in truth, Kael knew it was not the envoy's words that mattered. It was the weight behind them. The Archons have seen the strands of fate stir violently around your ascent, the envoy intoned. They seek understanding, alignment, judgment. Kael chuckled a low, quiet laugh that seemed to roll from the depths of his chest. It was not a laugh of humor, but of recognition. He had seen this coming. The Archons, ancient and aloof, has been watching his every move since his rise to power. Now, their eyes were upon him in full force. Judgment, Kael repeated, his voice carrying the same cold amusement. How noble, how dreadfully predictable. The envoy's expression did not shift. There was no anger, no reaction. Only a stillness that spoke of something far more dangerous than emotion. They ask one question, the envoy said, his voice now carrying a deeper weight, like a stone sinking into water. Do you seek the empire? Or something far greater? The question hung in the air like a stone poised above a pit, heavy with implications. It was not a question of loyalty, not one of power, but one of destiny, of purpose. The envoy was not asking Kael for allegiance, he was asking for Kael's soul. The room held its breath. Celine stiffened beside him, her fingers twitching near the hilt of her sword. Mercia, ever the enigmatic presence, tilted her head with a faint, knowing smile, her gaze flicking between Kael and the envoy. Seraphina remained silent, but her eyes narrowed, searching Kael's face for the answer that had yet to come. Kael did not blink. He did not flinch. Instead, he stepped forward, closing the gap between them. He stood so close to the envoy now that his shadow seemed to swallow the envoy's own. That depends, Kael replied, his voice soft but laced with lethal precision. Would it amuse them if I claimed to want nothing at all? For a moment, the envoy's eyes flickered an imperceptible twitch, a subtle tightening of his gaze that was barely noticeable. But Kael saw it. The envoy had expected defiance, but Kael had given him something far more dangerous. The envoy's expression remained unchanged, cold as ever. The Archons do not traffic in games. Lord Kael's lips curled into a smile, dark and knowing. Then they must hate me already. His voice rose, not with anger but with the clarity of truth, the kind of truth that could shatter mountains and drown gods. I do not seek a throne. I do not crave crowns or empires. And I certainly do not grovel before those who believe themselves divine. The words fell from his lips like blades, cutting through the air, slicing through the silence with brutal precision. He took another step forward, and for the first time in the hall, the light behind him flickered. The candles trembled in their holders, as if the air itself could not bear the weight of his defiance. If the Archons consider themselves architects of fate, Kael continued, his voice rising in power, then let them understand Caesar. His words took on a cadence now, a rhythm that seemed to pulse with the very heartbeat of the world. I am not a brick in their cathedral. I am the fire that consumes their blueprint. The final words were a declaration, a prophecy that rippled outward like a shockwave. Kael's voice had grown so sharp, so final, that the air itself seemed to bend around him. For a fleeting moment, something within the envoy shifted. His head tilted ever so slightly, just enough to show recognition, perhaps even fear. Without another word, the envoy turned. He walked toward the doors, each step as silent as the last. As he reached them, he paused, his back still turned to Kael. Then you shall be watched, Kael Valerius, he said, his voice a cold whisper that carried the weight of 1,000 futures, by eyes that do not close. And with that, the envoy was gone. The doors closed behind him, sealing off the divine presence like a tomb. The silence that followed was absolute, broken only by the faint echo of the envoy's words hanging in the air like an omen. Seraphina exhaled slowly, a breath she had been holding in for far too long. Her shoulders lowered, and her voice, though low, was sharp as a dagger. You've just declared war against gods. Kael's smirk never wavered. He turned toward Seraphina, his eyes glinting with a cold, dangerous fire. Then they should choose their weapons well. The imperial palace stood shrouded in an eerie silence, its grand halls now a mausoleum of anticipation. The air was thick with tension, each passing second a drawn breath, held in place by an unseen force. The very stones beneath Kael's boots seemed to tremble with the weight of the event that had just unfolded. His words still echoed in the space, lingering like the final notes of a symphony played on an organ of despair, casting ripples across the foundation of the empire. The grand hall, once a gleaming monument to imperial authority, now felt hollow. The chandeliers, crafted from gold and crystal, swayed ever so slightly as though in response to an unseen storm. The imperial banners that once proudly adorned the columns now seemed to cower, their majestic folds quivering under the weight of what had just transpired. Even the statues of long-dead emperors, once the silent guardians of the realm, appeared to lean in, curious, expectant eyes seemingly following the movements of the man who had just declared war against the heavens themselves. Kael stood at the center of it all, a singular, unwavering figure, cloaked in the deepest black. His presence was a vortex that drew all attention and crushed all resistance. The imperial symbols that adorned the hall are so proud, so imposing, are faded in comparison to the gravity of his being. His shadow stretched long across the obsidian floor, a silent omen of the power he wielded. Seraphina, the empress, sat upon her throne, draped in layers of silken gold. Her face remained a perfect mask, every emotion carefully contained behind porcelain composure. Yet her eyes, those golden, calculating eyes, never left Kael. He could feel them, as though she were not just observing him but measuring him, weighing his every move. She was no stranger to power, no naive queen waiting for her fate to be decided. She had ruled the empire through blood, manipulation, and sheer willpower, outlasting countless rivals. But this was different. She was no longer the supreme power in the room. Kael had taken that mantle, with one simple statement, one unflinching declaration of war against the divine. Finally, she spoke, her voice the soft chime of a bell, a tone so refined, yet sharp enough to slice through the tension. You truly mean to challenge the divine? She asked, her words measured but laced with something else. Was it fear, respect, or perhaps curiosity? She was, after all, a ruler born of ambition and intellect, and Kael had always intrigued her. But now, he had gone too far, and she needed to understand her before it was too late. Kael did not flinch. He did not move. His gaze remained fixed upon her, unwavering, as if the weight of her question could not affect him. He was a man who had faced death, betrayal, and war without hesitation. The divine were no different in his eyes. "Tell me, Seraphina," Kael's voice sliced through the air, smooth, dark, and measured. "Do you fear the gods?" The question was sharp, surgical, digging into the very core of what made her empress. It was a question that no one, save Kael, would dare ask, and Seraphina, proud, indomitable Seraphina, hesitated. Her fingers, adorned with rings that glinted with the weight of history, drummed once on the armrest of the throne. The only sound in the hall. Then, as if making a decision, she finally answered, her voice steady but tinged with something beneath the surface. "I fear only what I do not control," she replied. "And the divine broken bar have never been within my grasp." Kael's lips curled into a slow, dangerous smile. His gaze locked onto hers, and for the briefest moment, he saw something flicker in her eyes, a curiosity, the first step toward a dangerous realization. "Then perhaps it is time we change that," he said softly. The words weighted with the gravity of what they implied. Before Seraphina could respond, the door to the hall creaked open. Footsteps rang out, sharp and deliberate, like the beat of a war drum echoing through the silence. Selene entered first, her movements precise, measured, her armor gleaming with the soft reflection of the candlelight that flickered around the room. She was a presence unto herself, the embodiment of silent vigilance, her hand resting lightly on the hilt of her sword, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Behind her, almost floating in the shadows, came Lady Mercia. Draped in black velvet, her smile twisted and dangerous, she stepped forward with the air of a predator who had already decided its prey was caught. She was a woman of contrasts, so graceful yet deadly, an enigma that Kael had learned to appreciate. "Well," Mercia spoke, her voice a velvet sneer laced with intrigue, "that it was quite the spectacle. Declaring war on heaven in the very heart of the empire? Truly, you never fail to entertain." But Selene was not in a mood for jest. She turned to Kael, her expression cold, almost calculating. "The Archons do not make idle threats," Selene said, her voice sharp, the weight of her words heavy with experience. "If they see you as a threat, they will act. And when they act, a broken bar, it will be swift and unforgiving." Kael turned toward her slowly, his gaze soft but unyielding. "Let them." His words hung in the air, a challenge not to just Selene, but to the universe itself. It was not defiance. It was the certainty of a man who had already faced down impossible odds and emerged victorious. The divine could act all they wanted. Kael was not afraid. Mercia laughed, a dark and lilting sound that seemed to wrap itself around the room like smoke. "Spoken like a man who knows something we don't, or perhaps a man already playing a game none of us can see." Kael's lips curled into another smiley. This time, it was different. It was the smile of a man who held all the cards. He moved with deliberate slowness, walking toward the center of the room beneath the great imperial sigil that hung above the throne, a relic of ancient grandeur. His steps were measured, each one a proclamation, each one drawing him closer to his destiny. "It is not about seeing the game," Kael said, his voice calm but resolute. "It is about redefining the board." Seraphina's eyes narrowed, her gaze sharp, focused. "You presume you can redraw the heavens?" Kael's smile grew, and his eyes flashed with something ancient, something primal, as though he had glimpsed the very fabric of reality and had found it lacking. "Presume? Number. I intend to." A heavy silence followed his words, thick and oppressive. Even the flickering candles seemed to dim, as if acknowledging the enormity of his claim. Mercia's expression shifted slightly, her smile faltering just enough to show a glimmer of something more than amusement, or perhaps a touch of fear. "And what of the abyss?" Mercia's voice was tinged with mockery, but there was an edge to it now, a trace of something that had shifted. "Your broken bar, beloved mother? She will not enjoy being upstaged by the divine. You know how possessive she can be." Kael's expression darkened. The mention of his mother, the queen of the abyss, cut through him like a blade, but he did not flinch. There was a coldness in his eyes now, a quiet, foreboding certainty that spoke of a power far darker than even the divine could comprehend. "Ah, his mother, the queen of the abyss," a being of madness and destruction, a force of pure obsession. She would come, of that, Kael had no doubt. She would tear through the heavens themselves if it meant reclaiming what she considered hers. And Kael, her sun, her light, her legacy would be the pivot upon which the world would turn. She will come, Kael replied softly, the words like a promise. The hall grew colder, the shadows lengthening as the truth settled over them. Seraphina's eyes widened, just the slightest twitch of recognition. Celine's jaw tightened. Mercia's smile faltered, and for a brief moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. And when she does, Kael continued, his voice low and filled with a quiet menace, the world will remember fear. Celine's brows furrowed. You would risk her wrath? The abyss does not bend. It devours. Kael met her gaze, and in that moment, something vast and unfathomable passed between them. His eyes were not merely those of Amana, they were the eyes of something far older, far darker, something that existed before the stars themselves. Then let it try, Kael whispered, the words carrying the weight of eons. Mercia laughed, a sound that was equal parts amusement and something darker, something hungry. Kael Valerius, the gods above watch you. The queen below craves you. And yet you stand here, in this place, not as their servant, but as their rival. Kael did not deny it. Instead, he turned his gaze upward, toward the towering frescoes that adorned the vaulted ceiling, the images of angels, archangels, and holy warriors locked in eternal battle. The divine had once stood as the pinnacle of order, their light blinding and pure. Now, they were but relics, symbols of a time that Kael would rewrite. The divine believe they shape fate with their will, he said, his voice calm but dripping with authority. The abyss believes fate is born of desire. But they both forget one thing. Kael stepped forward, his presence swallowing the room. Fate is not a river, he continued, each word a strike against the foundation of the world. It is a web. And broken bar. I am the spider. The words hung in the air like a curse, heavy and inevitable. The room grew colder still, the very air thick with the weight of what Kael had just declared. Seraphina was silent now. Her golden eyes were wide, her thoughts racing as she processed the magnitude of what Kael had set in motion. Celine lowered her gaze, deep in thought, her sharp mind already calculating the endless possibilities. Mercia, however, seemed pleased, her lips curling into a smile that could only be described as a blend of delight and madness. Somewhere, beyond mortal sight, the divine watched. The abyss stirred. And Kael broken bar. Kael smiled, the kind of smile that would haunt both gods and demons alike for eons to come. Let them come, he said, his voice a quiet proclamation. Heaven, hell, all between. He turned, his back to the room, the last of his words lingering like a final decree. I will show them what it means to stand before a man unbound. And the world, for just a moment, held its breath. A storm was brewing. Not the kind that raged across the sky with thunder and rain, but one that stirred in the soul of the world, a storm that reshaped empires, shattered thrones, and made gods question their dominion. Kael stood alone at the highest balcony of the imperial palace, the wind tugging at the edges of his cloak like invisible fingers eager to claim him. Below, the capital sprawled out in arrogant splendor, gold-tipped spires, marble avenues, the pulse of mortal life marching blindly forward, unaware that the axis of the world had begun to shift. He remained still, silent, his eyes drawn to the horizon where the heavens met the world, a place where reality trembled under the weight of watching eyes. The Archons had declared their intent. They were watching him, judging him, preparing to move against him. And now something deeper had stirred. Behind him, the chamber doors opened softly. The footfalls were measured, familiar. Seraphina approached first, her golden eyes as calculating as ever, her steps echoing across the polished obsidian floors. She had changed since their first meeting, and no longer merely a survivor of the imperial court, but something sharper, more dangerous, and irrevocably tied to him. Then came Selenia, ever the sentinel. She kept her distance, yet her presence was always felt. Her gaze remained fixed on Kael's back, as if expecting some shift in him, some revelation he might offer. And finally, Mercia. The noblewoman's smile was lazy, but her eyes glittered with something almost unholy, amusement, anticipation, and hunger. None of them spoke. They didn't need to. They had felt it too. Something was coming. Something old. Something terrible. Kael finally turned his head, just enough to glance at the three women who stood behind him, his counsel, his temptations, his weapons. Each one bound to him in ways they didn't yet fully comprehend. The Archons made their move, he said quietly. But they weren't the only ones listening. Selene narrowed her eyes. The abyss? A thin smile curled Kael's lips. She heard them. In the deepest recesses of the abyss, where light did not dare tread and time unraveled like a frayed ribbon. The air shifted. The realm groaned, as if awakening from some ancient slumber. Across obsidian plains, beneath skies of crimson flame, 1,000 demonic lords knelt. They lined the path like living statues of shadow and horn, each bearing marks of their own unholy dominion, yet each reduced to silence. Then she arrived. Reality buckled as the veil parted. From the heart of nothingness emerged the Queen of the Abyss. She did not walk. She did not descend. She manifested. Her form shimmered with impossible beauty and dread. Her gown spun from living shadow, her horns crowned in black fire. Her eyes were twin galaxies of madness, longing, and divine hate. And on her throne of screaming souls, she sat. The silence was absolute. The gathered lords dared not speak, dared not move, because they knew who she was. The one who had burned pantheons. The one whose touch had driven saints to madness. The one who smiled only for her son. "My darling boy," she whispered, her voice a melody that clawed at the edges of reason, has caught the gaze of the heavens. Her fingers traced lazy circles in the air, and with each motion, the abyss shuddered. They think themselves above consequence. The Archons, the pretenders, the self-anointed guardians of order. She rose from her throne, a movement that sent ripples through every layer of her dominion. But they have forgotten one truth. Her eyes burn now, a mix of obsession and fury. "He is mine." The word echoed like a curse. "He was born from me, shaped by me. Every breath he takes is blessed by my love." They seek to judge him. They seek to challenge his rise. She smiled, and hell smiled with her. "I will remind them what fear feels like." The ground cracked beneath her feet as power surged. Demonic lords collapsed in agony as her aura crushed the realm itself. Across the abyss, war drums began to beat. Kael inhaled deeply. He could feel it. A tether, dark and ancient, brushing against the very edge of his soul. Not a call, not a command, a promise. She was moving. Selene looked to him, unease dancing behind her fierce gaze. "You felt it?" Kael didn't answer immediately. He stared upward, toward the sky that now felt too close, too watching. "Yes," he murmured. "She's awake." Seraphina stepped forward. "Will she come to court?" Kael chuckled under his breath, but there was no humor in the sound. She won't come like a guest." His eyes glinted. "She'll arrive like a cataclysm." Mercia's lips parted in a smile. "How poetic." Selene crossed her arms. "And dangerous. If the abyss marches, the gods will not stand idle." "They already moved," Kael said. "And now, so will she." But what neither side understands, a broken bar. He turned to face them, voice steady and sharp, "is that I do not intend to kneel to either." A moment of silence followed. Then Seraphina spoke, her tone unreadable. "Then what do you intend?" Kael stepped toward them, his presence pressing into the air like a growing storm. "I intend to rewrite the game. The gods play with mortals, the abyss consumes them. I will command both, shape both, rule above them." He stopped before the Empress. She met his gaze without flinching. "You fear what you cannot control, Seraphina," he said softly. "Then help me control it." Her breath caught. Not from fear but from understanding. He wasn't posturing. He meant it. He would chain gods, unleash demons, and make the world kneel. In the sacred sanctums of the Archons, celestial bells tolled to a sound that echoed across divine realms. A figure robed in blinding white stepped forward. "She moves," the Archon intoned. "The Queen of the Abyss rises." Another voice answered. "Because of him." "Because of Kael." They stood around a great sigil, a pool of divine light flickering with Kael's image. Watching, calculating. "Then the time has come," one said. "We act now, or we lose this world." But not all agreed. One Archon at all, cloaked in shadows rather than lighter, spoke slowly. "And if we kill him, a broken bar, what replaces him?" No one answered. Later that night, Kael stood alone once more. The city below slept, but he did not. He had no dreams, only visions. The divine would descend, the abyss would rise, and here Kael Valeriusa stood between them, not as a servant, but as a king. And soon, the world would remember not who he was, a broken bar, but what he had become. The imperial palace was silent, but beneath its golden skin, tension crackled like a blade pressed against flesh. Each polished tile bore the ghosts of 1,000 coronations, betrayals, and whispered conspiracies, a history etched in opulence and blood. Now, the gods were watching. Kael sat within the heart of the palace, in the inner sanctum where shadows stretched longer than the light. The scent of burning incense drifted like smoke from a battlefield, sweet and suffocating. Only there, occasional flicker of candlelight broke the gloom, casting his angular features in bronze and shadow. His fingers were steepled before him, his eyes close-eyed, but he was not resting. The Archons has made their move, and in response, the abyss had begun to stir. He could feel it, not in the physical sense, but deep in the marrow of his soul, where a whisper moved with the weight of a scream. A thread tugged from beyond reason, one only he could feel. His mother was watching. When she moved, the world did not turn, it shattered. A knock broke the silence, sharp, measured. A visitor who understood the gravity of where they stood. Enter. The door creaked open, revealing Lady Mercia, dressed in a gown the color of fresh blood. Her appearance was as deliberate as her steps. Silk clung to her like fire. Taskina, bold, beautiful, dangerous. Her lips carried a knowing smirk, but her eyes glimmered with something darker, anticipation. "You've been quiet since the envoy's departure," she said, voice smooth as poisoned wine. "That usually means something devious is brewing." Kael opened his eyes slowly, offering her a smile that never reached them. "Always." She leaned against the obsidian desk with casual grace, the candlelight dancing across the curve of her cheek. "The Empress is wary, Selene is restless. Even the lesser nobles feel the shifter like animals sensing a coming storm. The court is holding its breath. They should." Kael's voice was calm, but beneath it, something stirred. When the divine sets its gaze upon mortal thrones, the balance fractures, empires rot, faith becomes a weapon. Mercia's eyebrow arched. "And now that your mother stirs?" His chuckle was soft, almost tender. "The world won't remain as it was." Mercia tilted her head, a gleam of curiosity piercing her sarcasm. "So what's next?" Kael rose, cloak whispering against the stone floor as he crossed to the tall arched window. Beyond it, the imperial capital shimmered beneath moonlight, her beautiful, ignorant, and utterly vulnerable. Each golden spire and tower was a prayer waiting to be broken. "The Archons won't strike yet," he murmured. "They'll measure, watch, decide if I'm a threat to be erased, or a force to be shaped." Mercia folded her arms, and he turned slowly, the light catching the cold gleam in his eyes. "We strike first." Before she could respond, another knock sounded, this one faster, urgent. The door opened without waiting for permission. Selene stepped through like a blade drawn in defiance. Her violet eyes were sharp, her presence the perfect balance between nobility and violence. "You need to see this." Kael met Mercia's glance. No words needed. They followed. Their steps echoed through the stone halls like the tolling of a funeral bell. Guards straightened and bowed, courtiers froze mid-conversation, their eyes filled with silent questions. Something had shifted in the air. A reckoning approached. The war room awaited. Inside, the candlelight was dimmer. Shadows clung to the corners. A map of the empire dominated the table, strewn with markers, notes, and sealed scrolls. Empress Seraphina stood at the head of the table, robed in black and gold, her golden eyes sharper than the daggers hidden at her side. She did not look up immediately, but her posture rigid, poised, spoke volumes. "Reports," Selene said, handing a sealed dossier to Kael. He read swiftly. His expression never changed, but Mercia hissed between her teeth as she glanced over his shoulder. "Envoys," she muttered. "They're moving fast." Kael's gaze swept over the table. Each note painted a broader picture: the western provinces, unrest disguised as religious gatherings. Noble houses, long neutral families suddenly receiving visits from robed strangers. Fortresses, strange sightings near ancient relic sites. Selene's voice was edged with steel. "The Holy Order of the Archons has begun approaching noble houses, the ones that have historically been hostile to the throne. They offer sanctuary, protection, faith." Seraphina looked up. "They are seeding doubt, undermining your claim with whispers and sanctity." Classic divine posturing. Mercia narrowed her eyes, And if they're successful, they won't be. Kael's voice cut through the room like a blade. They want to gauge the Empire's readiness. They want to see if I flinch. A silence stretched. Then, Kael stepped closer to the map. We remind them this empire already belongs to me. He placed a hand over the western provinces. We plant false leads or make them believe one of the noble houses has agreed to betray me. We leak word that the empire is fracturing. Mercia's smirk returned. Draw them out. Exactly. Kael's voice was calm, deadly. When they gather to offer their so-called divine protection to these nobles, we strike swiftly, publicly. No subtlety. I want the people to see what happens to those who trade loyalty for scripture. Celine's gaze lingered on him, her voice low. And what if the Archons retaliate directly? Kael turned, his tone now a whisper laced with steel. Then they reveal their true selves. And once the gods bleed, mortals stop worshipping. Silence again. This time, heavier. Seraphina finally spoke. The abyss will not sit idly while the heavens meddle. Kael's lips curved. My mother is already watching. Mercia laughed lightly. Then let's give her a reason to dance. Celine approached the map, placing a black token atop a noble house sigil. House Valen. They've always been unpredictable. Their loyalty is coin deep. Perfect bait. Kael nodded. Good. Begin preparations. I want a false envoy ready within the week. Seraphina folded her arms. And if the Archons send one of their own? One of the High Chosen? Kael's smile was slow. Then I'll greet them personally. The war had shifted. The Archons had made their first move. Now, it was Kael's turn. A storm loomed over the Empire, not of thunder and rain, but of forces more ancient, more dangerous. The gods watched from their celestial thrones, cold and unmoving. The abyss whispered from its endless depths, its voice coiling through the cracks of reality. And in the heart of the imperial palace, Kael Valerius stood at the eye of it all, preparing to strike before the storm could break. The war room burned with quiet intensity. Maps and scrolls were spread across the carved obsidian table, strewn with sigils and blood-red markers denoting troop movements and noble holdings. Candlelight flickered with the occasional spark of enchantment, the shadows twitching like watching eyes. A subtle chill crept beneath the opulence, as though the palace itself sensed what was to come. Empress Seraphina sat at the head of the table, her golden eyes twin blades behind her ornate mask of calm. Celine, ever the weapon, stood near the balcony door, her arms crossed, her frame coiled, ready. Lady Mercia lounged in a chair with feline grace, the firelight catching in the crimson silk of her gown. Her smirk said she was enjoying herself far too much. Kael stood, studying the map in silence. The Archons are moving, he said finally, his voice smooth as velvet, heavy as iron. Quietly, deliberately, they reach out to the noble houses like a surgeon wielding a blade. Not to inspire, but to dissect. Celine's violet eyes narrowed. Destabilization tactics. They're trying to bleed you without drawing a sword. They want the nobility to fracture, Seraphina said. To erode your foundation before the next phase begins. Kael's fingers traced a symbol etched in the map, a house Velstara, a once proud name, now tarnished by whispers and uncertain loyalties. They've approached the Velstara line, he said. Offered them divine protection, and a future in the new order they plan to build. Mercia laughed quietly. Charming. Shame they think the Empire is a house of cards. They forget, Kael murmured, that I built the house they now try to tear down. Celine stepped closer. You want them eliminated? No, Kael said, lifting his gaze to her. I want them shattered. A beat of silence followed, heavy, expectant. Mercia's smile widened. Ah, one of those nights. Kael nodded once, then turned toward them fully, his cloak whispering against the marble floor. This is not simply about removing a disloyal house. It's about sending a message. Seraphina's eyes flicked to him, sharp and knowing. To the nobles, or to the gods? To both, he said. Celine shifted, thoughtful. A large-scale strike will draw attention from the entire court and the church. We need precision. A small unit. No room for error. Kael's expression didn't change. We send no army. Seraphina arched a brow. Then who? I will go, Kael said simply. Myself, with 10 of our finest. Celine opened her mouth to protest but stopped as Kael turned his gaze on her. There was no room for negotiation in those eyes, only inevitability. He continued. The Archons want the nobility to question my strength. Tonight, they will remember what fear feels like. Mercia leaned back, amusement glittering in her eyes. Do you want them executed publicly or privately? Kael turned to the map, tapping the Volstaro estate. Public. The flames of their manor should be visible for leagues. Their sons are to be dragged into the square and made examples. Seraphina's voice was low. And the Lord? Kael's lips curled. He will beg for death by the end. Silence settled again, heavier than before. Then Seraphina stood. So be it. Selene bowed her head. I'll select the 10. Kael turned toward the balcony, the city stretching before him in sleeping ignorance. Tonight, I will burn our house to cinders. By dawn, every noble who spoke with the Archons will remember who rules this empire. And the gods? Mercia asked, her voice teasing but edged. Kael did not look back. They can watch. The moon was a pale slit behind thick clouds as Kael stood at the edge of the courtyard. His armor was dark steel, enchanted with the sigils of House Valerius, and lined with cloth woven from Voidslook, a gift from his mother's realm. Beside him stood Selene, clad in dusk grey leathers, her blade at her side. Behind them, 10 of the Empire's finest are silent, shadow-wrapped, each bearing a mark of loyalty carved into their wrist. Volstaro awaited. Ready? Selene asked softly. Kael's eyes gleamed. Always. They rode under the cover of night, cloaked in silence and dread. The journey to the Volstaro estate was briefer through forests twisted by war, past villages that had once belonged to rival lords Kael had long since extinguished. The manor itself was perched atop a hillside, its banners still bearing the golden phoenix. By dawn, it would bear only ash. Kael raised a hand. The group halted. With a flick of his fingers, the spell triggered. A ripple passed through the earth, then silence. The outer wards shattered like glass. The Volstaro guards barely had time to react before the shadows descended. Kael moved first to his blade silent, his magic whispering death into the air. Bolts of black flame erupted, engulfing towers. Screams tore through the night, followed by the crack of shattering stone. Selene moved with him, her strikes efficient, lethal. They reached the main hall in minutes. Lord Volstaro stood at the top of the stairwell, clutching a sword too heavy for his trembling hands. His sons flanked him, half-dressed, eyes wild with panic. Kael Valerius, the Lord spat. This is treason. No, Kael said, stepping forward. This is judgment. And then there was only fire. The sun rose over smoldering ruin. The Volstaro estate had been reduced to blackened stone and scorched banners. The Lord's body hung from the main gate, a message carved into his chest in runes that glowed with dark magic. Those who kneel to false gods shall be broken. Kael stood at the edge of the estate, his cloak whipping in the morning wind. The nobles would wake to the news. The Archons would see the result. And the gods? They would understand that Kael Valerius was not their pawn. He was the storm that shattered thrones. The moon hung high over the empire, a silver spectre casting its light upon a realm held in breathless anticipation. It glistened over marble towers and gilded banners, bathing the imperial capital in ghostly luminance. But in the dark crevices where secrets were whispered like prayers and daggers replaced diplomacy, the true war was only just beginning. Kael Valerius stood at the edge of the Volstaro estate, his silhouette cloaked in black, blending seamlessly into the obsidian night. Before him, the manor loomed, a symbol of noble lineage and once unquestioned loyalty. That loyalty had since withered. Now, it was time for retribution. Behind him, Selene stood tall and alert, her silver armor dulled with shadow enchantment to mute its shine. Around her, 9 of the Empire's finest Kael's chosen elites waited in absolute silence. No orders needed repeating. No doubts lingered. Guards at every entrance, Selene murmured, her sharp eyes already charting paths of execution. Crossbows on the southern balconies. 2 sentries posted at the inner gate. They expect trouble. Kael's smirk was a whisper in the dark. Then let's be exactly what they fear. He gave a subtle motion, just 2 fingers raised and flicked forward. That was all it took. Like shadows unraveling from the night, his team moved. They didn't run. They flowed. Soundless, lethal, disciplined. Kael led the charge. The first sentry patrolling the east garden barely had time to glance over his shoulder before Kael's dagger pierced the base of his skull. He collapsed with a muffled thud, blood soaking into the soil beneath the moonlit roses. Another, closer to the stables, turned at the sound, but Selene was already behind him, her blade slicing across his throat in one swift motion. The guard gurgled, fell, and was gone. No alarms, no cries, only silence, spreading like ink across parchment. They swept through the estate like a phantom stormer, clearing sentries, disarming traps, disabling enchanted wards with surgical precision. One by one, doors were opened, corridors secured, courtyards seized. Within 15 minutes, the outer estate was close. At the center of the grand manor, golden torchlight flickered against high arches and velvet drapes. The house of Velstara had gathered in the main hall, nobles, guards, and retainers milling in nervous tension. They had sensed something, but not enough. The great oak doors thundered open, and the room froze. Kael stepped through, flanked by Selene and his silent warriors. No fanfare, no herald, only presence. Duke Alaric Velstara, a man once known for his silver tongue and cautious diplomacy, staggered to his feet, face pale beneath his crimson house sigil. Lord Kael, he stammered, his voice breaking like brittle glass. This is an unexpected visitor. Broken bar. Kael's boots echoed across the marble as he advanced. His cloak whispered behind him, black as a raven's wing. He didn't stop until he stood before the Duke's dais. Unexpected? Kael's voice was softer, too soft. Then perhaps your son's meetings with Archon agents were accidental. Perhaps your house's wavering loyalties were misunderstandings. The room's air grew colder, heavier. Not even the crackle of fire dared speak. The Duke swallowed hard. My son Broken Bar is young, misguided. But I would never. But he is still alive, Kael interrupted, his tone flat. The pause that followed was louder than any shout. Then, two of Kael's warriors emerged from the side doors, dragging a bound figure between them. The young man's fine robes were torn, his face bruised, and his eyes wide with terror. The Duke's son, Kael, knelt before the trembling noble, studying him as one might study an insect caught under glass. Did the Archons promise you power? He asked, voice low. The youth whimpered behind his gag, but his fear betrayed him. He nodded. Kael leaned in, almost whispering into the boy's ear. Did they promise you a throne? Another nod. This one slower, resigned. Kael exhaled a soft, measured. Then allow me to show you what becomes of those who chase crowns without earning them. He stood, and with a flick of his wrister, a blade flashed in the torchlight. The noble boy's throat opened in a red arc, and he collapsed at his father's feet, twitching once before stillness took him. Gasps echoed across the chamber. A few screamed. Most remained frozen in horror. Blood pooled like spilled wine on the marble floor. Kael turned, meeting the Duke's eyes. This, he said, voice devoid of emotion, is mercy. Alaric Velstara fell to his knees, hands trembling. What a Broken Bar, what would you have me do? Kael stepped closer. The scent of blood and cold steel filled the space between them. From this moment on, you serve me, Kael said. Not the Empire, not the gods, not your ambitions. Me. Every coin, every sword, every whisper your house controls flows through me. The Duke lowered his head. Why yes, my lord. Kael looked beyond Hema to the gathered retainers, advisors, and frightened nobles. Is there any among you who objects? Silence. Then, one by one, they dropped to their knees. Submission in its purest form. Kael's expression didn't change. He turned on his heel and walked back toward the doors. Selene followed, wiping her blade clean with a silk handkerchief. Behind them, the Velstara banners still hung higher, but their meaning had shifted. The sigil remained. The name endured, but the soul of the house now belonged to Kael Valerius. Outside, the night wind stirred the trees, carrying the scent of blood and the echo of a new truth. The Archons had made their first move. Now Kael had answered. The Empire would learn there was no throne in heaven. The true throne was forged in the dark, and Kael Valerius now sat upon it. The Velstara estate lay shrouded in a choking silence, the kind that clung to walls long after the screams had faded. Blood marred the polished marble, pooling beneath the lifeless form of the young noble who had dared to court the Archon's favor. His eyes remained open, vacant, glassy, locked in a final moment of terror. Kael stood unmoved, adjusting his gloves with unhurried precision. His posture was relaxed, yet the air around him pulsed with latent power. The gathered nobles of Duke Velstara, his retainers, His trembling servants watched him with reverence laced in terror. He had not shouted. He had not raised his blade. He didn't need to. He had given the Duke a choice. The man had chosen survival, but not everyone understood the weight of defiance, not until it crushed them. The silence fractured. A slow clap echoed across the vast, blood-slicked chamber. Soft, deliberate, mocking. Kael did not turn. He had already anticipated the source. Lady Mercia. She emerged from the shadows like a phantom given form, tall, elegant, dangerous. Her dark crimson gown rippled like ink in motion, and her golden eyes glittered with sharp amusement. She leaned casually against a gilded pillar, as if standing in a hall tainted by murder were a mere curiosity. "I must say, Kael," she purred, her voice like velvet laced with venom, "you do have a flair for theatrics." Celine moved beside Kael without a word, her hand resting on the hilt of her curved dagger. She didn't draw it. Wasn't a threat. It was instinct. The kind born of battle and betrayal. The room, which had already been tense, grew colder. Not from fear, but from something else. Calculation. Kael turned his head slightly, his gaze settling on Mercia with the faintest flicker of interest. "You disapprove?" Mercia's smirk widened as she stepped forward, each movement deliberate. She was a woman used to navigating power like a spider spun through silk. "On the contrary," she said, eyes sweeping over the kneeling Duke. "I admire a man who understands the true language of power." She tilted her head. "Though I wonder a broken bar, how long will their loyalty last? Fear is a fickle leash." Kael's response was calm, as always. "That is the difference between fear and certainty. Fear fades, certainty remains." He turned to the Duke again, voice low and unyielding. "Your son was a traitor. His punishment was a necessity, not a warning. Do you understand the difference?" The Duke swallowed hard, eyes still fixed on the crimson pool around his son's throat. "I do, my lord," he rasped. His voice was hoarse, empty, broken. Kael did not gloat. He did not comfort. He simply spoke. "I do not require your gratitude, only your obedience." The Duke bowed low, his forehead pressing into the blood-stained floor. "You have it." Unquestioningly. A long silence followed, thick as the scent of blood in the air. Kael turned back to Mercia. "You were saying?" Mercia gave a soft laugh and stepped closer, her heels clicking faintly across the marble. When she reached him, she leaned in just enough for her whisper to be for his ears alone. "That the Archons won't let this go unanswered," she murmured. "You've declared war, whether you intended to or not." Kael's gaze flickered a momentarily distant, calculating. "They made the first move. I only reminded them. I am not a piece on their board." Mercia studied him with narrowed eyes. "You do enjoy upsetting balance." "But balance resents being overturned." He met her gaze, then let it. There was silence between them, thick, heavy. Then her lips curved. "And what of your mother?" "The Queen of the Abyss won't stand idle, especially now." Her interest in a broken bar borders on obsession. A chill danced down the spine of the gathered retainers, so though they had not heard the words, they felt the shift. Something vast, ancient, and watching stirred in the edges of reality. A whisper of cold, a flicker of shadows deeper than night. Kael's jaw tensed slightly. Just slightly. He felt it too. She was listening. "Always." "No," Kael said, voice low. "She won't." Mercia stepped back, her tone light now, feigning casualness. "So many threads tugging at you. The gods, the abyss, the empire, even love, perhaps." Celine's eyes flicked toward Mercia, sharp, dangerous. Kael said nothing. He didn't need to. Mercia smiled as if satisfied. "Then I suppose the only question left is, who makes the next move?" Kael stepped away, his cloak flowing behind him as he moved toward the balcony. The hall faded behind him. Blood, fear, submission. It was already done. The Duke would obey. The estate would fall into line. Another branch of resistance severed. But outside the world churned. The balcony doors creaked open beneath his touch. Cool night air swept in, brushing against his face like a lover's breath. He stepped onto the stone terrace, standing above the imperial capital. Lights glittered below, lanterns, torches, stars reflected in still waters. A city breathing under a dream of peace. A dream that would soon be shattered. Because they still believed in the emperor. They still believed that power belonged to crowns and temples. How foolish. Kael folded his hands behind his back, staring out across the endless expanse of stone, steel, and faith. The gods had made their move. Stirring prophets, whispering to Archons, manipulating destinies like gamblers with marked cards. The abyss was awakening her through blood, through memory, through his mother's silent hunger. And in the middle of it all, he stood unmoving, not as a puppet, not as a pawn, but as the man holding the blade. "The throne isn't in the heavens," he whispered to the wind. "It's in the shadows." Behind him, Mercia lingered in the doorway, watching him, not with judgment but with interest. "Careful," she said softly, almost wistfully. "You're becoming what they fear most." Kael didn't look back. He let her words hang in the air like incense from a dying altar. And then, with quiet certainty, he said a number. "I already am." The imperial capital had always been a city of whispers. Beneath the grandeur of its towering spires and golden domes, beneath the fanfare of nobility and the spectacle of the imperial court, it was a place where secrets were currency and betrayal was tradition. And tonight, the shadows were moving. Kael stood at the balcony of the Volstaro estate, the cold wind stirring the edges of his cloak as his eyes swept across the moonlit city. The streets looked peaceful, a silent veins of silver winding between slumbering mansions and darkened temples. A carefully maintained illusion. But Kael had lived long enough among illusions to feel when something beneath them cracked. There was a shift in the air, not from politics or blades, but something deeper, a tremor in the unseen balance or power. The chessboard was rearranging itself and the pieces had grown teeth. The Archons were watching. The abyss was stirring. And the empire? It belonged not to bloodlines, titles, or divine right. It belonged to those who dared to reach for it. Behind him, the distant hum of voices reached his ears. Selene and Lady Mercia stood in measured conversation, two women as different as fire and frost. Selene, clad in her military uniform, every inch sharp-edged precision and control. Mercia, draped in midnight velvet, her every gesture slow and deliberate, a predator basking in candlelight. Both of them had pledged themselves to Kael for different reasons, in different ways, and both understood that tonight had changed everything. The Empress, Serafina, had already returned to the palace. She'd worn no mask of calm on her departure, only silence and a lingering glance that Kael had not missed. He knew her mind would be spinning, calculating, assessing the fallout of what had transpired. She was too intelligent not to understand the weight of what Kael had done. He hadn't just executed a traitor's heir tonight. He had sent a message, one that would could not be ignored. A breeze stirred again, but this time it brought more than wind. It carried a sensation Kael had long anticipated. Subtle, cold, not magical in the mortal sense. No sigils, no glyphs, no incantations. This was something far more ancient. It slid along the edge of perception like a blade through silk. Not power, presence. An unseen force brushed against the corners of his mind. Not pressing, not invasive but unmistakably there. A whisper woven from threads of divinity. The Archons had not spoken. Not yet. But they were listening. Kael's lips curled into a smirk, sharp and knowing. Let them watch, let them whisper. It would change nothing. He stepped back into the estate's grand hall. The air here still bore the scent of blood. The remnants of the Duke's soul, what was left of him, stained the marble floor in dark, arterial arcs. Servants worked quietly, methodically, scrubbing away evidence with the same precision Kael applied to war. Selene approached. Her expression was composed, but Kael saw the tension in her jaw, the tightness behind her eyes. "They won't let this go unanswered," she said. Her voice was calm, not afraid, just honest. Kael turned to face her, amusement flickering across his gaze like candlelight across a blade. "You sound concerned." "I've fought beside them," she replied flatly. "I've seen what even a lesser Archon can do." "They won't be passive." "I'm counting on that," Kael said, voice smooth as silk. Selene narrowed her eyes. "They'll come at you with divine law and celestial might." "You're not just playing with mortals anymore." "I never was," he said quietly. A sharp knock echoed through the hall. One of Kael's agents stepped inside. The shade was barely more than a silhouette, hooded, silent, and radiating a cold that wasn't physical. His eyes glowed faintly red, like coals left too long in the hearth. He knelt, presenting a scroll sealed in obsidian wax. Kael didn't need to see the symbol to recognize the origin. He could feel it before he touched it, a pull, like gravity, or a lover's breath on his neck. The sigil pressed into the wax was ancient, older than the Empire, older than the gods worshipped by its temples. His mother, the Queen of the Abyss. Kael cracked the seal. The parchment inside shimmered with living ink, shifting hues between violet, crimson, and black. Words unfolded in a fluid hand, elegant and curved, but beneath every syllable there pulsed something possessive. My beloved son, the heavens dare to set their gaze upon you. I shall return that favor in kind. A pulse radiated through the scroll, as if it exhaled. The ink shimmered like fresh blood. Do not keep me waiting, my love. The moment Kael finished reading, the ink evaporated. The parchment crumbled to ash in his hands, leaving only a scent behind dark roses, scorched velvet, and something ancient and feminine and utterly maddening. Kael's fingers curled into a loose fist. His mother's obsession was as suffocating as it was powerful. She loved him not as a mother loves a son, but as something sacred, something belonging to her and her alone. And now she was stirring. The abyss would move. Not out of duty, but out of jealousy. Mercia drifted closer, her golden eyes gleaming with wry amusement. She traced her finger along the edge of the wine glass, lips curled in faint mockery. That's twice now, she said. First the Archons, now the abyss. You do realize what you've done, don't you? Kael folded his hands behind his back. Of course. Mercia tilted her head. Then tell me, O Master of Shadows, which will strike first? The gods, or the demons? Kael turned back toward the balcony. The wind kissed his face again, but this time, he welcomed it. The real question, he murmured, is whether either of them understands a broken bar. He paused, letting the silence stretch, letting the weight of it settle. A broken bar that I've already won. A hush fell over the chamber. Celine looked away, jaw tight, but not in disagreement. Mercia simply laughed under her breath. How delightfully arrogant, she whispered. I do enjoy this phase of you. Outside, the stars wheeled in silence. Somewhere beyond mortal sight, the Archons whispered their judgments, measuring fate by divine law. And far below the Empire's foundations, something older than time spread its wings in a realm of black fire and ruin. The Queen of the Abyss sharpened her claws, wrapping her fingers around a throne carved from the bones of fallen seraphs. The war between heaven and hell was inevitable. But Valerius? He would not kneel to either. Hours passed. The estate quieted. Kael stood alone now, back in the chamber where the Duke's son had drawn his last breath. The blood had been cleaned, the scent scrubbed away. But the memory lingered. Not of the boy, but of the moment. The silence after the blade fell, the absolute certainty in the eyes of those watching. He'd crossed a line. One not of law, but of perception. He was no longer a rival. He was a force. And they would try to contain him. Kael smiled. Let them come. He'd faced monsters, outwitted kings, tamed empresses, seduced dragons. The divine, the demonic. They would learn as all others harder that Valerius did not play their games. He rewrote them. The night was unnaturally still. A silence so profound it felt like the world itself was holding its breath. Atop the highest spire of the imperial palace, Kael stood alone, his black cloak stirring softly in the wind, eyes fixed on the horizon. From this vantage, the capital glittered beneath him, a beautiful, fragile, and oblivious to the storm building on every front. He didn't need to look far to feel the shifting weight of the world. It pulsed in the air, crept through shadows, whispered through winds. The divine stirred restlessly. The abyss trembled with anticipation. And the Empire, suspended in the eye of it all, teetered on the edge of a war that would scar eternity itself. He had orchestrated this silence. He had provoked it. A soft rustle broke the quiet. Kael didn't turn. Assume this isn't a social visit, he murmured. Seraphina stepped into the moonlight behind him, her golden eyes sharp, calculating, betraying nothing and yet everything. They're moving, she said, voice laced with dark amusement. The Archons have broken their silence. Kael's expression didn't change. The holy dogs finally stir. I was beginning to think they'd grown senile. Seraphina stepped beside him, her voice lowering to a whisper. The high priests convened a divine tribunal in the grand cathedral. Your name was not spoken in prayer but in condemnation. You've been declared an aberration, a broken bar, a defiler of fate. Kael smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting starlight. They flatter me. They're not coming to negotiate, Kael, she warned. They're sending executioners. He finally turned to meet her gaze. The nobility, divided, she replied, smirking. Some are begging for redemption, praying the gods will spare them if they distance themselves from you. Others see opportunity at chaos's fertile ground for ambition. Let them squabble, Kael said coldly. I planted the seeds. Let them bear fruit. A gust of wind swept across the tower, and with it came something else, something far older, far darker. A presence, a whisper at the edge of thought, wrapping around him like velvet smoke. Not intrusive, but a broken bar possessive. Kael exhaled. She was watching, his mother, the queen of the abyss. Though she remained unseen, her gaze was unmistakable. Her essence slid through reality like a blade through silk, jealous, protective, and burning with violent adoration. When she came, the world would not weep. It would burn. Far across the land, in the celestial heart of the grand cathedral, the council of Archons had gathered. 12 figures, wreathed in divine radiance, stood in solemn unity around a colossal floating sigil, an ethereal map of the mortal realm, its luminous surface flickering with unrest. At the center of the map pulsed a single anomaly, the heartbeat of a world that refused to kneel. He has gone too far, declared Archon Elazar, a bearded titan clad in ethereal armor, his voice like the crashing of stars. He bends kings to his will, manipulates empires, and now he courts the abyss. He desecrates everything we were sworn to protect. A threat, yes, intoned a veiled high priestess, but not one we can underestimate. He has already seen through our visions. He anticipates us. Archon Calirian stepped forward, his golden eyes alight with divine fury. Then we strike before he draws his blade. Send the celestial vanguard. Let the empire remember the fear of heaven. For a moment, silence reigned. Then, the highest of them, the first Archon, a towering being who shimmered like a star given flesh, or spoke only 3 words. Let it begin. Night fell over the imperial palace like a velvet curtain. In its deepest corridors, where only shadows should roam, 6 figures slipped in without a sound. Clad in robes spun from divine essence, they moved like phantoms, unseen, untraceable, unwavering. Blessed by the Archons, they were not merely assassins. They were judgments made flesh. The celestial vanguard. Their mission: eliminate Kael before the empire fell fully under his dominion. They divided into 2 trios. One made for his personal chambers. The other, the throne room, where Clofen worked late into the night. They moved with absolute certainty. What they did not know, or what they could not know, was that their perfect plan had been anticipated from the very moment they conceived it. And death was waiting. In the throne room, candlelight flickered against stone walls, casting long, eerie shadows across the ornate floor. Kael sat on the throne, hands resting lightly on the carved arms, head slightly bowed in contemplation. To any observer, he appeared unguarded. The 3 assassins emerged from the darkness, divine blades drawn, their holy essence suppressing even the air. They struck 3 motions, swift as divine lightning. And Thena. Nothing. Their blades halted inches from his skin, as though frozen in time. Kael lifted his gaze slowly, his expression unreadably broken bar until a faint smile ghosted across his lips. You assumed I would be caught unaware, he said quietly. You assumed wrong. A crushing force fell upon the room like a god's wrath. The assassins fell to their knees, their strength stripped away by invisible hands. From the shadows behind the throne, Mercia stepped forward, barefoot, her long silver hair flowing, eyes glowing with lazy disdain. The celestial vanguard, she purred. I was hoping for more. The lead assassin clenched his jaw, struggling against the weight that pressed upon him. A broken bar, defy the heavens. A broken bar, you cannot resist her. Broken bar, forever. A broken bar. Kael rose from the throne with deliberate elegance. Forever is such a dull word, he said. But I'll enjoy showing you what it really means to wield fate. He raised a hand. The air shattered. Reality bent. The divine light within the assassins flickered, then screamed. They didn't die immediately. They dissolved. Their essence unwound. Their faith burned out like wicks in a windless tomb. By the time they collapsed, they were nothing but dust and memory. Meanwhile, at Kael's private quarters, a broken bar. The second trio of assassins reached the chamber doors in silence. The room beyond was dark, eerily so. Not the absence of light, but something deeper, something wrong. They entered carefully, weapons raised, senses tuned to every heartbeat. And Thena, a voice, smooth, seductive, dangerous. My "My broken bar trespassing is very rude." From the far corner of the room, a presence uncurled like a sleeping predator waking to blood. Selene stepped into view, dark hair cascading around her, her crimson eyes aglow with possessive hunger. She didn't look threatened, she looked delighted. "You don't belong here," she whispered, and then the shadows moved. Noah obeyed. The first assassin was gone before he screamed, dragged into the dark with a sickening crunch. The second turned to run, but his limbs betrayed him. The shadows coiled around his joints like puppet strings. He dropped to his knees, trembling. Selene walked toward the third. He raised his blade with shaking hands. She only smiled. "You're trembling," she murmured, brushing a finger along his jaw. "That's cute." Then she leaned in. "You belong to me now." Darkness swallowed him whole. By dawn, the celestial vanguard no longer existed. 6 divine assassins, erased, not by war, not by chaos, but by precision, by power, by Kael. The empire awoke to whispers of divine retaliation, a broken bar and silence. The gods had struck. They had failed. Kael stood on the imperial balcony once more as sunlight bathed the capital in gold. Seraphina joined him, sipping tea with one hand, a smirk playing on her lips. "So much for divine judgment." Kael's gaze remained distant. "They've begun to realize the truth. That they can't control you?" "No," he said softly. "That I don't fear them." Far above, in the celestial realm, the Archons reeled. The first Archon stared at the fading lights of the fallen vanguard, his voice hollow. "He destroyed them." "No," the veiled priestess corrected. "He anticipated them, toyed with them, and then destroyed them." Archon Calirian clenched his fist. "We must strike again, with greater force." "We're enough," the first Archon said. "We underestimated him." Silence. Then a new voice, low and ancient. A shadow stirred at the edge of the council. "You don't just underestimate him, you fear him." Kael's shadow had grown too large. He was no longer a mortal climbing power's ladder. He was rewriting its design. The first strike had been made, and heaven had blinked. The imperial capital did not awaken, it trembled. Something had changed in the night, though no proclamations had been made, no alarms sounded. Yet, an unshakable pressure hung over the city like a storm waiting to break. Birds refused to sing. Merchants whispered instead of shouted. Even the palace guards, trained to face war without fear, stood with tighter grips on their spears. The celestial vanguard had come, and they had been erased. No witnesses, no bodies. But the city knew. In the heart of the imperial palace, Kael sat at the head of an obsidian table shaped like a crescent moon, the polished surface reflecting the golden glow of the chandelier above. His fingers moved with absent rhythm atop the wood, a silent metronome to the weight of fate itself. Around him were the few who truly mattered, his inner circle. Seraphina, her regal presence wrapped in crimson and gold, leaned forward with a sly smile that never quite reached her eyes. Selene, coiled in her own shadows, caressed a flickering wisp of soul energy like a cat toying with a mouse. Mercia, ever amused, twirled a quill between her fingers, her eyes glinting with unreadable mischief. An Erindor, the shadow serpent, cloaked in midnight smoke, his serpent-like pupils dilated with curiosity and calculation. The silence between them was heavier, but it was Kael who broke it. "They expected me to be unaware," he said softly, his voice smooth but laced with steel. "They thought I'd fall like a mortal king." Mercia chuckled. "For divine assassins, they had terribly mortal reflexes." Erindor's serpentine voice followed. "Their failure has echoed louder than their arrival ever could. The Archons have underestimated you. That, in itself, is a weapon." Kael's eyes narrowed. "A weapon we will drive through the heart of their faith." Selene spoke next, her voice as gentle as snow, and just as deadly. "They'll come again. Not shadows this time, a broken bar, but light. Raw, unfiltered, divine fury." A knock. It was not louder, but it was out of place in a room of gods and monsters. A palace guard entered, sweat beading on his forehead. He bowed, though Kael hadn't given him permission to speak. "My lord, a broken bar, an envoy from the Archons. He demands an audience." The words hung like ice in the room. Seraphina tilted her head. "That was quick. Usually, they take longer to lick their wounds." Kael rose. "Let us hear what divinity sounds like when it begs." A cathedral of power, where golden light filtered through ancient stained glass. Massive statues of past emperors lined the hall, now dwarfed by the presence that stood before the throne. Archon Valerius. His white armor pulsed with divine light, every movement trailing wisps of celestial energy. A blade hung at his back, not sheathed in leather but in pure light. His gaze was sharp, not cruel, but absolute. He was not here to discuss. He was here to command. Kael sat on the throne like it had been forged for him. Seraphina stood at his right hand, Erendor at his left. Selene remained in the shadows behind them, unseen, but felt. Valerius spoke. His voice didn't echo, it resonated, filling every inch of the room. Kael Valerian, you stand in defiance of the heavens. The Archons have decreed, surrender your claim, kneel before the celestial will, and submit to judgment. The silence after was deafening. Then Kael a broken bar laughed. Low, quiet, deadly. You must be tired, Kael said. All that light a broken bar and still walking into darkness. Valerius's eyes narrowed. You mock divinity. I expose its weakness, Kael replied. He leaned forward, voice calm. Your assassins failed. The city knows. The people feel it. Every breath you take in this realm now belongs to me. Valerius's divine aura flared, a wind of power surging forward. But Erendor raised one hand, and shadows coiled around it like snakes, nullifying the wave. Seraphina's lips curled. Perhaps you've mistaken this throne room for a pulpit. Valerius looked at her with barely contained disdain. You have no idea what awaits you. Selene's voice came from nowhere, yet everywhere. Neither do you. Kael stood, descending from the throne with deliberate poise. His presence, even beside the divine, felt heavier, anchored in something far older than the heavens Valerius served. You fear the abyss, Kael said softly. But that fear is misplaced. Valerius's hand twitched at the hilt of his blade. I do not serve the abyss, Kael continued. I use it. I manipulate it. Just as I now manipulate the empire, the nobility, your gods, and are broken by you. Valerius stepped forward. You believe yourself a god? Kael's smile sharpened. Number. He raised his hand when the stained glass windows behind him shattered. Not from force, but from a distortion in reality itself. Time hiccuped. Light bent. I believe myself beyond them. For a heartbeat, Valerius faltered. Then, the Archon turned without another word and stormed out, his golden cloak trailing behind him like the remnants of pride. The doors slammed shut, and the chamber exhaled. Mercia entered a moment later, clapping slowly. That was beautiful, she said. Truly poetic. I think we made him sweat. Kael looked to the heavens through the broken glass. The sunlight had turned crimson. They'll come in force next, Seraphina said. Let them, Kael whispered. Let them all come. Archons, angels, fate itself. Selene's eyes gleamed with crimson light. We will break them. Far above, in the celestial realm, a broken bar. Valerius knelt upon a floating dais that spanned a sea of stars. Around him, 12 figures hovered, a pure light and power without form. The Archons, the oldest protectors of divine order. He has declared war, Valerius said. And he, a broken bar, is not afraid. A silence followed, pregnant and terrible. Then one of the 12 spoke, voice layered with cosmic truth. Then we shall meet him with war. Another added, send the heralds. The Wost, unleash the heavens. A third whispered, bring the chains of judgment. Let the skies burn. From behind the throne of light, a figure stepped forward, clad not in radiance, but in pale twilight. An Archon few had seen, a being known only as Zeth the Reckoner. Let the war of fates begin, he intoned, his voice causing stars to flicker and die. Back in the mortal world, a broken bar. Kael stood alone at the edge of his private spire, the winds of fate howling around him. His cloak billowed behind him, threads of abyssal energy weaving through the seams like living things. In the distance, the sky cracked open just for a moment. He looked up and smiled. Come, then, he whispered to the heavens. Let us see whose fate breaks first. The sky bled gold and fire. From the highest spires of the imperial palace, Kael stood alone against the wind, his obsidian cloak whipping behind him as if pulled by the gravity of fate itself. Above, the heavens had split. The rift shimmered with radiant force, a divine scar upon the world. The celestial Wost descended. They came in legions of armored warriors of impossible beauty and terrible presence, clad in radiant steel inscribed with prayers older than empires. Wings of light carried them as hymns echoed from every direction. voices not sung by mortals but by the breath of heaven itself. A divine invasion. Kael's expression was unreadable, his violet eyes reflecting the falling brilliance with clinical coldness. He observed the pattern, not the formation of archonic descent, the measured intervals of celestial flanks, the gaps in their hallowed perimeter. This wasn't spectacle. This was execution. Within the imperial court, chaos reigned. Generals barked orders over one another, their pride shattering under the sheer pressure pouring from the sky. Nobles wept or prayed, their eyes wide as if they had witnessed the end of all they knew. The high clerics fell to their knees, desperately chanting protections that no longer held sway over the powers descending. But not everyone trembled. Seraphina, the empress of fire and politics, sat enthroned with an eerie calm. Her gown flowed like molten gold, her posture relaxed but her eyes burned with anticipation. This was not the end. It was the opportunity she had been waiting for. Selene, silent as moonlight, stood beside the throne with her hand on her blade. Her hair, now streaked with darkness from Kael's influence, rippled in the divine wind. She did not fear what was coming. She waited to cut it down. Mercia leaned lazily against a pillar, amused. I always thought angels were taller, she said to no one in particular. Also, far too bright. Terrible for shadow play. Their calm anchored the room. Kael's court had already adjusted. They were no longer mortals pretending to hold power. They were the counterweight to the divine. A singular presence broke through the clouds, a blazing spear of authority, descending with the fury of judgment. Archon Valerius. His descent was not flight, it was declaration. He hovered above the throne hall's entrance, his white gold armor pulsing with living radiance. Each step forward warped the very floor, sanctifying the ground beneath his feet with holy flame. A banner flowed behind him, marked with a sigil not of faith, but law, the edict of eternal dominion. He raised his hand. Kael Valerian, he thundered, voice imbued with divine resonance. You who have warped the laws of life and death, who consort with the abyss, who rise beyond your station, you have been weighed and judged. The pillars of the court cracked under the sound. A few nobles fainted. One priest dropped dead, heart arrested by pure fear. Valerius continued. The Archons decree your existence an abomination. You will kneel, and all memory of you will be cast into void. There will be no grave, no name, no legacy. Only erasure. The silence that followed was not respectful. It was anticipatory. Then, Kael spoke. Erasure, he repeated softly. How? Archaic. I thought your kind mastered prophecy, not tantrums. He stepped forward, the very air bending subtly around him. He was no longer just a man, no longer simply a ruler. He was something becoming more. Tell me, Valerius, Kael said, his tone conversational, what are the heavens so afraid of? That I might replace you, or reveal the truth of what you are? There, a flicker, microseconds of hesitation in Valerius's jawline. He struck a nerve. Before the Archon could respond, the world itself, a broken bar, shifted. A tear formed not in the sky, but in reality. A horizontal fissure rippled behind the throne, splitting light, sound, and meaning. Darkness did not pour through, it bled through, like ink poured into the sea of existence. The abyss answered. A gale of whispers poured in, voices layered atop each other, laughing, crying, begging, celebrating. The shadows did not fire, they rose, flooding the throne room in spectral obsidian. And then she emerged, the queen of the abyss. She stepped through the rift as if entering her own domain. Crimson eyes, ancient and maddened with affection, locked onto Kael instantly. Her gown was woven from starless night, embroidered with the souls of fallen archons and ancient gods. Her presence was weight, pressing down on creation itself. She did not need to announce herself. She simply spoke, and the world listened. My beloved, a broken bar, she whispered, her voice a lullaby wrapped in thunder. You called, and I came. The celestial radiance dimmed. Literally a divine light recoiled from her, shrinking, flickering as though afraid. Kael did not flinch. He nodded in acknowledgement, not reverence. I didn't call, but I knew you'd come. She smiled, unhinged and perfect. Of course. I felt their touch on your world. I felt the fear bloom in you for the first time in years. It excited me. Valerius drew his blade of light, pointing it at her. "Abyssal creature, you are forbidden by all celestial laws to tread upon mortal soil." Her gaze slid lazily to him. "You speak of laws a broken bar," she purred. "Did your gods tell you who wrote them?" And then she laughed. The heavens shuddered. Kael stepped forward, standing between light and void. "To all watching," he said, voice rising, "know this. I have made no pact with the abyss. I serve no god. I am no puppet. I stand alone." Seraphina rose behind him, crown aglow. Yet not without power. Celine drew her blade, now infused with moonlight and shadow. Mercia summoned a book from nothing, flipping to a page only she could read. "Oh, this is going to be fun." Kael looked to the war-ost above and spread his arms. "This is not war," he declared. "This is the reckoning, for you came thinking to erase me, a broken bar, and yet it is your story that ends today." Far above, in the Celestials' broken bar, the other Archons watched in stunned silence. Even among their divine ranks, unease had begun to bloom. "Zoth," one whispered, "we must intervene." But the shadowed Archon, ancient and still as the void between stars, merely watched with folded arms. "Not yet," Zoth said. "Let fate bleed a little longer." Back on Earth, Valerius raised his blade. "So be it. Let the heavens be bathed in fire." Kael raised a single hand, and reality buckled. The world stood at the edge of annihilation. Above the skies of the imperial capital, two forces converged, either blindingly divine and maddeningly profane. The heavens shimmered with golden light as the celestial war-ost descended, wings aflame with holy fire, while beneath them, the world cracked open and bled shadows as the abyss awakened, clawing into reality like a living nightmare. At the center of it all, Kael Valerius stood alone on the high balcony of the imperial palace, cloaked not in armor, but in stillness, an unnatural calm that defied the chaos spiraling around him. He watched, not with fear, not with awe, but with calculation. The Archons had come. Their legions had descended with radiant precision, banners of sanctity trailing in the winds of war, their voices united in a chorus of divine judgment. Beneath them, mortal soldiers cowered, generals screamed conflicting orders, and nobles scrambled to flee the palace as golden light poured through the heavens like a divine sword. And then came the darkness. It did not fall. It did not emerge. It devoured. Reality cracked open like an egg, and from the wound spilled the essence of the abyss, tendrils of shadow that hissed and writhed through the air like serpents, warping the sun, distorting time. The earth groaned under its weight. She arrived with it, the queen of the abyss. She did not stride into view. She unfolded into it as if reality had always hidden her within its seams, merely waiting for the proper moment to peel itself back and reveal her true shape. A throne of obsidian bone floated behind her, carried by winged horrors with no names in any tongue. Her robes were stitched from night and desire, woven with whispers and screams. Her crimson eyes did not look down at the armies or the palace. They locked onto one person alone. Her voice was silk and ruin. "My beloved, a broken bar." And though she whispered, the world heard her. It bent around her declaration. A ripple of dread passed through the Archons. Even gods could recognize obsession when it transcended logic and became something cosmic, something primal. Her devotion wasn't love, it was claim, and that made her the most dangerous force on the battlefield. Archon Valerius, first among the divine, floated forward with wings outstretched, his blade of starlight crackling with righteous fury. His voice carried across the sky like a god's decree. "Kael Valerius, usurper of fate, your path ends here. You have wielded darkness, broken pacts, and bound the unholy to your will. The heavens have judged you. This is not salvation. This is your execution." Kael tilted his head, expression unreadable. He stepped forward to the edge of the balcony, framed by the shattering sky and bleeding shadow. Below him, the city braced for impact. Lightning forked between holy fire and abyssal energy. Kael did not raise a blade. He raised his voice. "You speak of judgment as if it belongs to you," he said, calm as the eye of a storm, "as if your authority is absolute. But tell me, Valerius, a broken bar, if you were so certain of your justice here, why did you come in force?" A flicker of hesitation, subtle as a breath across Valeria's face. Kael caught it. He pressed further. "You fear me," Kael said. "Because I did not kneel, because I rose beyond what your order allowed, and now you stand not to correct a mistake here but to prevent a future you cannot control." He turned slightly, gaze drifting to the Queen of the Abyss. "And you," he said, voice low. "You didn't come because I called. You came because you knew this would happen. You wanted them to come." The Queen smiled. It was a smile meant to melt worlds. "Of course," she purred. "Let them come. Let them burn. They would dare to raise hands against you? My beautiful, cruel boy. I have torn stars from their thrones for less." She stepped forward, and the air cracked with her presence. Valerius raised his blade. "Demon Queen," he said, "this is not your war." At that, she paused then laughed. "Not madness, not mockery, pity." "You poor creature," she said softly. "This was never your war." She raised one hand. The skies darkened instantly. Archons flinched as the weight of her will pressed down. Angels staggered in the air. The divine faltered. "Step aside, all of you," she said, her voice now a velvet command that threatened to unravel the fabric of existence. "This world belongs to him, and any who challenge that other heaven, hell, or Emperor will be unmade." The war had already begun. Valerius signaled with a silent command. The skies ignited. Thousands of celestial warriors surged forward, weapons drawn, halos blazing, wings beating in coordinated fury. Light itself screamed as it was molded into spears and blades, raining down toward the capital in divine judgment. The abyss answered. A shriek tore through the air as the rift widened. From it surged horrors, some too large to comprehend, others so small and fast they were barely shadows. Twisted things with teeth and eyes and laughter, beautiful nightmares wearing stolen faces. Abyssal generals in war chains and ancient armor emerged, chanting in forgotten tongues. The first clash lit the skies. Holy and unholy power collided above the palace in a storm of sound and fury, shaking the ground. Buildings collapsed under the shock waves. Mortals fled in terror. Towers crumbled. The imperial legions, caught between gods and monsters, could do nothing but survive. And still, Kael did not move, because this war wasn't about who would win. It was about who would decide. Selene appeared beside him, blade drawn, expression unreadable. Her allegiance had once belonged to the light, but now, she stood beside Kael without hesitation. "Do we fight?" she asked. Kael shook his head. "We direct." Far below, Seraphina stood amid a ring of imperial mages, her eyes glowing with layered spells. Her power was vast, but she knew better than to act without Kael's word. Around her, the Empress court burned, but she stood untouched. Mercia lounged lazily atop a collapsed spire, sipping wine conjured from chaos. He watched the divine war unfold as though it were opera. Kael closed his eyes for a moment. And then he spoke, here not to those beside him, but to the world, to the Archons who claim justice. "You are relics, bound by doctrines forged in arrogance. To the abyss that claims love, you are a mirror of desire twisted beyond reason." He opened his eyes. "I am not your pawn." His voice grew louder, stronger, empowered by something deeper than magic. It resonated with truth. "I am Kael Valerius, and I will not kneel to heaven or hell." The world held its breath. The sky split again, but not with light, not with shadow, with something a broken bar else. A third force entered the war. A blinding tear opened above the battlefield, and from it descended beings draped in impossible geometry, cloaked in time and silence. Not Archons, not demons. The Watchers, silent observers from beyond the known realms, are neither good nor evil, bound only by balance. Freeans, they had watched creation unfold, intervening only when the fabric of reality itself was threatened. They had not appeared in 1,000 generations, and now they looked not at the Archons, not at the abyss, but at Kael. One spoke here not with words, but with thought. "He is becoming." Another replied, "If he continues, there will be no boundary. He must be measured. He must be given the choice." Kael felt them press against his mind, and not with force, but with awareness. They offered no demand, only a vision of what he could become. God-slayer, world-breaker, unifier of realms. He saw it all, every future, every divergence, every consequence. And he made his choice. He opened his hand, and from it, Power poured not from the abyss, not from the heavens, from himself. A blinding surge of will forced the battlefield to halt. Archons froze mid-flight. Demons paused in their charge. Even the watchers narrowed their endless eyes. Kael's voice was no longer mortal. "This war is over," he declared. "And now a broken bar I rewrite the rules." The world was tearing itself apart. The sky split open, divine light clashing against abyssal darkness. Celestial warriors, draped in sanctified radiance, descended upon the battlefield, their weapons of judgment searing through the fabric of night. Opposing them, abyssal horrors surged from rifts in reality, creatures of black fire and primal madness, shrieking as they clawed toward heaven's children. And at the heart of it all, Kael stood motionless. His golden eyes, gleaming like molten suns, watched the carnage unfold as if it were nothing more than a carefully arranged board of pieces. Every sword that clashed, every spell that burned through the heavens, they were not acts of desperation. They were not fate. They were moves. And this was his game. High above the battlefield, seated upon a throne that pulsed with tendrils of living darkness, the Queen of the Abyss did not command her forces. She unleashed them. Her presence was a wound in the fabric of existence. A reality bent and trembled under the weight of her wrath. Her eyes, twin pools of endless crimson, locked onto the divine legions below. The gods had dared to challenge her. They had dared to come for him. Now they would learn what it meant to summon the attention of the abyss. With a flick of her slender fingers, reality screamed. The very air groaned and ruptured. A celestial captain, one of the Archons elite, soared toward her, spear crackling with divine fury. He was a paragon of light, a beacon of the god's will. He never reached her. The moment he crossed into her shadow, the air around him folded inwards. There was no scream, no explosion, no body. He simply ceased to exist. The battlefield stilled for a fraction of a second. A breath held. The celestial forces hesitated. The queen smiled. A slow, wicked curve of her lips, like a predator savoring a trapped animal. They had forgotten what she was. Not merely a demon, not a ruler of hellspawn. She was older than their pantheon, a relic of the void that existed before their first light dared flicker in the dark. And now, she had nothing else on her mind but vengeance. Above the fray, Archon Valerius hovered, wreathed in divine fire. His eyes narrowed beneath his crown of celestial flame. This was no longer a war of faith. He had expected to strike down evil, to smite corruption with holy might. Instead, he had walked into something far worse. A force not bound by divine law. A will not chained by morality or chaos. This queen, a broken bar. She was not part of the divine order. She was its anathema. But worse still, far worse, he was the one standing at the eye of the storm. Kael Valerius, immovable, untouched. He stood as if the very battlefield bent to avoid him. For the first time in Valerius's eternal life, he felt a uncertainty. Not fear, number, but the first sliver of doubt. This was not a war he could win through righteousness. And Kael was not merely a threat. He was a variable beyond calculation. He was waiting for something. Valerius clenched his jaw, divine flame bristling as he sought the pattern, the scheme. A voice cut through the battlefield, cold, commanding, final. Enough. Time shuddered. The abyssal forces froze mid-charge, as if bound by an unseen will. The divine warriors recoiled. Their light flickered, their movements halted, not from fear, but confusion. Awe. Even the Queen of the Abyss tilted her head, her crimson gaze gleaming with interest. Her son had spoken, and the world had listened. Kael stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his coat swaying gently in the wind like a monarch strolling through his garden. "Did you think this was your war?" he asked softly. The words carried. They didn't echo, they pressed into existence, undeniable. "Did you think you controlled the pieces on this board?" He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Valerius felt the weight of those words strike deeper than any spear. Not because they were laced with threat, but because they were true. Kael's eyes moved to his mother. "And you," he murmured, "I am touched by your devotion, mother. But you are playing exactly into their hands." A pause. Something shifted in the queen's expression. The wrath didn't fade, but her gaze grew calculating. She said nothing, but the battlefield paused, as if her will had momentarily loosened its grip. Kael's smile was faint, unreadable, dangerous. "This was never about me." "It never was," he said, golden eyes sweeping over the divine host. This is about them, about the heavens fearing what they do not understand. His voice dropped to a near whisper, but the words slithered into every ear like a serpent of truth. And were broken bar, he said, now facing the divine forces. A broken bar are giving them exactly what they need. The realization bloomed, a war born of manipulation, a conflict that benefited no one, a broken bar but someone, a trap, a carefully laid gambit, and they had all walked into it. Kael raised his hand, not in aggression, not in fury, in authority, and the impossible happened. The abyssal legions, snarling, howling, burning with unholy rage, a broken bar fell to one knee. Every single one. A sea of monsters kneeling in perfect silence. The divine host, unsure, held their ground, but their formation faltered. Their unity wavered. Kael's voice rang out again, soft and surgical. The gods want chaos. They want justification. They want you to give them a reason to act, to intervene. He turned to Valerius, gaze steady. But I will not give it to them. Valerius felt himself breathe for the first time in what seemed like centuries. These a broken bar, this was something else. Valerius had not won a battle. He had rewritten the terms of the war. He was no longer a piece. He was the dealer, and all others, say abyssal or divine, were bound by his game. From her throne, the queen of the abyss leaned back, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. She did not protest. She did not rage. She watched her son, her masterpiece, here with something far more dangerous than pride. Indulgence. My son, she whispered, her voice echoing through realities. You truly are my greatest creation. Kael did not respond. He simply stared ahead, his golden eyes calm. He had won this battle. But the war? The war was only just beginning. And this time he would decide how it ended. The battlefield was eerily quiet. What once was a screaming tempest of divine radiance and abyssal fire had dissolved into silence, an unnatural, pressing hush that seemed to choke the very air. The sky, a jagged scar of clashing realms, remained frozen in place. Time itself appeared to hold its breath. The gods and demons, once locked in unrelenting war, now stood still. Not in retreat, not in defeat, but in anticipation, waiting for the one who had stopped the inevitable. He stood at the center of it all, amid twisted ground scorched by divine lightning and drenched in abyssal corruption. He alone remained untouched. His cloak whispered against the air, golden eyes gleaming with something unfathomable. He was no longer just a man standing before gods and monsters. He was the fulcrum of a world about to shift. The scent of charred ozone and blood lingered. The wind carried dust and dread alike, but Kael was unmoved. This was not the end. This was merely the beginning. High above, poised on her floating obsidian throne like an empress of annihilation, the queen of the abyss watched with a gaze that could unravel the mind. Her smile could break saints. She had arrived with one purpose, to burn heaven and its puppets for daring to touch her son. And yet a broken bar she had not. Because Kael had stayed her hand, her clawed finger traced the curve of her throne's armrest. Around her, abyssal horrors hovered, awaiting the signal to devour. But she remained still, watching the celestial ranks, their holy formations subtly faltering. Their faith wavered. The heavens had not expected this. She chuckled a low, velvet-wrapped malice. Well, she purred, her voice wrapping around the battlefield like smoke. My darling boy has already outplayed you. Her words echoed like prophecy. Below, Valerius, the Archon of Judgment, stood immobile. His celestial armor still pulsed with the light of the divine, but there was strain in the tightness of his jaw. His grip on his spear trembled not with fear but uncertainty. He had come for war. Not this, not Kael. Kael's eyes swept across the line of celestial warriors. In their faces, he saw hesitation, cracks forming in what once had been absolute, unshakable faith. And Kael was a master of exploiting cracks. He stepped forward, his voice quieter but it carried like thunder. You call yourselves soldiers of the divine, he said. And yet you hesitate before one man. Valerius' jaw tightened. We stand for balance, for the order of the world. Kael's laugh was soft, dark amusement curving his lips. Balance? Is that what you tell yourselves when you strike first? When you threaten my life, my existence? The younger among the divine flinched. Righteousness? Kael pressed, voice rising just enough. You wield holy light, but act out of fear. You bring armies to destroy what you do not understand. Tell me, is your belief so fragile that it breaks before the unknown? He turned his eyes to a young celestial knight near the front, to a boy, no older than he once was, perhaps freshly ascended. That knight lowered his blade by an inch. Kael saw it. A weakness. He honed in with surgical precision. Look at your leader. He gestured to Valerius. Even now, he hesitates, not because he doubts the cause, but because he sees what you do not. Kael's tone darkened, a whisper that carried weight. He sees that I am no ordinary threat. The golden eyes gleamed, a commanding, unyielding. He sees that I am inevitable. Valerius raised his spear. You speak as if you are beyond judgment. Kael tilted his head slightly, a mocking gesture. No, he said simply, not yet. The battlefield inhaled. That phrase so subtly landed like a declaration of war. A quiet, calm acknowledgement of ambition so vast it threatened the heavens themselves. Not yet. The implication was deafening. Valerius' expression flickered. Shock, fury, dread, all buried behind divine stoicism. Kael had spoken the unthinkable, and yet no one moved, because no one was sure if moving meant damnation. If you seek to ascend beyond your place, Valerius growled, the heavens will not permit it. Kael smiled, slowly, the kind of smile that kings gave before checkmate. Then tell me, Archon, he murmured, who will stop me? The air grew colder, and then a broken bar, a laugh, low, feminine, terrifying in its delight. The Queen of the Abyss descended. She stepped from her throne and floated down like a shadow given shape. Each footstep sent tremors through the land. The demons bowed. Even the divine tensed. Reality strained around her presence. She moved toward Kael with grace that should not exist. Not in this world. Not in any world. She reached out, brushing her fingers along Kael's cheek. Her touch was soft. Too soft, possessive, worshipful. My beloved son, she whispered, with the affection of a goddess and the obsession of something far older. So calm, so brilliant. Kael met her gaze. He did not flinch. He never did. You wish to play a long game, she said, tilting her head, amused. Very well. I will not break your toys, a broken bar, just yet. She turned toward the celestial ranks, red eyes aglow with eldritch amusement. But do not mistake my patience, she said, voice sharpening into steel, for mercy. The heavens did not reply. They could not. Even Valerius, who had once slain a demon king with a single word, said nothing. The silence was its own answer. Kael turned his back on them all. He didn't need a weapon to win. He had already done it. The queen stepped back into the abyss, her legions following like smoke returning to the underworld. Her hunger for destruction was far from gone. But for now, she was content. Across from them, the Archons withdrew, silent, shaken. Their leader's stillness told them everything they needed to know. There would be no war today. Kael had stopped it, not with armies, not with magic, but with presence, and the will of a god yet to rise. As the skies slowly stitched themselves back together, Kael walked away, alone. But not alone. The world had shifted. The gods were afraid. The demons had obeyed. And Kael Valerius? He had won her without lifting a single blade. But the silence on that battlefield was not peace. It was prophecy. The storm had not been averted. It had been delayed. The battlefield was empty now, yet its echoes remained. Where divine flames once clashed against abyssal tides, now only silence lingered, a heavy, unnatural quiet that settled over the realm like a veil. The scorched earth no longer smoked, and the winds, once howling with celestial wrath, had gone still. But something remained, a presence, a memory, a shift in the very fabric of power. The heavens had withdrawn, and uncertain, shaken, their once indomitable warriors marked by doubt. The abyss had pulled back reluctantly, unwillingly, its queen amused and satisfied by the outcome she had not expected. Her wrath postponed, her hunger, momentarily sated. And at the center of it all stood Kael Valerius. Not as a king, not as a pawn of prophecy, but as something entirely new. He had halted an apocalyptic clasher without lifting a weapon, without spilling a single drop of divine or demonic blood. What he wielded was greater than sword or spell, influence, perception, fear. A new kind of power. It welcomed him like a beast welcoming its master. Quiet, respectful, and afraid. From the highest towers to the deepest servant halls, whispers echoed like ghostly currents in a sea of uncertainty. He stood against gods, a broken bar. He bent the abyss to his will, a broken bar. He did not fight to, and still he won, a broken bar. In the council chamber, every eye was on Kael. He entered in silence, but his presence was a roar. His long black coat drifted behind him like a shadow. No one greeted him. No one dared. They simply watched, waited. He sat to his right, a Seraphina, composed, regal. Yet beneath her calm lay something more volatile, fascination laced with submission. To his left, Ursuline, her silver hair brushed back, her violet eyes unreadable. But Kael knew her better than she knew herself. She was tense. Her loyalty, hard won and still evolving, wavered only in the face of the impossible. And Kael had just performed the impossible. Across from him sat nobles, generals, spies cloaked in the illusion of loyalty. They had conspired once. They had measured him, weighed him. They no longer did. Duke Alistair broke the silence first. His voice was strained, though he tried to mask it with practiced calm. "My lord, a broken bar. Do we expect retaliation?" Kael looked at him, just looked, and Alistair paled. "Retaliation?" Kael repeated, as if the word itself amused him. His fingers tapped against the obsidian inlay of the council table, the rhythm slow, deliberate, oppressive. "The heavens just watched their Archons tremble," he said. The abyss retreated at a whisper. "Tell me, Duke, what retaliation do you fear when the very forces of eternity hesitate?" The silence that followed was colder than ice. Still, another voice rose, coarse, battle-worn. Duke Reinhardt, loyal, but unshaken by theatrics. "Neither gods nor demons are known for patience," he said bluntly. "They'll wait, yes, but then they'll come again. In a month, a year, when we least expect it." Kael nodded, almost approvingly. "Correct. They will come again." Reinhardt frowned. "Then a question mark." Kael's smile was a blade sheathed in velvet. "Let them watch. Let them wonder." He leaned forward. "Because they've never faced someone like me. And that terrifies them." The words landed like hammers. Even the seasoned nobles shivered beneath their robes. The court no longer saw a man. They saw a storm-wearing flesh. Far beyond the abyss and the heavens, where light and dark ceased to matter, something moved. In a plain of silence and stone, of still water that reflected nothing, ancient beings stirred. They had no names. They had no forms. They were the immortals. The ones who had watched long before the gods were born in flame. The ones who did not meddle, who did not care for the petty wars of divinity or damnation. Until now. The mortal who walks between extremes, a broken bar. One who commands darkness but wields no corruption, a broken bar. One who defies light yet is untouched by sin, a broken bar. Their whispers shaped the void itself. Kael Valerius had entered the board they no longer played. And the immortals were curious. Back in the mortal world, a broken bar. Kael's fingers tightened slightly on his throne's armrest. A whisper, a flicker, a gaze not divine, not demonic. Something else entirely. He didn't understand it yet, but his instincts are those honed by betrayal, war, and ambition recognized a shift. Something older than the Queen of the Abyss. Older than the gods. Watching him. He said nothing. But Seraphina noticed the slight change in his posture. Always perceptive. "Kael." "Nothing," he said. "Not yet." She didn't question it. That, more than anything, proved her understanding of him had deepened. Later that night, Kael stood in his private chamber, staring out at the imperial skyline. Lanterns flickered. Stars glinted above. The world looked the same. But it wasn't. The skies had changed. Reality had bent, and a new player had entered the game. A whisper rode the wind. Not like the Queen's sultry purring, nor the Archon's stern proclamations. It was older, more primal. Not a voice, but a presence that shaped the words it carried. "You have done what no mortal has ever done, a broken bar." Kael remained still. "A broken bar, and yet, your story has only just begun." He let out a breath, slow, calculated, then smiled. "Good." He turned away from the window. The stars forgotten, whatever they were, immortals, watchers, forgotten gods, they now knew his name. And Kael Valerius had never feared attention. He craved it. Because every being, no matter how ancient, no matter how detached, shared one trait: they could be played. And Kael played to win. The night was unnaturally still. The stars above the imperial capital twinkled like cold, distant ice, watchful, but indifferent. The wind had stilled. The torches along the palace balconies burned without flicker, and the city below moved in hushed breath, unaware of the weight gathering beyond its comprehension. Kael stood alone on the highest balcony of the Imperial Palace, a silent sentinel above a world shifting beneath him. Beneath him lay King Domino, an empire built not by conquest, but by influence, dominance, and fear. The city stretched into the dark like veins of light, pulsing with fragile, mortal life. Yet tonight, Kael was not watching the city. He was listening. Something watched him. Not the gods. He had already stared down their Archons. Not the abyss. Its queen had already bared her teeth in fascination and then withdrawn, amused. This was older. Something beyond. It did not crash into reality. It did not announce itself with fire or thunder. It simply was a quiet, patient, and impossibly distant. A whisper brushed across Kael's thoughts, so faint it might have been imagined. Kael Valerius. A name spoken not in reverence, not in fear, but in recognition. Kael exhaled slowly. The golden gleam in his eyes sharpened like drawn blades. This was not the first time something beyond comprehension had tried to peer through the veil and touch him. The heavens had whispered prophecy. The abyss had tried to claim him. Even the spirits of the forgotten world had leaned toward him in uneasy reverence. But this was something else, far beyond mortal lands, beyond the divine and infernal, where existence blurred and unraveled. A great convergence took place. There was no land, no sky, no time, just endless stillness, and within that stillness, they gathered. Not gods, not demons, not mortals. The ones who dwell beyond. They did not name themselves. They did not claim dominion over realms or races. They observed. Phreons, silently. Empires had risen, fallen, burned. Pantheons had warred and vanished. Stars had been born and died. And they had done nothing. Until now, in the void, a shape stirred. It was not a body. It was a suggestion, a presence so ancient the stars had not yet formed when it first awoke. A voice, formless yet absolute, spoke. He has done what none before him dared. Another presence rippled, thick with knowledge, deep and cold like the ocean's deepest floor. He walks the threshold of creation and collapse. A third is sharp, fragmented, like broken mirrors interjected. And that makes him dangerous. Silence. Not absence of sound, but the breathless weight of consensus. Then the first voice again. Kael Valerius must be tested. Back in the Imperial Palace, Kael straightened slightly. He felt it now. Not a whisper, not a gaze, but a presence. His hand brushed the balcony's edge, his grip firm. The air shimmered around him, as if the world itself hesitated. And then, it stepped forward. A figure emerged, not from shadow, not from magic, but from possibility itself. Tall, cloaked in something that was neither cloth nor substance. Its veil shimmered, not hiding its face but concealing the concept of its face. Its form was not quite here, yet undeniably present. Kael did not flinch, did not summon power, did not call his guard. He simply waited. The figure said nothing. It did not bow. It did not threaten. And then, it spoke. Its voice came not from its mouth. There was none but from the air, from the idea of sound. Do you know what you have done, Kael Valerius? Kael tilted his head slightly. There was amusement in his golden eyes, but not arrogance or calculated curiosity. I do many things, he replied. You'll have to be more specific. The figure pulsed faintly approval. Perhaps you have defied the ordained cycle. The heavens tremble. The abyss recoils. Even the mortal threads unravel in your wake. Kael remained still, but internally, he noted the language. Not a threat, an observation. And so, the entity continued, we must know her. In a blink, the world shattered. He was no longer in the palace. He was nowhere. A void. No sky, no ground, no gravity, no walls. Yet Kael stood. Before him, the figure grew. Its form no longer bound by the limits of a singular avatar. It expanded not in size, but in presence. Kael felt it in his bones, his thoughts, his breath. A force that could silence galaxies. Are you worthy of what comes next? And then, it struck. Not a weapon, not a spell, but a concept of force manifested through will. A pressure that sought to unravel Kael's identity, rip away his mind layer by layer, expose every truth and flaw, and crush the core of what he was. A test. Most would have been erased in an instant. Kael smirked. And then, he pushed back. Not with magic, not with fury, with self. His will, tempered through betrayal, loss, dominance, ambition, struck the force like a mountain crashing into wind. And it shattered. The void rippled. The figure reeled. For the first time in eons, The ones who dwell beyond felt something unfamiliar. Surprise. Kael stepped forward. One step, then another. The entity stilled. Kael's voice was low, controlled, eternal. Do not mistake me for those who came before. A pause. Then laughter. It was not cruel, not mocking. It was genuine, curious, pleased. Very well, Kael Valerius. Reality broke. He was back. The balcony returned. The city below pulsed in silence. No time had passed. Yet everything had changed. Kael stood motionless for a long moment. The wind stirred again. Far beyond the empire, the abyss, the heavens, the immortals watched, and for the first time in countless cycles they had found something worth their attention. A world that no longer feels the same. The wind was different tonight. Kael stood on the balcony of his private quarters. The city sprawled out beneath him like a sleeping beast. Lanterns shimmered through the fog, golden veins across a body of shadows. But to Kael, it all looked distant, unreal. The stars above no longer shone with innocence. The sky was deeper, darker. As if it too had begun to watch him. Something had changed. Not just in the palace, not just in the empire, but in reality itself. A shift in the weave of existence, so subtle only one like him could feel it. The way the shadows clung to surfaces a heartbeat too long. The silence that felt staged, like a held breath in the theater of gods. Kael's hands rested on the stone railing, fingers tightening slightly. It was no longer a suspicion, it was truth. He was being watched, and not by enemies, not the Archons, nor the fading gods, not even by his obsessive mother, whose gaze always lingered at the edge of his soul. This was older. Something else had turned its attention to him. A force that should not be watching anything at all. You've been quiet. The voice was familiar, silk wrapped in steel. Kael turned slightly. Seraphina stood in the doorway, draped in imperial crimson, her silhouette framed by candlelight. Even now, she was stunning, dangerous, regal. But tonight, her usual poise was sharpened with something rare. Concern. That's rare for you, she added, stepping forward, her voice softer than usual. Kael allowed himself a small smile. Am I not allowed a moment of peace? You don't seek peace. You dissect it, weaponize it. She was sharp, as always. And yet, even her blade-like mind hadn't seen what he had. After a long pause, Kael replied. Something is shifting. Seraphina stopped beside him, gaze settling on the horizon. The Archons? Kael shook his head. Number. Not them. The gods? They're irrelevant now. Seraphina blinked, not at the dismissal, but the certainty behind it. Then what? Kael didn't answer, because even he didn't yet know. He only felt it. That pressure, that pull, as if reality itself had tilted just slightly a broken bar toward him. Then it happened. The air behind them bent, not wind, not magic, a bending of principally as though the rules of existence had been briefly a broken bar forgotten. Kael did not turn. He already knew. The figure stepped onto the balcony with no sound, no weight, as if it had always been part of this space, and they were only just now noticing. Seraphina tensed, her presence flaring instinctively. A serpent of golden power coiled around her, ready to strike. Kael raised a hand. Do not act. A moment's hesitation. Then she stepped back, her energy still coiled like a loaded bow. The figure stood before them, shrouded in shadow but not cast shadow. Something deeper, a presence cloaked in the absence of meaning. Neither male nor female. Not ageless or timeless. Even Kael, whose soul had touched abyss and divinity, felt it. An echo of something that had no beginning. You are late, Kael said, voice smooth. A low, amused hum echoed. You were not ready before. Seraphina's voice was a whisper, taut with suspicion. Who are you? The figure did not turn, did not acknowledge her. Kael spoke instead. One of the beyond. That word hung in the air like a blade. Seraphina inhaled slowly. That can't be. The figure shifted, not moving but unfolding slightly. We are not myths, empresses. Merely a broken bar. Uninterested. Until now, Seraphina stood silent. Her years in the imperial court had prepared her for monsters, for gods, for ancient demons whispering behind the throne. But this was something that made even those seem newborn. The figure continued, its voice layered like distant bells. You defy the ordained path, Kael Valerius. The heavens tremble, the abyss recoils. Even the fabric of reality tightens around your will. And yet, Kael said, You do nothing. We watched. And now? Now we wonder. Kael took a step forward. You wonder a broken bar or you fear? Another pause. Then, laughter. Not mocking. Not cruel. A sound of surprise. Perhaps both. Kael's gaze narrowed. Then why are you here? The figure tilted its head to deliver the final question. A hum filled the air, not sound, but pressure. Do you believe yourself worthy, Kael Valerius? Kael did not flinch. I do not believe. I know. A second of silence passed. Then, space cracked. The stars bent overhead. Seraphina gasped, her power rippling, and suddenly Kael stood alone. No balcony, no palace, just endless, formless dark. The same void as before. And they were there. Not one figure now, but many shapes in the void, watching, observing, judging. The first voice rang out. You refuse the gods. Another added, softer, you mock destiny. A third, like thunder behind glass, you claim dominion. Kael raised his eyes. And I will take it. The void trembled. Then a light. 1,000 visions struck him. Timelines, worlds, deaths that never happened, lives that should have been. The screams of universes undone. A final test. Kael did not yield. He endured. He consumed, and then he commanded. The visions shattered. The void screamed. And the ones who dwell beneath fell silent. Then, a single voice whispered, no longer above him, but level. You may yet survive what is coming. Kael opened his eyes, sir. And he was back. Balcony, palace, Seraphina watching him with wide, unsettled eyes. He did not look at her. He stared at the stars. They no longer felt distant. They felt near. Seraphina spoke first. What did they want? Kael's voice was low. A warning. Of what? Kael's answer came only after a long silence. A war where even the gods will kneel. And for the first time here, Seraphina felt truly mortal. The world was never truly silent. Even in the dead of night, the Empire breathed the winds howling through stone corridors, the distant murmurs of guards exchanging shifts, the restless stir of those who feared the coming dawn. But tonight a broken bar. Tonight, there was a silence that did not belong. It clung to the palace like a second skin, heavy, intentional, as if the world itself were holding its breath. Kael sat in his chamber, fingers steepled beneath his chin, the candlelight casting flickering shadows across his expressionless face. His mind replayed the encounter on the balcony, the veiled figure's presence, its cryptic words, the alien coldness in its voice. It had spoken of threads unraveling, of truths long buried clawing their way back to the surface. He was being tested. But by whom? The Beyond were not gods. They were not demons. They were not Archons, abyssal lords, or celestial tyrants. They were something else, something that even those ancient powers refused to name. Kael had spent his life bending reality to his will, shattering chains, weaving webs of control through empires, minds, and even fate itself. And yet, for the first time in years, he had felt the brush of something broken by other. It did not frighten him. It intrigued him. But fascination did not equate to complacency. The game had changed, and he needed more than speculation. He needed answers. There were only a handful of places in the world that might offer Thema fragments of forbidden knowledge buried so deep that time itself had forgotten them. Most had been purged or wiped clean by gods who feared the echoes of what came before. But Kael had not risen by accepting the world's limits. He had spent years gathering secrets, infiltrating sealed orders, acquiring texts older than empires. And among them, one name had surfaced again and again, like a stubborn wound that refused to close. Ilthera, a ruin not lost, but buried hidden beneath the first imperial capital, a city so ancient its name was no longer spoken aloud. The Archons had once guarded it, then abandoned it, perhaps out of fear or reverence. Few even believed it was real. But Kael did. And now, it was time. Behind him, a soft rustle of fabric broke the silence. I assume you're going somewhere. Seraphina's voice carried through the dimly lit chamber like silk on glass. Kael didn't turn. You assume correctly. The Empress stepped into view, arms folded over a crimson robe lined with black runes. You've barely spoken since the encounter on the balcony. You know something I don't. Kael smirked, his voice low. I know many things you don't. She narrowed her eyes, stepping closer. And yet, you're seeking more. That means Thesa broken bar is bigger than even you expected. He finally stood, adjusting the cuffs of his cloak. The world is shifting. That figure wasn't merely a messenger, it was a warning. Seraphina studied him, her voice quiet now. You believe the legends, then? The ones even the Archons pretend never existed. Kael's gaze was distant. Belief is irrelevant. The truth does not require permission to exist. She was silent for a beat. Then, where? Ildera. Recognition flickered across her features. Her mask cracked, if only for a heartbeat. That name hasn't been uttered in centuries. Because those who speak it, Kael murmured, do not live long. Seraphina's lips curled. And you're going alone? Kael's response came with a slow grin. Did I say that? She arched a brow. You forget. You may control the Empire, but I control its ghosts. If Ildera has remained hidden, it is because I ensured it. Kael turned to face her fully, amused. Then I should thank you, a broken bar, for preserving what I'm about to claim. And I should remind you, she said, stepping closer, that knowledge is never taken freely. There is always a cost. Kael's voice dropped, cold and certain. Let them try to collect. The journey to Ildera did not follow any path known to man. No roads marked the way. No stars guided them. Only memory. Only will. Kael and Seraphina arrived beneath a moonless sky, where ruins of the first capital stretched like skeletons against the heavens. Broken columns, shattered archways, streets overgrown with blackened moss. The silence here was absolute. At the center of it all, an ancient stone well sat like a forgotten altar. Kael stepped forward, brushing his hand along its edge. The symbols carved into the stone pulsed faintly, runes older than any written language, alive with dormant power. Seraphina approached, her breath visible in the air despite no chill. The last account of Ildera said no one who entered it returned. Kael met her eyes. Then we shall rewrite history. He climbed the edge and let go. The fall was not to flesh and gravity. It was a spiral through time itself. Darkness bent around them, reality stretching like molten glass. 1,000 whispers clawed at their minds, the voices speaking in forgotten tongues, visions of stars dying, gods screaming. Vina. Solid ground. Kael landed first, adjusting his cloak with unnerving calm. Seraphina followed, staggering as she hit the floor. The chamber around them was vast. Walls of polished obsidian rose in impossible angles, etched with veins of glowing sapphire that pulsed with a heartbeat not their own. Scrolls hovered in the air. Stone shelves held books that bled light. Glyphs danced across the floor in endless loops of logic. It was not a ruin. It was a vault, a living library of truths the world was never meant to remember. And at the center on a raised pedestal lay a book bound in material that refused definition. It shimmered and shifted, as though made from memory itself. Kael stepped toward it. Seraphina's voice was barely a whisper. This place shouldn't exist. He reached out her, and the instant his fingers brushed the surface, the chamber trembled. A voice ear deep, ageless, filled the space. It echoed inside their skulls, vibrating through their bones. You were not meant to find this place. Kael's smirk returned, colder than ever. Then perhaps you should have hidden it better. The shadows along the walls writhed. A figure emerged, towering, shifting, unformed. Its face was a blank slate, its presence a void that devoured understanding. It was not a demon, not a god. It was older. It was other. The guardian of Ildera. Its voice scraped like stone on bone. You seek what was buried for a reason. What the gods erased. What even the abyss abandoned. Kael stepped forward, each word wrapped in authority. I seek what belongs to me. And who decides what belongs to whom? Kael's gaze did not falter. The one willing to claim it. The guardian's form solidified into something vaguely humanoid, cloaked in tendrils of starlight and darkness, eyes like eclipses. Then prove yourself, mortal king, or be forgotten. The chamber split open, walls unraveling into endless void. Power surged. Reality trembled. Seraphina took a step back, hand hovering near her blade, but Kael only smiled. That calculating, terrifying smile. Then let us begin.